as Capsule tracks Shotzzy at close range. Happily, Dashy preventing the regen. Ixie's going to have to double back, and he should be able to take care of Dashy here. There we go. Forward we now go, lads. 5 fears, wind in their sails.
First segment about to be locked. Optic are not really in a position to try to contest this. Shotzzy from the ground is able to catch an angle onto Capsule to start off the trade fight, but it's still a 2v2 with 5 fears still soaking up the time, or at least securing that second sector.
Well, they should. Well, we have a reposition here from Capsule. He's been lured into the depths of Vault, brought down, and Shotzzy's long gone, mate. You're holding an iron for no one. There's Shotzzy, re-emerges upstairs. Mercules draws the aggro, finds the kill from behind, and now Exceed, turn tail, run. You are losing the battle. You've not lost the war yet, but here we go. Optic fighting forward. Fire picks up the final trade. Bad news, Shotzzy's in your spawn.
And now look at what it does to the spawns. You're forced to hit the OE, and that's the same exact position that Optic are going to get the close spawns into. So already over to her top cat is going to be Naduke. Second segment is going to be locked. 2 kills in favor of Optic. Got to fly on in and just find these trades. Might be the last push.
Well, they get the trades. Oh, that's a big one from Capsule. Staying alive. Dashy. That could have been it. Exceed's going to make his way to the zone as fast as he can, but all he does is dive into Mercules for the kill. Slides from Hixie. 15 seconds. Someone has to get on the A zone. Mercules holding. Mercules down. Fire should get in. Hook now on the hold. He's down. Oh, and the A zone collapses. 1:09 to play.
Now, Shotzzy, you're in a very crucial position to just stay alive in towards ammo. Seems that Hixie is trying to play for him. He knows how impactful this position can be. Force them all to be in front of you, and at the same time, Exceed is working the pinch. So 2 big one-on-one gunfights on the opposite sides of the map might secure this round.
Oh my word, Exceed, you get yours. One problem down. Next problem, Shotzzy. Dashy eats a ton of 9 mil. Still standing though. Damage there from Hook on the cross, making his way over. Can't even get caught out. Exceed still alive in this position. Capsule in the play now, and this is not over yet. Hook still going. 40 seconds on the game clock.
And they have to waste time, though, to try to locate Shotzzy. He has won another massive one-on-one gunfight in towards top ammo and wins the second. So that pushed that from 5 fears to try to retake their spawn to push right through the front door, instantly gets shut down. Now you got no more respawns, and Shotzzy is still dominating in your spawn.
Still going, still rocking. 5, looking for the 6th, and all he's doing is burning the clock. There's 17 seconds to play, not only in the map, but here in the match. 3 lives to 9. Can anyone now get forward? Fire finds a kill. 10 seconds, stopped. Dashy trying to find the kill. Great damage. Pressure now on. No one's been able to get him out of the zone just yet. Shotzzy cuts through mid, and this could be the moment you needed, and it indeed is. Exceed, the last man, the last hope in the series, as Optic, strictly business here in Riyadh, take care of their first series 3-0.
Clock comes to a pause at 102. More kills for Thieves, growing their life lead now to 4. Johnny up top, trying to find an angle onto Envoy. Not going to happen. Ghost able to find the kill. That could be and should be the 3rd tick. With everyone stacked up, it will be. Wow, what a bounce back here for Thieves. And the only thing you could really kind of say as far as a almost feels bad is Scrap was so close to Hellstorm, but regardless, you're starting to cook back up on your control success you've had all year.
And I think that was meticulous from Thieves over towards A, but really what I want to concentrate on was B. I mean, Ghosty surviving as long as he does to allow Scrap to come through and find those 3. And then that delayed push, as you mentioned, I was kind of questioning it with my facial expressions towards you when Diamond Gun does get shot in the back immediately after they've lost B, but irrelevant of that. They did a good job, well, mostly thanks to Johnny to keep them away as long as they did, but Thieves always had that control. It always feels like you have somebody in mid-map on the attacking team that anything is kind of possible. They found that opening and now find themselves on the defensive side to close out this series if they possibly can.
I was just about to say the stone wall that they had in their second defense plus the full success capturing 6 gives them the advantage to start on round 5 defense. And the first 2 kills off the break-off are perfect. That's window-to-window battles up top over the top of A. Same break-off that Gentlemates had hit us with in their first offensive attempt. This one shut down nearly completely. A couple of trades to keep the spawn trap away from Gentlemates, but still a bit of pressure already early, down to 60 seconds to play as they look towards B now.
Slowly waking their way up fences, though. Okay. And this is where things are starting to get a little bit scary down for the side of Thieves. Envoy knows the pressure's going to come in from up top, trying to survive over towards this fence's side, and Gentlemates choosing not to bite necessarily over towards B, but Envoy, great timing, bites back harder. Now we'll get a bit of control over towards Well and allow the rest of his team to pick up the pieces over towards A, which they have done.
Doesn't this feel familiar to map 1, map 2? Gentlemates doing everything they need to do to keep themselves in contest, but when it matters most, when they need to ice up and make the right calls, just not quite there. Ghosty trying for the shiv. Doesn't work, and now down to under 30 seconds. The only lifeline potentially on Johnny, who's gotten through, and you can tell by Scrap backing up, they know he's back here. Couple of kills from Johnny, though, give the numbers to Gentlemates. They can jump on with 2 players at B. Scrap does his job correctly by finding the furthest forward member, and then Hydra can now set up the pinch. Trouble as it's just down to Diamond Con on the B point.
I mean, you're seeing the examples of players staying alive in the right positions on both sides of the coin here, but Hydra is the one that has done the damage. He will eventually fall. One more opportunity for Gentlemates in this series, maybe.
Not looking good. Numbers are already here for Thieves. Wallbangs back and forth between Envoy and DC. 5 life disadvantage, but no one's going to get back to a zone in time, and oh, mercy me. A series that honestly you look at and say Gentlemates could have 3-0'd the other direction, but when it matters most, late into each map, they falter, they fall apart, and the excellence of 100 Thieves really shows itself as they find themselves a 3-0, if only by map count, because they got tight.
Opportunity for a contest here. Arcites brought it down. 10 seconds to go here. Oh, wow. I take it back. It's not all going to Movistar Koi. Fighting over the final moments here. But again, Jay, we go towards the new hard point by Fences. And this time, Falcons not in position.
Falcons at least set up in the time early on. It's already pressure from Movistar through top hallway. They're going to be in an aggressive angle. And right now, Falcons are really spread on their setup, so you can isolate a bunch of these one-on-one gunfights. Joe Deceives is already able to find one from top plat. Now you got to choose a different corner to switch on up, and you are surrounded by players if you're Arcites.
Gets the damage in, stays alive. Exit finds 2 in the feed. Lovely work out the Falcons to hold this together as best they can. Identify the reinforcements, and 3 dead again.
Looking for the chain, man. Final 25 seconds here at P3, but they need the response at P4. So I'm expecting, if you're Movistar, potentially just chalk up this time. Because if you can set up at the money hill again, you're basically going to call game.
That is an awkward moment. Arcites damage across the board into everyone. Not a single kill picked up. Over the rock we go, and he finds himself in a tough spot. No streaks to help get the break here. Falcons have got to do it the old-fashioned way.
It's all about the opening kill. TJ's trying to set up this pinch route, or at least gonna take away mid-hallway with his teammates. Everyone from Movistar stacked in towards the hard point. The biggest kill is the first one, and Archie is able to find it.
Oh, it's tremendous. It's 3 dead, though, immediately. What a rebuttal from Movistar Koi. Immovable objects right now as Team Falcons crash against the rock.
Setups are unbelievable right now for Movistar.
Wow.
We've seen their adjustments as the season has gone on. They have gotten better in the fundamental aspect, and this is what it looks like. No one scamming, everyone valuing their lives, everyone finding themselves in position to always play trades. But Arcites with the double, the nade's good enough for the break there for Falcons.
As soon as you just say it, they get broken wide open, but 212 to the 150-ish. We'll see how this goes for the Falcons. They're holding it together as best they can. The last man brought down there, TJ. Slight overheat on the challenge as Movistar Koi creep closer to 250.
Now, for our Falcons, it's 2 things that you have to focus on. Get them off the hard point and flip these spawns. Not allow them to close out the game here at the P1. We need to find trades, but Mr. CleanX again finds a double. Joe strikes for the 3rd. Last man mid connector. And X-Nit is just going to value his life. 20 seconds still needed to close out this series.
Got to wait for the boys, wait for the teamwork, wait for the opportunity to get in there together. Inside Joe, their respective kills. 3 dead once again. Somebody should surely hop it, and we are on time once again. Red from down low. Dealt with, and it's Abe. Let's add a big dead in the comms. 22 and 13, young man. Welcome to the professional Call of Duty scene. You've got yourself your first win under your belt. Movistar Koi take down the Falcons.
Decent opportunity on Simp, can't quite find the shots though. And it will likely be a 4th round here for FaZe. And in fashion that is going to change those patterns, those trends that we were talking about, the mind game starting to slip just a touch more towards FaZe. Unless.
He would have had timing to get it down over towards B, but would have been a big commit. Now one player will stay over towards the A side. If he can find this, yes, Simp just playing his life and doing the right thing. Finds the gunfight just about. FaZe, no. Couple of rounds go their way. For all that, Omit have shown 0 signs of nervousness throughout the entirety of this series. You're 5-2 up, it's now 5-4. it's going to be any time those nerves are going to creep in, it's right now.
Yeah. And I think that's the other part about it. It's not just the anticipations, the anxieties built around, are we going to do this? FaZe are playing with confidence still with that play call right there. Full flood through field side, a risky move, but it works out beautifully for him. And now again, you go from 5-2 to 5-3 to now to 5-4. Starts to feel like it's slipping through your fingers just a touch, but Omit gonna go to the old tried and true trophy system down. Nades littering the front doors, stuns, nades all landing on both sides, but it's gonna be FaZe who take away a bit of an advantage of the opening trade. Mamba cannot find an angle to get things back to a 2v2, at least not as of yet.
You need some magic at some stage because FaZe have ascended. They're going to make the push already. Mamba catches one off guard, but nobody falls. Bombs going down. Draza finds one. Mamba left in the 1 versus 3. Round 11 we go. FaZe Clan come roaring back into this one. And the map 5, round 11 is what we are trekked to.
You've got to be kidding me. It's just, again, another confident play call. You get through the main doors after the nades were largely countered by the trophy. Mamba gives himself an opportunity, but just too late to find the crossing angles to stop that FaZe Clan attack, at least to get it to a 2v2 situation. And for all of the climactic moments that we've had, all it matters is one round of search and destroy, and FaZe are back on the attack again.
They went straight down the elevator shaft and straight into A. The confidence is flowing. Is that the plan again? Or is the curveball from Omit going to be there? Something landed from Draza. Is that information enough? Posturing from both these two teams, a minute and 15 on the clock.
Yeah, same idea for Omit in terms of how they want to contest A. Play it through field side. But they haven't seen anything, so now they're starting to get a little worrisome about what's happening at B. Cell, Vivid playing with one another up top as Draza tries to get the RC in, but immediately countered. We reset 55 on the clock.
They're starting to make that move. Omit ready for it. Praises kind of been caught off guard a couple of times after a really heroic start. Draza, another first blood. You got to find something, Mark. You got to find something. Praise can find one. He finds the way back in, but Draza will sit him down. And oh my goodness me! They roll back into this game. 5-2 down, map 5. Did you forget?
Gwyn's on point. He's one shot. Means nothing. Where he's able to move like that, find those kills, both teams performing incredibly admirably in that point. Here we go, folks.
Love it.
Strap in. This is going to be a doozy. Shotzzy already with the capture. Slow and steady, but again, defensively so sound. Out of C9.
Take their time on their approach. They said, okay, we're going to play to shut you down at B, and if you're not here, we're going to be in position to win a majority of our one-on-one gunfights to keep you off of that A objective. So even with shots, he's still alive. Trying to make impactful plays from top plat. He's able to pick up an AR, and that's a crucial one because now the players off the respawn have to account for him.
Yeah, he's finding sweet kills all over the place. And Hook, this is a couple of lovely plays in this life alone. Oh, Shotzzy! Shots. Sib has just been a 1v1 titan here on the map. First segment of B, collected. The second on its way out. The second man there on the capture, who's going to push forward, try to buy some space at this point in time, and Sib is having none of it. Dashi alone on the zone, turned to dust. They don't secure the second segment just yet.
It's still a 2v2, and Mercules knows, let me just get the second segment done so I give myself a little bit more of a chance to potentially extend the game clock. But we don't need a chance when you're still here contesting. Your teammates are now here to also to reinforce and help you with these gunfights. Already 2 kills in favor of Optic. Make it 3. B is done and gone.
2 minutes, 21 lives either side. Optic are trying to do the impossible, win an attacking round here on this game of Hacienda. This is for the match. C9, you have come so far. The reach out, Hook to the pistol, to the kill he gets. All for naught though. Trades continue, and there's plenty of space in mid-map with Optic's name all over it.
Oh, but that's a big one-on-one gunfight right there from Spart. Catch Dashi on the repinch. Now Spart still trying to contest from top hallway. Is able to set up his teammate for the kill, and he's able to put himself now on 5 in a row. All map control in favor of C9. But there is one segment done at A, so Optic are just looking for one opportunity to potentially close this one out.
Dashi's going the long way round. And get involved here, but Hook punches a hole through the front. And Kremp now having to worry about both floors. Gwyn through mid. Can he get another? No, but that might be enough to pull these players back. Dashi now still trying to get involved in the play, helping out with the capture. Second segment nearly done. No, another save from C9.
Perfect clear out right there from C9. Everyone just valuing their lives once they win a one-on-one. Are trapped in the back of their spawn. Shotzi's able to find an opening through the garage side. The stun is able to connect for info onto the second. So even with Cloud9 having a good approach there, Optic give themselves another lifeline.
You got 9 lives left for Optic. Give a minute though. Stopped on A. Here comes the second segment in the bag. This map is not over yet. The stack is there. Optic stack the point. They keep the capture going. No one is home. Oh my goodness. A 3-0. And what a comeback. They're in control. Optic puts C9 to the sword.
Right now, Boston running the show. Barely got a spawn if you're Movistar. Boston are the ones who really do need this round, of course. Nice players coming through from Purge. So more likely that Boston will have the defensive side. Movistar really haven't had much luck on the attacking side, and this may be where their problems really do lie on the end.
Yeah, one of the reasons maybe for there being a hard veto on this map.
Yeah.
I will say,
slow.
yeah,
Disjointed.
I was about to say, it looks really slow. I think the other side of it is, Boston, we talked about their long streak of losses and control. When they had started finding success, it felt like a lot of it was being generated by the defensive side on Hacienda. So looking like that might be the case once again. Down to 17 seconds. Clock comes to a pause with Joe on A. It looks like actually Movistar Koi may just try to let that be where this offense develops from. Team Nate comes out. Cammy going to be in a little bit of trouble here. And yeah, you're going to get the first tick, maybe more if you can stack onto A here.
Find themselves 5 ticks behind. They do with finding a couple here. Mind you, could they do with just finding the round and closing it out? I'm sure they love to. Not quite finish that one. One weak play over towards the A side, but Insight trying to get something going over towards his B side. Could do with surviving, just stops the time. That might just be as Insight again, though. The pistol comes out. Opportunity for Movistar over towards.
Yeah, late trophy system. You got a little bit of forward pressure from Abe. Gets a read on the Snoopy. Yep, he knows he's outside the map. Time is going to tick away on Snoopy's extended play. And now 2 ticks at B come through. Chance at an extra 60 seconds and maybe the round and the map if they can find a way to get back to A quickly, which Kleenex is already here.
Gotta be careful though. Coming in the pressure over from the top side. No, Thieves will have that one all day long though, and you question, does Purge need to be challenged? Can we just stay alive? Because right now, Boston are struggling at doing that. They went in such a commanding position, and all of a sudden, Movistar may well have just closed the series out.
It's just on to Snoopy up top. He's gotten some good damage, finds himself a double. The contest is in last second, and oh, mercy me. Boston will survive through at least this part of the round, but it's not done yet. They get a little bit of depletion, but they're down 3 lives, and Movistar Koi are quick off the spawn.
Yeah, they're still keeping that pressure on. They got to go now. They're going to jump inside of the point. Boston need to do something quick.
Another contest this time from Wake. Traded by Kleenex. Still plenty of time if Movistar Koi want to play for the kills. Is this where the coach comps come into play? Long route starting to develop on both sides as now Boston get us back to a 1 life edge.
Joe looking for something, sniffing them out. He will be the guy, he will be the catalyst. Let's go. Let's see it. Can Movistar find a way through?
What a route. Brilliant route here from Joe. Shuts down Snoopy on the low ground. Awakening. Last one standing. Kleenex finds the kill. Purge has to sprint, has to run. Won't get there in time. Try and dive as he may. Movistar Koi, with the recent pickup of another young, promising gun, find themselves into the playoff bracket.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The game trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
All right, Jay, we got day 2. You ready to go, dog?
I'm ready to go, bro, but I'm not as warm as I usually am.
Well, let's find a little bit of warm up. Here comes Blaze right here, man. Look at him taking this long route.
Oh, the long route. Taking his sweet time, approaching around the plants, trying to figure out like if he's thirsty or not.
Oh, man, he's looking for it. There's the quick cut. He's diving on in, finds the refrigerator. That thing's fully stocked, Jay.
And now it's all about the decision that he makes once he opens up the fridge. What would he put into his body to get him ready for the day?
Are we looking for hydration? We're looking for energy. Let's see what he tries to go with. Oh, he's got the Gatorade to get us kicked off.
Oh, the electrolytes are hitting a little bit different. He's thinking about the energy, but nope, decides to go for a different approach.
Oh, he's got, yep, there it is. A little bit of that extra caffeination just to get him going for the day. Need that energy all day long.
Oh, man, he's going to be turned. But wait, he smells something.
Oh, here we go.
He smells something.
Change
Hold
of
on,
play.
he's changing his play up.
Oh, he found the coffee machine. No way. Yeah, he's fully lidded with the hot brewed here, Jay.
Now it's all about how turned does he want to be because he's got the coffee, he's ready to go. Now he takes the short route.
Oh, and the quick sip just to see the temperature. Oh, he's loving that. Oh, what's up, guy?
What y'all up to?
Nah, man, just chilling, man. Warming up.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all ready for the day?
Ready for the day, man. We're ready for the day.
All right,
man, we'll see you there. All right, day 2. Let's get her going.
Let's get it.
Rise and shine, Call of Duty fans. It's time for some more action. And as you can see, our beautiful key wall is still intact. All our squad's hopes and dreams still alive. But today, 8 of those squad's dreams will be crushed. And this is EWC, where nothing is granted and everything is earned. Let's get it.
Welcome to the edge of the world, the Esports World Cup, and that championship club trophy rising high as the fans are starting to pour into the Boulevard. Everyone is geared up for day 2 of the Black Ops 6 tournament, and we have seen 16 of the world's best teams all duke it out through our first day of action. Today, though, Allie, this is when we start to get serious. This is when we start to send people home.
And this is when we start crushing keys. That's what I'm looking forward to most this weekend, for sure.
Absolutely. We are going to be crushing keys. We are going to be crushing dreams. But for the winners, they're securing serious money. If you make it to the playoff bracket, your team is guaranteed $80,000, and you're in the running for the $600,000 first place prize. We welcome everyone in. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, joined at the desk by Alley Cat and Nameless as always. Nameless, day 2 is a buzz in the green room. All the talent is fired up. How are the players feeling today?
I mean, the players got to be excited, right? Your back's against the wall. You have to get through groups. Everybody wants to be in that single elimination bracket. As Chris mentioned, there's a lot of money up for grabs and a lot of perks as well if you win trying to get into the Heroes Club.
Allie, yesterday we had a 15-hour broadcast, but we've condensed the best moments into our Kadia top plays of the day. Let's take a look at the best moments from day 1. Who are some of the stars that caught your eye?
Some of the stars that caught my eye, honestly, how close that Omit matches was, but obviously 100 Thieves and Kismet doing what he could for Gentlemates. We saw an incredible showing by him in Lunars, and then Cloud9 with the new addition in Gwen absolutely dominating some competition, but did fall short versus Optic Tech.
Yeah, we're showing some top plays here. Shotzi in that search and destroy was going off. 15 kills with 4 first bloods. Jumping over here in this matchup versus Breach. You know, I thought in the first match that Koi had, Abe didn't have the best performance. In the match versus Breach, absolutely he played great when you watched him there. And, you know, think about this Koi team. This is a team that when you now have Kleenex on the flex role, he can just play more aggressive and Insight can just be comfortable. It feels like they've sort of catapulted into one of our favorites, Chris.
They got top 3 with 2 different rosters. They picked up Mercules for one event, rode that all the way to a championship Sunday. Movistar Koi is locked into the playoff bracket, but teams like Boston still have to fight for their lives today.
Yeah, they do.
Gigawake and crew get back on track?
They can, but I think they're vulnerable. I mean, this Boston team, you got 3-0'd. I mean, you're coming off of a top 3 at the last tournament where you won a lot of game 5s and a lot of search and destroys.
Yeah.
You have to figure out the respawn at some point, and it doesn't feel like they have yet.
Movistar Koi able to clutch up in those round 11s. They make it into the playoff bracket. Everyone who failed, though, is still playing today for their spot in the final 8. Before we get to the games, though, let's take a look at all of the emotion that was poured out on the stage in our Bravia reactions. And you can just see how much this meant to all of the players. Our eyes, though, were on the challengers, guys, the amateurs that are coming on to the big stage. How do you think they played under the lights, Allie?
I think they played pretty great. We got some really exciting moments from a lot of our teams. Obviously, I think the biggest moment is when Omit was going up against FaZe, and we went all the way to a Game 5, sweating if you are an Atlanta FaZe fan. But even having the addition of coaches, their reactions on stage, I thankfully was in the venue when Clay and Falcons were playing, and the energy was absolutely unmatched.
Can I just toot my own horn here? I was the one who got coaches on the stage for this event.
Oh, yeah?
I messaged Daniel Say, I said, please do it. It will enhance the production. Clayster on stage reacting to TJ's clutch shots
amazing.
Was the perfect example of that. You can see Karma getting involved behind the Optic guys. Legends of the scene still a part of it, not necessarily on the controller, but still in control of their squads.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me really happy. You know, like I said, these guys are in the trenches with them. And, you know, yesterday you got to see Ray also in their match versus Thieves just getting super hype. Like, it's just an awesome element to this show, and I hope it continues. And you can see Group A here. Optic made it through pretty easy, but if you look down low, Cloud9, it looks like they're going to have an advantage in either of those matchups.
Yeah, they should be head and shoulders above G2 Esports. They beat them down in the opening round, and then 5 Fierce couldn't really contend with Optic. That Cloud9 Optic match, if you're looking at the numbers, it was fairly close despite the 3-0.
Yeah, I love when that happens. You know, that it doesn't tell the whole story when it is a 3-0 in the map count, but when you go into the nitty-gritty, it was close. Cloud9 has been coming to battle. Gwen has been putting up the numbers that we expected, so we're definitely expecting Cloud9 to make it through their group because they easily should be able able to handle 5 Fears or G2, which they already did.
Yeah, you know, I just want to see more of Cloud9. I mean, I think about the Optic match, even in that control. We just rewatched it in the green room as well. Like, they were in full control of that final round. They could have won it. Just a heads up play by Shotzzy gets Optic to win in the end. I think Cloud9 could do a lot of damage in this bracket.
Win looking good on Cloud9, but Optic the true threat in Group A. They're already locked into the playoff, as is Vancouver Surge, who was able to secure their win with a dub over 100 Thieves. Allie, that went all the way to a Game 5, but the second time in a row now that we've seen Vancouver finally get the better of 100 Thieves.
I just love it. I love the storyline of Vancouver Surge and how they've been kind of battling to beat 100 Thieves all year long. They finally get it in our last tournament, and they're able to do it a second time. And also, I'm loving seeing on the timeline how happy Ray is to be able to be in comms and talking to his team, because they are championship caliber, and to be able to see them make it out of groups now, I can't wait to see them in the final bracket.
And the one clip that made it to my timeline was during this 100 Thieves Vancouver Surge matchup. Dan Ghosty, after losing Game 4, standing up, talking trash, and then proceeding to lose a Game 5. We didn't have him mic'd up. I didn't hear the audio, but do you need to dial that emotion down, or do you want to see that same intensity on a day 2?
Yeah, I think you need to dial it down a little bit. Standing up talking that much, it was like 5 minutes of him just going after them, right? I think you need to lock in, focus on your gameplay, because they got some work to do. But moving over to Group C, you see Koi, it's been a pretty easy run for them so far, but looking down low, I think Boston are pretty vulnerable, as we talked about, and likely going to play. I mean, when they played War, they were like backs against the wall through 1.5 maps in that series. It was looking like War could have taken it, and Falcons as well. Definitely not easy competition.
We take a look at the winning reactions from Movistar Koi. On the other side, TJ and crew a little bit disappointed. They walked away with the search and destroy win, did not look clean in their respawns on day 1.
Yeah, and that's been kind of the tale of Falcons, is their respawns need a little bit of work. And I think bringing in TJ again, they were hoping that he was going to kind of bring some of the fundamentals to this squad, because they have the firepower, they have the engagements and the kills, but
do they have the firepower
lacking. I do. When I say
Alex
Fred and
gotta play
Exit,
better.
I do agree that Alex needs to play better. But when
he needs above a 0.5 today.
100%, I think they do have the firepower. It's about applying it.
We look at Group D, though, and this is the big shocker, because if you tuned into EWC 2024, FaZe Clan went on a run. This time, they run into the Heretics after barely squeezing past Omit. They were down 4-1 in a Game 5 search and destroy that FaZe somehow gutted out.
And remember, yesterday, we had Draza up here in this seat and said, like, Heretics, he should not be losing to them. Proceed to go on and play them and lose. Heretics just a boogeyman. It's a bad matchup stylistically. Simp didn't have the greatest series. And now, as you mentioned, Chris, they have to go up against Omit. Omit more experience now. After the match versus them, it went to a Game 5. Where I would say Omit choked that. They were in the lead.
100%.
Lead.
100%. 5-3 lead.
They should have won that. So this should be an absolute banger if they rematch.
Some teams taking advantage of opportunities, others letting them fall through their fingers. You can't do it 2 days in a row, though. You lose today, your key is getting crushed. It's the final lives for a lot of our teams in these opening battles, and we wanted to reset and take a look at your schedule because, Allie, these first 2 matches, we are sending teams home, and then those second 2 matches, we're advancing teams to the playoffs in addition to crushing 2 more keys.
Yeah, I think this first match is really important for the side of Team Falcons. Obviously, they're trying to get more points when you think of the big picture in the club championship. On the flip side of Team War, it's an unfortunate situation. They're playing with their coach, but they were able to take a map off of Boston Breach yesterday. The S&D wasn't terrible. They just weren't able to make some mid-game adjustments once Boston Breach figured out what they were doing. I think we could be in for another Game 5.
Go ahead, Ann.
I was going to say, in the second match, it's like they've played each other so much throughout the season, right? So many challengers matches should be exciting, but Omit has gotten the better of P7 a lot.
Chat, I think we nailed it with our power rankings yesterday. How do you feel about my rankings today? It's your Aramco power rankings, and we switched up our order. Your top 4, we already know these guys are into the playoffs. That's Optic, Vancouver, Heretics, and Movistar Koi. Our day 2 favorites. You two like Cloud9 and 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I still like FaZe, but they might have a rematch against that Omit squad that took them the distance.
Yeah, when you talk about the vulnerable category, the reason it being is like for Boston Breach, it's not easy because even if they go up against Team War, that was a tough battle. And Team Falcons looked fairly good yesterday. It was just a couple of stumbling and mistakes on the side of FaZe. Of course, they've already gone to a Game 5 with Omit. So should that have to happen again, that's where they are vulnerable. But day 2 favorites, Cloud9, I hope we get to see more of them. I'm really interested on what kind of run that they can make. tonight.
And who are you more worried about, Boston or FaZe tonight?
I'm more worried about FaZe.
Really?
It's kind of what I wanted to dive into. Yeah, they just have not.
Expectations are higher, right?
They have not looked good at all. The match versus Omit, I thought they got completely outplayed, snuck away with a W because Draza made some heroic plays on 2 of the maps that they won. And you're looking at, they're going to probably have to play them again. Both those teams, Boston and FaZe, in a really tough spot. I think Cloud9's a shoo-in to make it through. And those top 4 teams, as you said, are already locked.
Cloud9 considered by the community to have one of the easier groups. They will advance after losing to Optic if they're able to power through today. But we aren't the only ones with thoughts on the matches that are going on, not just here on Alpha, but over on Bravo. Let's check in with 2 of our casters. We got Ton and Shift.
All right, my guy, Chris. Cheers. I know we had a late night last night, but wow, I'm glad we got some hot coffee on this cold day today.
Oh, yeah. I know. It is actually, I'm glad it's not iced, if anything. I wouldn't want to cool down any more than I am now.
Let's chat, my man, because wow, first day, tons of action. Already won, kind of upset Heretics over FaZe, but FaZe is looking a little bit soft coming into today.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shaky one for them. We were wondering, is it going to change from what we've seen in Kitchener? But, oh man, they're still looking shaky.
I know that. I also got to say, there was a lot of upset potential for some of the other top dogs that were there, but we got to think. We got 8 keys to crush today. We're kicking off 4 right off the get-go. Some of our powerhouses are in trouble. What is your SNB match of the day today?
It has to be the rematch of what we seen yesterday. Presumably Omit will get themselves to that spot, but FaZe taking on Omit in that last game of the day potentially could be insane. And what better a place to do it than sunny Riyadh?
I mean, I don't know if I'm sweating because it's hot or if I'm sweating because I'm a FaZe fan right now trying to hope they get through. I'm not actually a FaZe fan. I'm just saying that. You know, you got to do a little fan service for the boys.
Just a little bit of fan service. I mean, they kind of need it right now. They need something to shove them forward. But Omit, the Challengers team, how crazy would it be if they knocked out our current champions? Alan, are you kidding me?
We had a couple of Challengers teams find wins against the worst teams last year, but a team out of Challengers to qualify for the playoff bracket against FaZe? That'd be insane.
That'd be crazy, bro. I'm excited.
I'm here for it. We got 8 keys to crush. Let's get that all started.
Shout out to the boys out there in the heat. I am sweating in the air conditioning here in Riyadh. Ali, though, our players are just about ready to take the stage in 10 minutes. Before we get to that, can we hit this storyline one more time?
Absolutely.
FaZe might not make it to the top 8 if Omit plays the way they did on day 1. For anyone who is still sleeping in America, what do they need to know about the top squad coming out of Challengers?
Listen, when you look at Team Omit, right, you're going to have Vivid and Mac obviously already, but Mamba and Craze yesterday were unbelievable. I know they lost that rewind, but the places they were making on the map, like if they had started a little bit stronger, Vivid had a little bit stronger of a start, I think they steal that away. I mean, the way they set each other up, Craze was constantly making heads-up plays. He was constantly taking risks to kind of put his team in positions. And Mamba, so good at playing his
They play around each other.
Incredible.
I mean, you talk about AR SMG chemistry.
Yeah.
Like, it's up there with some of the best in the league. Like, literally, the way that they work together. So, yeah, those guys, they have a good chance today, but they're going to need to bring their A game because FaZe from day to day can be a different team. Like, this could be a different FaZe today.
I did see one moment yesterday when the FaZe matched up against Omit where I was like, okay, FaZe is going to win this series no matter what. It was one-on-one, Mamba versus Simp. Simp closes the gap.
Yeah, that
Mamba kind of pees down his leg. A little bit nervous here. You're playing a beast, right? You're playing what's considered the greatest players of all time, and folks like BZ, Simp, Celium.
Yeah.
How is Omit able to just stay confident after holding the L from yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have Mac and Vivid who have had so many matches against them, right? And then Mamba and Craze, when you hear Mamba talk about them and sort of their journey, it's just confidence. Like, they just don't lose maps in Challengers. So when you have that confidence and also that experience from Challengers, and you have players who have competed at a high level before and won events, it kind of all comes together when you get into a match like that. It's, hey, just do what we do in practice. We know what we are capable of, and that's exactly what they did. When Craze set the tone on that map number 1, dropping 40, it's just kind of like, okay, I can do this the rest of the series now, and he proceeded to do so.
What's so funny is when Draza was sitting here yesterday in the interview, he even made a point of like, it's our confidence, right? Like, we know that we can gun anybody. It's all about the names on the other side of the screen. Like, that shouldn't be gunning us. It almost feels like Mamba and Craze have that mentality, that confidence, and that's why they're finding so much success, is because in situations like this, you have to be overly confident. You have to be delusional going up against a team like Atlanta FaZe.
Well, they've been training with Jeremy Stud, and if there's anyone delusional, it's that man. Yes. Take a look, though, at our first battle of the day. I love you, Studdy. We got to talk about the crew that has everyone fired up in Riyadh. They go by the name of Team Falcons.
Yep.
Falcons, of course, club champions of last year. They've invested in some of the best esports players across multiple titles. Their Call of Duty team, though, struggled this year. 3 wins in the CDL season.
Yeah.
They bring in a new piece for EWC, and they're looking for a different result. On the other side, War, you've been in Challengers for a while. You've been near the top of Challengers. Here's your opportunity. You didn't take advantage of it yesterday, falling when you could have beat Boston.
Yeah, and it's tough because when we got to see some of the match yesterday with Team War, I think Niam's incredible. I think that was a player that I didn't know anything about, and watching his gameplay, I was like, this goes right along with Team Omit, Mamba and Craze, players that might be looking for a slot next year. So for Team War, a win here against Falcons would be huge. I mean, you're going up against a world champion in Arcades who hasn't been playing the best.
This Team War is playing with their coach. Like, let's not.
Which one is it? Is it Bink?
Yes, Bink is their coach. And on this map, number 1, like, played so well. Assault actually popped off on this map as well. He was playing very well. This is a team that won map 1, going to the game 2, up 3-0, and then a switch flip on the side of Boston.
Snoopy.
They just took over. Snoopy and Purge, right? So I think an endurance is going to be a huge factor here. War got off to a hot start, but like you still have to stay calm when you get to that search and destroy. Taylor back, you have a lead. All right, let's adjust now, right? Let's put our foot on their throats and close this out.
All right, Assault 2018, World War II world champion.
Yeah.
Niam, I don't know who this guy is, but we have him on camera. Let's learn.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with the one and only Niam from Team War. How you feeling today, man, as we get ready to go into day number 2?
I'm feeling really good. I can't wait to play. It's like a good experience to have. I never thought I would be doing this, but I'm just ready to play.
There you go, okay? It's definitely a great experience, man. And yesterday, we got a chance to see you guys take on Breach. Talk to me about that series, because it didn't work out the way you guys wanted it to.
I just think it was just the S&D. We started off fast, and we won the first 3 rounds, but then just through the whole rest of the game, we just didn't adjust on our offense and defense, and everything else, like they just took control of everything.
There you go, okay? So, going into this next series against Falcons, all right, it's going to be a little bit different than that Breach series because the crowd, the fans, they got drums out there, okay? Yeah. They probably getting loud right now as they're watching this video. How you going to be able to handle that pressure with you and the boys?
Honestly, I just think I'll just give a shout out to Adam Assault because he just helps us through. Just make sure we're just composed, make sure we're just not just doing like everything else. Just make sure we're playing our game and we'll just be fine.
There you go, okay? And now, when it comes down to, you and the squad here, it's so much in what you guys want to achieve coming from challengers, making a name for yourselves, all right? Talk to me about what makes you guys so great.
Honestly, it's just like our teamwork, basically. That's really about it, honestly. Just the confidence we have.
There you go, okay? You're going to have all that confidence there on the main stage, but I know you guys can do it. I see you got all black on like it's about to be a funeral. Yeah. You're about to crush some dreams out there.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if you're going to crush some keys as well.
Thank you, Blaze, and it's great to meet Niam. He is playing here today, and I asked, is he an SMG, is he an AR? He's been running both on day 1.
Yeah, he was running both yesterday, and, when I was looking over at that match, his communication, he's just so calm, and he was the most consistent on the team yesterday as well, so I think Niam has a good future in this esport, and I'm excited to see them today, because we didn't get to debut them on Alpha yesterday, so under the spotlight, under the bright lights, with that crowd, we'll see if they're able to perform.
On the biggest stage, and they are going up against the fan favorites, because the Falcons crew, they roll deep, and they fill these stands. We caught up with the Falcons' favorite player, Xnid, the Saudi Arabian. Here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with the one and only Xnid. Make some noise for him. Now, Xnid, how are you feeling as we enter day number 2?
I feel good. I feel great. Because yesterday, we lose against Toronto. We are sad because the fans. Or now today, we feel good. Inshallah, we win today, and we will win for the fans.
Yep.
So we have too much today. Big day, for Falcons.
Yep.
We will win, inshallah.
There you go, all right? Now, we know that, yesterday the game did not go as what you wanted to, okay? What did you and the team learn?
We learn, a lot of mistakes we do it against Toronto. We watch the VOD after we lose. We talk about everything, about the map 1 and map 3 and all the respawn, what we do, what we fix. And today we are ready for war and Boston, inshallah.
All right, you ready for all types of war today?
Yeah.
Now, we know that you swapped your role recently, okay? How has that been working for you?
It's okay, like if I change from main sub to Felix, because I was Felix for 2 years or 3 years.
Yeah.
Like it's feel hard the last of the game you change it, but it's okay. Like for me, I feel good. Like
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, as you get ready to go into this matchup, all right, the crowd is going wild. This is your home turf, all right. This is your home field advantage. Now, what do you want to say to the fans out there as you guys get ready for Team War?
Can I speak Arabic?
Yes, you can.
أول شيء يعطيكم الف عافية على حضوركم أمس. صراحة ما شاء الله تبارك الله على حضوركم دعمكم كلامكم كل شيء حتى بعد الخسارة. لكن إن شاء الله اليوم بنعوضكم إن شاء الله. عندنا تحديين اللي هو وار أول شيء وبعدين بنفكر بعد إذا فزنا ضد بوسطن. كلنا نحتاج حضوركم ودعمكم ما يحتاج أصلا أقول ما شاء الله تبارك الله. في الأوقات الصعبة دائما تلقى جمهور فالكون. الله يسعدكم وإن شاء الله اليوم بنسعدكم بإذن الله ونطلع فرحانين.
All right, y'all, let's get the match started.
At the start of the year, we saw 7 players from Saudi Arabia cycling in and out of the Falcons roster. Exit is the last man standing, and Nameless, you mentioned it during the interview. His English has gotten so much better, so improved over this season.
Yeah, and his comms as well, right?
Yeah.
Like he's put in a ton of work, right? Like obviously trying to get better at communication and also trying to get better as an individual and now trying to play like a different role. I know he said he started off playing, Flex for 2 years, but it's a different story when you're playing it in the Pro League. I mean, Exit is just leaps and bounds. He's improved so much throughout the year, and now this is the best team that he's been on, and they're looking to do some damage in front of this crowd. So for Falcons, they have to show up today, and more importantly, the hard point has to show up. I mean, I think they've lost 13 in a row.
Let's keep it a buck here, Ali. They have been struggling in that game mode, and it is twice in every best of 5. We're going to see it on Hacienda and Rewind in this series. How do the Falcons look, though, on Dealership and Vault? Because TJ showcased what he can do in Search and Destroy for this squad.
Yeah, this is kind of a weird map set for me when I think of Team Falcons. I see that Vault control, and we're happy if you're on that side. Dealership, I like for them as well. The Hacienda, though, is where it gets a little weird. I don't feel like we see Team Falcons play this map and mode very often, so I'm a little bit worried raising some flags there because of how SMG and aggressive heavy they can be.
On the other side, walk me through War's story. If they are going to survive and keep their key intact, how do they get the job done on these 5 maps? We got 30 seconds.
It's got to be through respawns, Chris. I mean, that's where teams beat Falcons. Falcons are dangerous in the Search and Destroy, so got to start off hot in that hard point and try to take both of them in this series.
Are there players to watch on War in your eyes?
Yeah, I would go with Neum, and then also I will go with Assault. I mean, what we saw from Assault yesterday is he can still take over games. Boston's no slouch, and he was popping off against them on that map, number 1.
10 seconds. Who wins this?
I'm going to go Falcons, crowd energy.
Ali?
Falcons, for sure.
I, too, feel the Falcons win today. Let's get this show started as we send the party to the stage.
The dust has settled on day 1. And after all of the chaos and carnage, our 16 teams now know exactly what's on the line.
The lights might be bright in Riyadh, but the narrative is about to get darker because today, every match will leave a mark.
4 teams have already booked their spot inside of the playoffs. For the others, their keys are now on the line. This is where the best really come to the dance, because if you lose, your key gets crushed in front of the world by your opponent.
And the stakes cannot be more clear. You got club championship points on the line. You got the lion's share of $1.8 million on the line.
Are you hearing this?
I'm hearing this.
There is a crowd here. This is where reputations are either made or crushed. And we've got a vocal crowd here in the building. Are we ready to start our first matchup? Hold on a second. You were noisy a second ago. Are you ready to start?
I think we're ready to bring out the first team. They got top 3 all year long in their league. No flash, just fundamentals. Please welcome Team War.
Talk about a home crowd advantage. Soaring onto the stage is Team Falcons.
No room for error. Our first key will be crushed. This is where EWC comes alive. Let's begin.
Let's get things going here. Day number 2 in Riyadh. We're going to break some hearts and smash some keys. And it starts with what could be a really intriguing matchup. Team Falcons, one of the worst teams from the league, not finding much success with their initial roster. Make a big change. Don't find much success with that roster. Whereas Team War, one of the most successful challengers teams of the year, but find themselves having to sub in 2 players last second. I'm Shift with me, Ton. Brother, how we feeling?
Oh, we're feeling interested to see how this game's going to go down. It's going to be a curious one, because I think for the side of Falcons, all right, they didn't look too great in their first game. They've got themselves now to this stage up against a Team War team. And with all due respect, I feel as if Falcons have been a bit fortunate in the sense that, okay, you've got that advantage of the... I mean, Team War have had to make those changes, right?
Yeah.
Their coach is playing for them. The coach is a good player in his own right, of course. But, I mean, that's a huge thing for Team War to have to adapt to very late in the day.
And I do want to just talk about Big Ray here on screen, because as much as there's been the word coach thrown around,
he's a player.
He's a player. He literally comes in as a quote-unquote coach kind of last second for the squad. He played all year long. Top 12s, top 16s at the LAN events that had happened. Not the greatest of placements in the elites, but made every single Challengers elite in North America. So there is a level of, again, it's not like a situation where we're talking about, like, you know, the Marky B situation where he's filling in last second and hasn't played, you know, competitively in a couple of years. It's been a couple of months at worst for Bink. And to be fair, he did look good yesterday, so not a bad substitute in terms of kind of trying to find the value for making this Team War team still feel like a significant powerhouse out of Challengers.
Should be interesting to see how he does slot into that role. And I think, though, if you are Team War, you look at their opportunity here. They can really spoil the hometown crowd's vibe this morning, very, very early doors. And I think it's one of those maps that they sort of say, or matches, I should say, they'll say to themselves, right, okay, we can do something here. Falcons have been a struggle, but, I mean, at the same time, you got guys like Pred. I mean, this man is a world champion.
You got a couple of world champions.
Caliber is there.
Yeah, you've got Pred, you've got Arcides, you've got Assault. No, there are some world champs on the stage, but I think it's just one of those things that it just kind of leaning into what you're talking about. Like, this would be a huge disappointment for Team Falcons to come out and lose to a Challengers team that is not playing at their full force, let alone the fact that if Bink's not coaching, then you've got Kevin Pichardo behind you. I'll tell you, that guy doesn't know much about COD. He knows a little bit about COD, but he's not the usual guy that you want in your ear, I'll tell you that much.
No, I think with all due respect to Kev, good friend of the broadcast team, in fairness. Not the best golfer we've ever seen, but, you know, that's besides other point. But realistically, look, that is still one of those things that Kev's got to sort of slot himself in there. It is a valid point. It's not going to be off a great deal outside of the vibes, but that can be important.
No, for sure. And I think just to the other side of this, you know, we talk about just the long losing streak that Falcons have unfortunately found themselves in the midst of throughout the entirety of this year, really, for the most part. But you're looking at a player like Pred on the other side of the stage, and he's looking at you like,
I don't belong here.
Yeah.
Like,
he's going to look at you like he wants to eat you alive.
Correct. I'm going to absolutely dominate. I mean, that's the player I'm watching for this matchup in particular. Like, he should have no worries running through this series and establishing himself as a main SMG in the league. TJ's kind of the same situation, though, at the same point. Has been there, done that in a number of ways. He's had a couple of really consistent years. The real question mark is, can Exnid perform in front of the home crowd? And I know that he's feeling the vibes, and he's going to be the first one to start roaring.
I wonder, for Exnid, it will be a bit of a superpower having this crowd behind you, but is it a pressure thing as well, right? I mean, you are the one representing your home region over the entire league.
Yeah.
There's nobody else. So that pressure could be quite high on Exnid's shoulders. Of course, over the start of the season, I would have loved to. I mean, we've had this discussion, and as somebody who kind of casted over Falcons quite a bit when they were in the Tier 2 side of things, coming up through the European side, watching him and Kicks especially, I really wonder how things could have gone better with Kicks this year, potentially. The guy was a player.
Yeah, he absolutely was. Young gun, flexible. I think there's a lot of us that were looking at, him and Exnid
he was
together.
The number one.
Without question, absolutely. But I know that there was like a lot of questions about like where are Falcons weakest with that initial roster, and it's like, do you put Kicks back onto an SMG? Because let's be honest, first quarter of the year, we were talking SMGs, and watching Kicks dominate with an AR was great, but it was like, does it add any fuel? Obviously not part of the conversation for quite some time. And to be fair, Exnid stepped up when he needed to.
100%.
Not just with the full Saudi Arabian roster, but I think he's also shown that in the midst of world champions in the roster with him now, he's still hanging. He's still not more than just hanging. He's putting together a really solid opening debut rookie season.
Yeah, 100%. I think, realistically speaking, if you were to take the whole Falcons kind of side things out of it, a very good player in his own right, 100%. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how today does go down. Though we have a couple of problems with the lobby. We'll get things up and running again, but the crowd very much getting behind their main man.
Let's put into scope a little bit more zoomed out here. This group kind of in total, because yes, you've got, again, the heavy favorite in the group already qualified through. There's no worries there. Do you see an extension of either of these two teams, depending who wins, to get through the next qualifier match and get into the playoff bracket? Because it still feels like an arduous test still awaits them.
Yeah, it is. I think realistically, Boston yesterday didn't impress me massively in their final game, but we've seen what they looked like in their game up against, obviously, Team Wall. Falcons, again, against Movistar. It was kind of very, very simple for both those two teams to get through to that winners match. Obviously, Boston have dropped down. The winner of this will play Boston.
Yep.
I think it's going to be still a very tough matchup for whoever gets through. Boston are a solid team and only beaten by a very good team in Movistar Koi.
Yeah, they definitely have stepped up, and like the desk was talking about, they may have really established themselves with Abe in the mix and a new identity as being, at least a top 4 team. Obviously, you can say that with where they find themselves in the playoff bracket, but could be a dark horse to potentially surprise some of the top dogs based on how they looked in the first 2 matches. So, some things to kind of consider in terms of the group at large. Again, the B stream is also going on. They're going to be focused on Group A's track through this first elimination. Then, of course, we'll do Group C and Group D afterwards. The big news here, though, really is on the keys. You lose here, it's subject to the crusher, and you're done. With really minimal amounts of, hey, we did it, you got here, but did you? Like, it's just people forget about who finishes top 16 really quickly.
Yeah, 100%. I think you definitely don't want to be one of the first teams out. That is just the scenario that everybody comes into this tournament and kind of, well, you'd be thinking to yourself, just do not want to be those teams. Those first keys crushed. And I'll tell you, we were here obviously a couple of weeks ago. I was here in week number 1 as well. When those keys crush, they make a pop.
Oh, yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, it's different than last year.
It actually caught me off guard a little bit. I was sat in the green room, like literally 2-3 rooms down, and I heard the pop at the end. And it really does go through you. And you don't want it to be going through you when it is your key. That's the thing.
Yeah, absolutely the case. A little bit more history kind of to talk about from last year to this year. We mentioned it a little bit, kind of talking about the Challengers teams that have a chance to play up against the established league veterans. Last year, not a single Challengers team made it to the playoff bracket, but there were a couple of Challengers teams who did beat pro squads. In particular, Gentlemates had taken down G2, Stallions had beat Heretics, and Lore Gaming had beaten Falcons. So there is a level of, what do you look at in terms of, now granted that Falcons team was a Challengers team at that point in time, but still by organizational claim, that was the only real kind of quote unquote upsets that we had were Gentlemates and Stallions in particular.
but a level of the Falcons trying to get their first win on the EWC stage here.
Yeah, and it would be massive for them if they can actually get that done. I think at the same time, if we're going to start talking about some of the maps, that kind of thing, you've got to look for Team War to have a potential opportunity in this hardpoint. That's where you've got to believe.
Sure,
right?
sure.
I mean, we can talk about Vegas, as everybody kind of knows. 15 maps in a row they've lost now in hardpoint. You look over towards yesterday, what was the map that Team War took off Boston? It's map number 1 in hardpoint.
Map 1 in hardpoint.
So there is a strength that is going to lie there in the weakness that there is there for the CDL team and Falcons. So there's an opportunity here for Team War. I think realistically speaking, we will still be looking at Falcons as the favorites for this matchup. But we have to understand, their weakness is a major one. And if Team War can exploit that, Falcons could be in a lot of trouble early on.
No, I agree with you. And I think especially because this Falcons team has been very predictable. They like to play Skyline. They like to play Vault. It's been the most routine map inside their hardpoint map pool. We don't have either of those in this one. It's a Hacienda and a Rewind in that order. And for Team War, there's a level of, kind of talking about their hardpoint. This was the map that they got body slammed on. I mean, it was like 250 to 105 or something like that. Like, they did not look good at all. So there's a level of trying to find a way to get yourself tuned back up again after the very short night and find a way to come out and do better. Just play better COD, like flat out. And that's difficult because, again, you're playing with 2 substitutes. You don't really have the rehearsal etiquette and the reps that a team like Falcons was going to have.
Game almost ready to go. Not to make any promises, but we are very much nearly there. Should be an interesting series, but my goodness, there's a lot on the line here.
Indeed there is. And the stage is starting to get lit up, so we'll head on down to our hosts to give us the news.
Hello, guys. Yeah, you're right. You did just say there's a lot on the line here, and we need to talk about some of it. In front of this pocket of Falcons fans that are just blowing the roof off this place, of course, this trophy is a big part of what's at stake here, the $1.8 million prize pool too. But we need to talk about Club Championship, Fancy. The Falcons are the defending champions from last year, and they could be in trouble.
Absolutely, and their key is different. They got the Champions key. It's not just like any other key. And if they get to crush this key, it's going to be the first ever key in Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at EWC 25 that it gets crushed on this stage. So will it be a Champions key that gets crushed? Will it be just an ordinary key? We're about to find out.
Well, I mean, it'd be quite brutal, wouldn't it? Because you've got this packed out crowd supporting Falcons. And if they lose here to Team War, they will have to watch as their key gets crushed in front of all of them. Absolutely. It's the beautiful beauty, the beautiful brutalness, I'm going to say, of EWC. In fact, should we talk to the crowd? What do you think?
Absolutely, and I mean, championship points are crucial to Falcons right now. They haven't been doing well in the first 2 weeks of EWC as a whole, and if you remember last year, they were able to lock a tournament on the first week of EWC 24. And it's week 3, and they still don't have a trophy, so they're still not eligible to win it. But things are on the line right now.
Yeah.
Let's talk to the crowd.
Go on, do it, Fancy. Let's see.
All right. Guys, do you think that Falcons will win this match? I don't think that was loud enough. If you think Falcons will win, make some noise! There you go.
Wait. Is there anybody, I want to make sure, is there anybody here supporting Team War? Hey, you 3, we love you, all right? But let me just double check. Team Falcons, are we ready? Let's get right back into this one. It is time to officially kick things off with our casters.
Ian, Fancy, thank you guys so much. Yeah, we're ready to go up here. I'll tell you what, I mean, we may not be right there in the venue, but we can feel the energy circulating around the Boulevard all the way across the scene as we're getting ready to go for our Hacienda hardpoint.
Oh, we're a building along and a box along, and I feel the vibrations. I'm ready to get into this one. This should be a super exciting game between these two teams. I think both of them are in that position for a reason. Their group is a difficult one, no doubt. But now heading into this, are they going to be able to step their game up and find a way through this group? This first game is that first step.
Absolutely the case. And again, it's just across the board when you look at Falcons. We talked about their hardpoint record. It's been bad, to put it plainly. But it's just the fact that they're not rotating well, they're not holding well, they're not breaking well. Nothing is going right for them. So now you got a chance to find a chance to get into the mix, take down a challenger team that's at a vulnerable point in their roster with no excuses. You've got 2 world champions, and you've got an opportunity to really step things up and pop off here on the main stage in front of your crowd. Let's get things going. We got Team Falcons, Team War. Let's get it on.
Really interested to see how Exnet is going to perform. I think, you know, it's realistic. You have to sort of say there is an expectation level from that crowd. And he's going to have to bring his A game because I mean, Team Moore yesterday, as mentioned, they took the first map up against Boston in that hard point. After that, things didn't go too hot, yes, but they more than have the ability to find something here up against the CDL squad in Team Falcons.
See what we get. Opening not terrible here for Team Moore, able to find a little bit of time on the open fountain. Backup is provided, and now it's just down to the rest of Falcons coming off of a very bad spawn by Boathouse. Try to get some damage done, and how about it? TJ, nice little double, opens up the hard point. Unfriendly name to have something over the top, and an opportunity to kind of get across the map here, but Team Moore have backed off with 8 seconds remaining, just trying to play for the P2 setup.
Hard to find that kill of Curiosities. Gets a little bit of good timing on Assault. Oh, and it finds the head of Niam as well. Great shots coming in from Arcides, and the break should now be there. The spawns will flip. Nice play from Falcons.
Way too easy right there for Falcons. I mean, if you're looking at that from Team Moore's perspective, you backed off 15 seconds ago, barely even found a kill off the power positions that you're able to hold on to. TJ pushing up, dealt with by Big Snade. Difficult gunfight for Exton. Didn't like the look of that through the rafters, so we'll step away, head over to the hard point. 2Real able to get back in for Team Moore. Looking for 2, but no. Exton able to shut that down. Now help is on the way with the quick spawns. Damage in. TJ able to try to follow up, not able to get bold, but has a chance to get forward, and then will eventually find the final kill. So good moment here for Falcons with 20 seconds remaining.
Nice and steady from Falcons once they found a way through, but I agree with you for Team Moore, that was far too easy. Folded like a wet paper bag over towards Garage. You cannot be doing that. You're going to have to take your opportunities, and P2 was one of them. You're not going to get it. Big scoring points coming in from Falcons there. As we now head over towards P3, we're over towards the fences. It's a bit of a 50-50.
And I was about to say, it doesn't just feel like it was too easy for Falcons. It's just the tempo that you're starting to see from the SMGs. Yeah, I think all of us wanted that one from DJ. But Pred, TJ, and now Exnid swapping back and forth between both weapons, getting the job done immediately from 2 to 3. And Team Moore is just, they are not looking good right now.
Now they're a bit all over the place. Pred now 8 and 2, starting to warm up. The third was on the chopping block, does not find it. Falcons maybe came in cold in the very first hill, but since then, you are right, far too easy.
Yeah, it's just, we're not shooting back right now after Team Moore. TJ's feeling like he can challenge everything. Pred feels like a god on the map, I'm sure. And if I'll tell you, TJ spins and finds that kill, yeah, you may as well just start talking about map number 2. Pred still on 5 in a row, halfway towards the Hellstorm, and just dancing outside the hard point, playing off the information. Now has the AR in hand. Think giving a bit of a workout, but let Exit take care of it at full HP, and there's just not a kill to speak of for Team Moore.
That was nice. They managed to actually dip and dive a bit for each other to get that initial control. They need a good hill hold somewhere down this line. Things are not clicking right now for Team Moore, but they do have control over towards the P4 side. The side now of Falcons, though, can you pick your way through? Red looking for that player that is lingering in off the spawn, but here he comes from the side, though. Can he find anything? No. 3 kills and a very, very decent hold from Team Moore.
Yeah,
points on the line.
Needed this badly. So a nice moment from 2Real, former pro player. Been sitting in challengers now for quite some time. Throwing his weight around just a touch as Niam, one of the more promising young guns in the challengers, has been kind of stuck playing with a couple of mixed match rosters throughout the challengers year to this point, but had really impressed us in day number 1 here at EWC. Big following up off his own damage, does get traded, Assault falls, and that's going to be enough for Arcides and the rest of Team Falcons to push through, but 2Real shuts down the play. 5 in a row for him with 1 more in front, waiting for the regen. Good play, and 2Real will have a 6 in a row.
Oh, well, you have the fault as well. TJ is going to find the kill. 2 seconds to play for, so not a great deal lost there from the side of Team Moore. And that's the hill he needed, we said it. You need to see a very good hold somewhere along the line. Falcons are running away with it, but now they put themselves well, truly back in contention. I think up top here, just trying to get something going over towards P1. You can already see Pred trying to make the move.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a wake up, bit of a spark right there from 2Real. Has Team Moore just about 30 seconds down. 2Real almost able to snap up towards Arcides, but Pred combining with him will find 3 of the 4. Oh, as I say, Assault, it looks like he's going to get caught throwing nades, but they'll be able to get a little bit of help from 2Real. And an opportunity here for the rest of Team Moore to try to work their way through open hall and find a way over back towards Fountain, or just to play for the P2 rotation.
Yeah, it looked as if they were going to find the push through water, but they just went straight through the middle of the map. Exnit's caught unawares, and all of a sudden, the numbers are here for Team Moore. They lose a bit of time over towards P1, but these are good kills to find. P2 now very much in their hands, but it was last time, Alan, they lost it very quick.
Yeah, this is a big moment right here for Team Moore. They do shut down Pred, finding 3 in a row, but the spawns will still be out for Team Moore. Nice shots from Assault. trying to get a read on where the rest of this Falcons squad is, and they just don't read it at all. The player on the back was never there. The spawns were not anticipated, and Team Falcons able to take benefit of that.
Yeah, the spawns have been there for Falcons for quite some time as well. You would have thought communication would come through. He's on your right-hand side. They're pushing up the driveway. That has resulted now in Team Falcons in complete control of P2 again. Things are looking bleak for Team War now. That one decent hold is not going to nearly be enough.
No, especially with 30 seconds of the fight, and it's getting picked apart, not able to get a proper setup as Team War, and this is not what you want to see. You've got a player already on rotation to new. So we're really not even giving this an effort, and that's going to mean that Team Falcons will be around the 170 mark, if not higher than that, if they get the rotation quickly over to 3 like they had last time.
Pred sitting at 19 and 6.
I'm telling you.
Guys absolutely terrorizing Team War. DJ starting to make some moves here as well, but Team Falcons got to go through a setup that Team War have been constructing for some time. So they need to make sure they make it count. DJ can't find his way through. Turiel will find one. Accident is there for the trade. Falcons here in numbers.
But against another setup for Team War, you rotated 30 seconds ago and you've already lost spawns. So now you have to hold from inside the hard point. Team Falcons are going to have the numbers to get back to fight this 4v3 a little bit sooner. And with the Hellstorm in, that's going to be an immediate break, plus a slice from Arseny's 4 in a row. Almost gets the gun up in time to find Turiel as well. But that's just another moment where Team War just looked completely out of sorts.
Have not been able to get anything going. It's been far too easy for Falcons. Exiting down a 3 sprint, trying to stay alive over towards the fence's side. But right now, Team War are flapping to try and find a way back into this game. It is far too easy. And for Pred, he's like, yeah, you remember I'm a world champion, no problem. So easy right now for Falcons. 5-3 for Exit, 5-3 for Pred. This time they're the first ones over towards this rock hill. This is the only time that War really got on that first rotation. Eventually get themselves in. They need a full 60 here.
Yeah, I was going to say a little bit of a self-nade coming through to get the double off the initial battle for the hard point. Follow-up from Turiel is decent. Pred gets pushed back, but still on 6 in a row. Eventually shut down, and yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, what, 50 of the seconds so far that Team War have earned have come by way of P4. The other bit of it came from P1. Like, they just have found a lot of success on this rock hill, and they need it bad.
It is sort of keeping them in the game, though, isn't it?
It is.
It's not necessarily that it's out the realm of possibility, especially you pick up this next 25. And you're set, what, 50 behind? Doable. Very doable. It's one good P2 hold. They've actually put themselves in positions to be able to actually do something good at P2 and have not executed well enough. Okay, they find a great amount of time there. Falcons not able to find any kind of inroads. Team War, if you can bring this over towards P2, we got a tag.
It's the same stories that we talked about with Vault, though, yesterday with Boston. It's like you can't just win this map by doing well on P4. You have to win a P2 or a P3. And so far, in the couple of instances where Team War have defaulted for playing for early rotations, they have not held their setup. So lots of curiosity and concern, especially with Falcons already over the 200-point mark, earning a lot of time on P1.
And that's the thing, when you get into a third rotation, P1 starts to become a lot more important.
Yeah, it does.
Right? You can start to get yourself a little bit of a hold. You chip away at those points, any point past 200. Feels like a couple. Now for the side of Team War, trying to find a way back through, but this is a bit easy right now for Falcons. They've been soaking time, hand over fist. Still inside of the point, still getting time at P1. That's like 20, 30 seconds so far.
Yeah, and now you have to rotate and play through old if your Team War has to fight the war on 2 fronts, and Pred snap it, 27 and 10. Holy, how about that as Team Falcons looking to, again, just play this from leader's advantage. Still soaking time, still putting pressure on Tanu, and these long routes from Team War would have been great if it was the second set of hills, but we're at the end of the game. We got to go quick.
We got to try and make them move. They lose the spawn fight. Extend will find Turiel. Over towards this side, though, can they manage to find a way through? A couple of kills are going their way. A 2, 3, 4, and rising for Team Falcons if they can get themselves inside the point, but Team War still just about holding on.
Yeah, just from the front, though, because, again, Falcons able to establish control of the spawns. DJ off the regen, waiting for help, gets the contest, doesn't predict the correct corner, but the follow-up is there. Assault, Turiel trying to keep themselves alive, but the break has come through. One more hit, it's from the side door. Arsene is good for the opener. Doesn't expect the quick exchange, though, with Turiel in the mix. Still winnable, though, from Team Falcons as they find their break.
Managed to find a breakthrough, but Pred has managed to get rid of one of his teammates. Killing everything he possibly can on the map, but they are 10 seconds away now. One final push from Team War.
Backstead, does he do it himself? Almost. Arseny's looking to go for the 1v2 just to possibly put this game out of reach, but no. It will be one last lifeline for Team War. Problem is, the spawns have flipped again, and now they got to make the long journey over to fences.
Yeah, it's always that tough battle uphill. towards the latter stages of a hard point, if you find yourself, 70, 80 behind and the opposition are only 10 away, it's a small amount of scrap time. That's all they need. You have to break through the setup.
Oh, and they have.
Coming through.
And they've also gotten at least one player to spawn up from behind, but no. Going to be taken down. Exit, try to watch the corner. Quick trade from Bink, but the last couple of seconds surely going to come through for Team Falcons, and yes, it will. P2, P3, the linchpin for success as Falcons fly away with map number 1.
Good performance from Falcons. A shake of the head from Clay. But is that a shake of the head at the opposition? That is the first win on hardpoint in 16 maps for Falcons.
Yeesh. And it's just one of those matchups again. Like, I hate to just kind of go back to what we said at the very beginning, but you know Pred is looking at Neum, Assault, Turil, and Beacon saying, yo, bet. Like,
chatting his teeth out.
Dude, yeah, exactly. Wow, I heard that through your microphone. But, I mean, that's just, again, you get fuel from Pred immediately, and it's just a different level of ball game. We're playing a different level of Call of Duty right now if you're Pred against these guys, and he tees off. Right behind him, though, the whole way is TJ setting the tone, setting the pace, and then RCDs and XNet just casually doing the dirty jork, just rotating, finding the hill time, letting the SMGs fry. That's a hell of an opener.
Clay appreciating what he's seeing from Falcons. And they need to bring their A game continuously here. I think a good start to their day is imperative, to be honest with you. They will be coming into this absolute favorites. Yes, we do know that. But a good result here, as in a convincing win, is important. I think they need a little bit of momentum behind them today.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, it's going to be a long path. And I think the thing about it, is zooming out a little bit from this particular matchup, you look at a Boston team that's waiting for the winner of these two squads, and Boston should be feeling just as confident based on their recent third-place finish. Obviously, they fall a little bit short versus Movistar Koi, but I think they look at themselves in terms of how do we match up against the Falcons or a war, they should be feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. Like, there's a lot of potential fuel in this fan base for this Falcons team to continue through not just this matchup, but extend the energy into a pivotal one versus Boston, pending they win here.
I think something, and maybe I'm looking far too far in the future, but I think if you look at the matchup, if we do get it, the Search and Destroy is going to be massive. Obviously, Boston have been struggling there. That's something for Falcons to potentially have a look at. Well, I mean, look, that's a bit further down the road, but a potential matchup if they can get past Team 1.
I think the thing, too, is, talking about the Search and Destroy now as we obviously put that into the immediate focus, it's been where Vegas has been the best over the year. I mean, a couple of wins here and there throughout, even a couple of decent squads. But you look at the map set for this particular best of 5, we've got a dealership coming up next, which is, a map that obviously very recently added to the pool. To be fair, Falcons have played it quite a bit. I think the thing about it is, regardless of your rehearsal reps, where you've had success versus failures as Falcons, you're playing up against a team that had to make last-minute substitutions. And when that happens, usually the Search and Destroy playbook is very thin.
Yeah, I would imagine it is. These players on the opposite side, those do still have plenty of experience.
Sure.
We're talking about the world champion and Pred. World champion behind them in Clayster. Arcidy's a world champion himself. On the other side, we got Assault. I remember. I was there. It happened. The guy was incredible that tournament. That was a long time ago.
It was
I'm feeling
6 years ago, bro.
Is it that long ago?
2018. 7 years ago?
Might be 7.
Oh,
it is 7.
my God.
It is 2025. We are in our 30s.
Oh, no. Let's not talk about that anymore. I mean, it's just been interesting, taking a look at the history and the competitive career of an Adam Assault. Because, again, you're right. Like, world champion MVP from that tournament. But since that point, largely been quiet. And in and out of challengers. But here we go. Right on into round number 1 of the dealership. And quick pace and tempo being established by Falcons as TJ gets a pretty decent look here at Team War over towards the B entrance, Pred on the crossfire. And Team War need to make a decision if we're really going to commit through this double SMG setup or not.
They really still want to. There's no pressure coming in over towards the C side, but you've got to back up. Immediately, you've got the information, and you still try to play with fire. They will now back up, and now in a 3v4 scenario, Team Falcons smell blood in the water.
RCD's a little bit of trouble getting into the vent. Finds a couple of toe tags, also confirms the information that the rotation to A is underway. Long flank on the way to Real, going to chase behind it, but shut down by Pred. And there's just no help here from Bake. He's trying to get back around the corner, and he's being hunted.
I was a bit confused at what the plan was there with the bomb for 2Real, right? I mean,
no clue.
You got Arcades over towards the backside. You got somebody watching the flank. I'm not quite sure what the plan was, but Exnid will foil any further plan you would imagine that Team War had in this round. Assault left in the 1 versus 3.
Yeah, and he's stuck. Does have the bomb to play with, but not a lot of time to make a plant happen. So he's going to have to commit to A. He's going to have to go quickly. TJ in his way. Likely to be the first and maybe even last line of defense that's needed, and that's indeed the case. Yeah, it's just quick tempo, quick pace. Both SMGs for Falcons arguing with Team War right at the front of the archways. And Team War, are we going? Are we not going? What are we doing? Then Exnid rotates over, easy first blood.
Again, it's just the moment where 2Real moves there for me. I'm not too sure why. I felt like, not necessarily established control today, but somewhat, right? You know, you had some bodies in and around it. You had some Arcades over towards the backside, watching the push. I think at that moment, you are in a 3 versus 4, get that bomb down and fight that pressure to come through.
See what the offensive play is going to look like for Falcons. Trophy system earned, quick play through mid again. It's a deep play through mid, and War have no eyes on this whatsoever. Yeah, this is just an SMG heaven right now. Falcons just no respect. That's play 1 of the playbook. That's the we're better than you, let's run them down, and it works.
Fish in a barrel over towards B.
For real.
That's literally how it does get. I mean, they just run through, and there's nobody challenging that mid. I mean, realistically speaking, there was 3 of them there. It would have been tough on your own anyway. But you find a pick, and then almost you have that information. But they weren't really there to find information or a pick at all. Just no presence in the middle of the map. You've got to have something there, just purely for information. Even if you find a trade, like that's okay. Right. But like, just no presence whatsoever. Right, it's like, yeah, they're cheesing. This is easy.
And that's just one of those setups. If you're going to throw 3 members on defense to B, even if you get your nades countered by a trophy, that should be enough information to say somebody's there. But awareness was not fully in play in terms of the speed that Falcons were playing at. And now Exnid, eyes over the top of the B site. Again, look at the position that TJ's in, already playing in towards the den. Counter nade to come through as Exnid does get tagged, has to back away and call for a little bit of help.
It's like a bit of a bait with A now on the cards. Arcades will be calling that out, and Falcons will swoop in. Right, nice and close. Keeping them at bay, but only momentarily. He's going for the check. Arcades over towards this backside, and Pred easy. Delete 2Real far too quickly. Given the threat of the vent there, he's going to come into this one late. TJ is there to pinch in the other side. Maybe a bit overzealous for Pred, but that's how he's feeling right now.
Yeah, that's a heat check. Yeah. Without question. TJ in the corner, no problems there. And it's just all bases covered right now for Team Falcons. And another approach where I get it, like 2Real's right on top of the bomb site. He's worried about the player deep of the site, but no one's watching us cross towards garage. That's just, again, it's just too simple right now for Falcons.
I wonder if it's Team War, because, I mean, yesterday, they did struggle up against Boston, but they took that #1. They looked like they had some plays in them.
Yeah.
And I wonder if this main stage is maybe just a little bit too bright of a light right now.
Yeah, and here's a look at it. Pred just a little peek up, sees that 2Real's worried about the AR deep. Yeah, I'll take that fight every day. I mean, we're talking about 3 total kills so far for Team War. They just have not shown us signs of life at all.
Yeah, I have Arcee, okay?
Exnid getting excited. Enjoying the crowd. Baying his every move right now. And every move just seems to turn to gold for Team Falcons 3-0 up. As mentioned, S&D has been solid for them, but that is really showing here now. Team War, kind of at split. So these will get taken down. The child over towards A is well met. And aggressive though, and TJ trying to get up somehow. Nearly did. Pickup comes through, 2Real will find it 4 versus 2 now.
Yeah, I like this change of tempo from Team War. We're getting caught trying to play this methodical style of search. Let's just hit him with something in the first 15 seconds and hit it hard. See if we can just win some gunfights, give ourselves a number advantage. Now it's just about setting yourselves up in a 3v2 after a 4v2. That should be very comfortable for a win. Bomb collected, Exnid gets away, if only barely. No chase down from Bink as Team War will back off and just play their numbers.
He's waiting for Pred to do something here. Did they hear that? They wouldn't have. Right now in a position, if he has an Amaz there, could wreak havoc. But he would have got the information on the players crossing. Exnid is patient. That bomb will go down.
This is winnable. A lot of nades had been tossed in that first scuffle for Team War trying to get forward. Exnid exits through the vent. Long route from Pred. It's a double flank like you call. 2Real on the other side, but this is perfect. Exnid gets eyes on one.
Pops the door, no one there, but Pred falls on the flank. And now it's just down to the 1v3. Time starting to dwindle, but Exted cannot find Too Real in time to make anything of it. And Team War will get their first search round.
Yeah, decent effort there from Falcons, I want to say, to be honest with you, considering the situation. It was a 2 versus 4 initially. Team War, really nice retake. I think, you know, we've got to give them the credit where they deserve it. That was really nice.
And on top of that, just the opening set play of, let's not get mixed up this time. Let's just hit something with 3 players. Works out for a beautiful first blood and follow-up. So good stuff from Team War. And I will say, like, as much as I think I'll be just speaking to my own commentary, it's been a little critical of Team War. Falcons are playing well right now. Like, they're taking the advantages that are being given to them. Is it enough to take down a top team? Hard to say, but in terms of what they're doing versus Team War, it's everything you want.
Falcons go for that mid-map control once more. Team War not playing that game. 3 in a row now for Too Real. Trophy's out, A-bomb, this could well go down. Falcons are ready to jump into action, and also with an RC being called in, this is a little bit of an awkward situation for War now. You are established, but you have to hold tight.
Yeah, the thing was they used a lot of their nades to blow up the cars around them, so that RC is not going to chain a domino effect. TJ showing us a bit of a school lesson there in terms of some possible spam spots on the map, as the RC is still in play. Xnid trying to get a little bit further forward, sees information on Debink, but that's not enough to do much with, as Team War are going to make a late pivot back to B, and this is perfect for Falcons. Xnid says, I got you. They're going to triple stack the B site defensively.
On their way over. A little bit of a posture from both these two teams. Too Real finds one. TJ will be there to pick it up.
Yeah.
And gets taken down, but now they've reflipped themselves back over towards the A side. They waited for a blood to come their way. Re-establish control. Bomb will go down today.
Yep, and there's that spam spot. You can see it kind of through the X-ray. Pred showing us something, but Too Real mid-map. Able to take him out of commission. TJ in some trouble, but whoa! Hell of a set of shots from TJ. So now 2v2 in the post plant. 33 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be a full wrap from Falcons around the back.
This would be back-to-back rounds for Wall if they can manage to get a hold of it. A huge moment and a hard retake here for the side of Falcons. TJ will show face. Did they know where Alcides is as well? The double flank might be what catches them off guard.
Shots are good though. Assault has the ally of the clock on top of that. Plus he's got Bink behind. RC is able to trade. But again, the clock is the biggest issue. RC has to push forward. Goes for the high ground. Does not work. The shutdown is there. It's back-to-back rounds for Team War.
And that looked like an AR with an SMG in his hands, right?
Doesn't it?
That's a tough one. To try and jump over the top and find that pick with not a lot of time. Decent effort from Falcons to go for the retake, but I really like that. Team War were patient. I almost felt like they were about to fall into the trap over towards the B side, but they remain patient over towards A. Wait for the flanker to come through. They find the pick and they very, very quickly pivot, and that's the typical thing. It's not so much the call of the play. It's making it happen fast when it needed to.
Yeah, I agreed with you on that. All right, a little bit of momentum here for Team War. A lot of it coming from Too Real. Can they make it 3 in a row? Get this back to level footing. TJ making some noise here at A. Bomb not committed one side or the other, as Team War were more interested in finding early pressure through mid. A little bit of antics with the garage door for now between both squads, as now we start to get an intention that Falcons want to threaten the A site.
Ostering from both once again. Information is being gained from both these two squads, but the ones that, well, really have to do something with it is Falcons. And Big's playing his life well here, just throwing some shoulders, getting that information. Falcons need to understand what information they're giving and what they can do with that thought process. Xnet found her out through them. Assault does know what's going on here. We'll try to bat them back, but what much can you do? Info gained though for Team War, they know what's going on.
This is a bit concerning right now for Team War because you still have Niam way back in spawn. He doesn't actually get any tin control. So this retake has to come through mid-map and it's just not finding any legs to get things going. That's just too simple. I mean, Assault sees everything you need to. Niam is still in no man's land. We got to come and help that play better.
I mean, they did the right thing. They remained patient, but maybe too patient towards the backside, right? I mean, you need the help. Assault's seen them crossing over. When TJ finds that first pick, it's no big deal. But as soon as that bomb goes down over towards B, Assault is waiting, Niam is here, and he's the only one left. Xnid finds it. Enjoying himself right now here in Riyadh. That's a nice one to steady the ship here for Falcons. They get one back after 2 in a row for Team War. Firmly back in control.
And I think the thing that's really inspiring about that for Team Falcons, they had no ground to work with at any point of that offense till the last hit. Too real, showing a little bit of force over through mid. Nates pushes him off. And RCs will find first blood onto the bomb carrier. And now XNID likes to take an extra scale in towards this backside garage. Salt maybe has not seen that yet, but the potential for XNID to hit a quick pinch is well within the cards.
I like this from XNID though. He pushes up, doesn't get too aggressive. I think that's a play 6 months ago. He flies out the window and goes for it. Yeah. Liam's going to find Arcides though, and now XNID is well positioned to be able to stop anything through the middle of the map.
Yeah, he should have a freebie, whether it's on a play through mid or just if there's a read from TJ that there's a play towards A, who's also got a freebie in front of him if he plays this corner, you would think.
They're ready for it.
Yep. And so now it's XNID on the pitch. And can really Pred pull the focus and keep the attention on him, but no, Team War are going to take it around the world strat and make their way behind B. Pred will see this, and it's going to be, XNID chasing red dots here.
Pred can find one, that's massive, and does. Exit is 2 versus 2. They're trying to find the pick, they could not, but that bomb should go down, it needs to. Pred also on the flank here with XNID. Good shots coming through. Is Pred there for the trade here and against Bink in a 1 versus 1. Doesn't read it. Oh, does he? My goodness. The snapper from Pred, and that's Falcons 1 round away from being 2-0 up.
I mean, when he gets that initial pot shot right there at Bink, I think he's thinking Bink's on the exit. Looked like Pred was going to be late to the gunfight, but turns back, finds Bink sliding into his line of sight, and the snap comes through for the 1v1 win. And the Falcons fans are loving it. But this initial play, again, you're thinking that, well, surely TJ gets one for free, but Team War do their diligence, check their corners. That's an impressive set of shots from XNID. And then, this little backup from Pred. Never misses a bullet as he stares down his culprit.
It was unfortunate there for Team War. They knew where Pred was, and I kind of like the setup, and it just feels as if there may be a second out with the double child that comes through. I think it was Neon put the shots over the top. Bink just a little late, but you can almost excuse them to a certain degree, but excuses ain't going to help you in this game right now.
Interesting call here from Falcons. TJ gets the read on 2 reels, early pressure through A elbow. But Falcons just hold back. They don't show any force at B whatsoever. And now they may try to re-clear this, and they should know that this potential spot is in play, and they're going to see 2 reel. No problems there. As soon as he gets forward, you have to check that corner. Well done, and now you have an opportunity to kind of play both sides of the map for Falcons.
You drew them away from B, and the free plan was there, but Falcons don't have the benefit of Codcaster like we do. Good shots coming out from Assault, and if you need them, heavy AR player who can do this all day long. Makes it a 3 versus 3. Bomb yet to go down. They really are threatening to do something. And I think Falcons maybe threatened a little bit too much as Team War can now position themselves and go hunting. And will go down there, the information is.
And now you just try to play up into Niam's position. Haven't had a chance to say Niam's name much yet.
Yeah.
And he is cornered with nowhere to go. Now you just turn your attention. The re-pinch on the way from Pred. It's a world champion play coming out from Pred. And he's going to clean things up around the bomb. Last one left, it's Assault. Nowhere to go. Falcons looking perfect.
The crowd getting exactly what they want. That team currently cruising through to the next round. 2-0 up in this series. Team War have it all to do.
Well, good start for Falcons fans. We'll step away for a brief break. When we come back, it's Vault Control gracing our presence here in Riyadh. Don't go far. We got more Esports World Cup featuring Black Ops 6 right after this. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup featuring Call of Duty Black Ops 6 live from the SDC Arena. And whoa, we have got the Falcons here and ready to rumble. Up big against Team War in an elimination matchup. 2-0 to this point, and both maps handedly very convincing for the team in green. Shift with Ton. We got to start framing up, how does Team War get back into this series? Because they have not really shown us much to this point.
I mean, Falcons looking very comfortable in their secret labs right now. That's all I'm saying. It has been steady away. Very, very simple map number 1 for them. Never looked out of contention whatsoever. And map number 2, fairly comfy, barring a small glimmer of hope for Team War, but for the most part, it's steady away for Falcons right now. It's the kind of game they would have wanted. We kind of talked about it at the top of the show. A nice win for them here. A confident 3-0. May well just put the wind in their sails, or underneath their wings may have been more convenient for the Falcons. But rather than that, we're heading into control. It hasn't necessarily been the best, of course, for Falcons, but they have managed to find some wins more recently.
Yeah, and I think in particular, it's largely come by way of either Vault or Hacienda, and we have Vault. So, you know, in terms of kind of setting up how do Falcons 3-0, you have the perfect map mode combination to do that. It's hard to, again, give evaluation to what to expect from Team War, not only because the film on them is limited, but also, again, because of the recency of them changing their roster, not with 1, but 2 different new players that had to fill the spots of either a call-up or a, well, actually call-ups on both sides. So difficult pretense here in terms of what you're looking at for Team War to fight back into this series, but Vault is one of those maps that you find a string of momentum, it can give you that little bit of a boost to get back into a series.
Yeah, it's 1-4 dead can change a map, right? Very, very quickly. I mean, that's the case for all game modes, but especially when it does come down to Vault control. You find yourself 4 dead, you get a hold of B. You may well be playing sail into an attacking round, and from there, hey, I mean, I know as time has gone on, we're finding more attacking rounds. It's not quite February anymore.
Facts.
Oh, I remember many 3-2 in the first couple of months of the season.
It's always the way it goes with control, though.
Oh, yes,
everyone has to take the time to figure that all out. How about the fan service from the Obs team? I see you.
You are so locked.
I see you.
Season.
Okay. Hey, there's a Falcons match. There's a Falcon on top of this building. Let's go hit that.
Oh.
Good cinematic framing out of the boys. Love you guys, Hot Hands Lounge. Quick play, though. How about this for an offensive look? Over towards B initially for Team War. Try to get frisky through the street, and so far, able to get a couple of kills, and, well, actually not finding kills yet. Now finally the first. Try to get the pressure on, but no, not going to work.
I think it's always sometimes, I mean, you see the start of those rounds, and it's always the easiest to open, right? If teams aren't set up, it's the quickest route. Get over towards B, the easiest one as well. Bear with us on the scoreboard side of things. We'll keep you up to date with how things are really going. Oh, if I speak.
What month? Secondary approach, though, for Team War after being stifled at B just continues to be headstrong towards playing over towards the street. And look at the rotation from Falcons saying, we know you guys are playing outside the map here. We'll just take over the middle, make sure you don't have a chance to rotate quickly to A, and then put the spawn trap back into place. So we're down to 30 seconds, 4-life advantage, and still Falcons in firm control.
Yeah, Team War really haven't had much to write home about. And that is the risk, though. As I said, it's one of those moments where the start of the round is sometimes the easiest way to get up towards B, but if it doesn't work and it goes bad, this kind of situation can kind of transpire. Xnid finding 2. Incredible work from him, and now one last roll of dice over towards B. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, that's one of the issues I always feel about with B breakoffs. If they don't work, you kind of have to abandon your entire setup towards the round and reset to try to get a late hit towards A, but just continual head bashing down B Street. Falcons say thank you for the free mid-map. Have an 8-life advantage. 0.8 on the clock is where it stops. And, well, you still have one alive on the point. Pred, easy snap, easy turn. Bink dealt with, and a quick round for Falcons defensively.
Steady away. And it's that double-edged sword, I suppose, with B. If you go and make that push, if it works out, yeah, fantastic, but it really can go catastrophically if it doesn't transpire, and, well, not a great deal has done, if anything, that Team War. Outside of a couple of rounds of search and destroy, that was some nice play, and a 60 hold at P4. What have we really had to write home about?
Yeah. And with the lifeline of Team War starting to extend, I think we should definitely give a little bit of a mention towards Neum. I know he really kind of stood out in terms of his potential yesterday. He kind of came up in the Modern Warfare 3 year with players like 04 and you saw him play and was like, whoa, this guy's got one of those POVs that feels a little bit different. This year's been a little bit odd. He hasn't really found the teammates that have the same kind of slaying presence, but he's hanging on for now, 5-5, but Falcons kind of hitting us with the same sort of a B setup. TJ on the point as we head into a Bravia listening with Team Falcons.
Yeah, I don't know if P2, I know. It's one I'm playing for this P2.
He went front, like first
Structure around for this bit again.
Hey, R open, I'm living.
One shot, top fucking P4, and one bottom up. One shot, bottom P4, bottom P4. One still our money. Get on it, kill the guy. Go pinch, quick. One B3.
I'm pinching.
Spawning R, guys.
Money dead.
Spawning R. They can't go.
Money.
Alec has 3 trap.
I don't know where.
There's spawning R.
I know, trap. I don't have anyone trap. Big top. Yo, thank God. He's top before. He's jumping out left. He jumped out top cat. Watch his switch. I'm gonna get gun fast. I'm getting gun fast. Missing a soul.
One's a cat, baby.
Being on the left.
Involve pink, bro. One pool.
Yo, I am perfect. I have front push.
One block to you.
There you go. I'm coming to you.
I'm pitching the lobby.
Yo, count a point. Alright, one's a point.
Out of bombs.
Go, guys. Yeah, go.
Well, you hear the comms. Pred firing up just a touch in it as he's questioning some of the maybe gunfights he found himself in, but how about the cohesion for Falcons? Sounding really clean today.
Yeah, and something to really note with this whole coach coming in, being able to provide some assistance during the game. Who the hell would you want in there? I mean, you'd want Clayster, right? You can hear him in the background. He's calling out for the team. He's saying Alex got 3 trapped. Just relaying that information. If there's any team that benefits the most from that addition here at EWC, it's got to be Team Falcons.
Yeah. Well, here we go. 16 plays, 19 life advantage for Team War. And the clock that had been extended after the quick capture at A, down to about 60 seconds. Assault's starting to heat up 4 in a row. Feeling this one, but Pred steps in, negates the 1v1, has Neum following up for the trade. And yeah, the life lead continues to grow for Team War, stepping up big here defensively.
Doing well, keeping them at bay. There has been threats from Falcons, of course, but push over towards B is a difficult one, and Neum is positioning himself extremely well. We'll have to do some decent work here, though. A couple of his teammates have dropped over towards this side.
No.
Oh, City's read it perfectly. And through the tree branches, we'll find the kill. There is another player on the flank, but you need to move fast.
Yeah, the player on the flank is Assault. That's the AR that you want in that position. Complete suffocation on the point, only gets the first tick done. 5 life edge for Team War, 33 seconds on the clock. Neum dealt with, there's 3 dead. Uh-oh, not what you want to see. Tyrell has to commit, and he has just not had a good map, and, well, goes to the dead fish position, eventually falls. Second tick is in, Stack is still here. Nades are landing, but they're not finding connections or damage. Neum needs a touch to contest. Does he get there in time? Maybe not. The kill comes through. TJ on the pinch, shuts down one, has eyes on another. Trades, though, decent for Team War. 7v5, and it's just down to what Exton and Pred can find, and they get the final 2 needed to stack and likely take the round as soon as they find the final kill, which they collect.
And I really like that from Falcons. They can see themselves in that position that they could probably just hold on the point, and they might get a hold of it. But they know the pressure's coming through. They back into Vault to go again when the numbers are looking a little better. Find themselves 2-0 up in this series, 2-0 up in this control. Driving seat doesn't even say it right now for the side of Falcons.
Driving 110 on the Autobahn right now. They are cruising.
Hey, I've seen a couple of 110s here in
true, different type of different type of metric there, though. And look at Clay giving the gas. So 2-0 up. Team War backs against the wall. Key potentially in crush territory here. Exnet, good first blood. Damage onto another on top of that, as Team War abandoned the B play, looking for the orthodoxical A breakoff, and that's not going to work. Exnet wanted it all. Pred, TJ, they'll finish it off. And now you're just stretching to find some success anywhere on the map for Team War.
Yeah, Big doing well to get out over towards this B side, especially if you can get over to balcony building. TJ trying to stop something on the cross, not able to do so. Oh, and there we go. Potential, very much potential. You have Team War. That should be B gone.
Yeah, well, at least part of it. You've got spawn traps in play here for Bink. The rest of the squad trying to stack up. 2 members at large. Bink diving out of the way. Trying to, again, just extend his life, make some more damage happen in the Falcon spawn. He's done well at that. Shut down from the pistol, but You call it correctly there, Ton. It is an extra 60 seconds with the B zone gone and a quick backup to the A zone here.
TJ with a big kill there, though. He can now start to put some pressure in from the outside if he can find Assault. He does not. Red's going to stay alive here. How many times, though, have we seen as Pred will find those two? He's got no right to do so. And Liam had to find that on the exit. But how many times have we seen teams go 2-0 up? It takes one good attack from Team War. You're over towards the defensive side to tie at the 2-2. It takes one good attacking round to put yourself well and truly back into the game here on Vault.
Yeah, and that route from Pred also forces all of the Team War spawns out towards B Street. RC is getting a pretty solid look at that as Exnid just foaming at the mouth, waiting for a challenge over through Connector. Gets bested as Bink was right there working with Assault from opposite angles, but Pred right back onto another route, playing off the flank. RCD's with an SMG in hand, gets caught, trying to jump over to contest the A point. Next, it also falls, so now it is just down to the Predator. 5 in a row for him, 18 and 11, but progress at A being made.
Felt like there just didn't need to be a chow there from RCD's. Team Falcons now have to find a way back through. Team War may well get themselves on the board.
Oh, well. Third tick being worked on. Neum by himself. The play from top balcony clears the zone, clears the point, and even depletes the last tick down to minimal terms. Now the spawn trap, imminent, as RCD's playing around the back, has help with Exnid, and this is where things start to get disastrous for Team War. 11 plays 10, clock around 60 seconds, and you're spawn trapped at the moment.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. Pool on lock and key, very much from TJ Halley. Push going to come over towards the balcony side. This is probably the last roll of the dice. Neum finding 2 there, though. May well break things open, but RCD's does the same on the backside. They have got themselves inside of A, though. Exnid needs to go.
Tries to jump on in for the contest. Can't find the kill. Is there a follow-up? No, there's not. And the double stack sneaking through the middle of the map. Able to get A zone captured, keeping Team War just barely alive.
It's a nice run from Team War. They get the opening break over towards the B side. Keep Team Falcons honest. From there, it's a war of attrition over towards there, right back.
Yeah, for real.
And it felt like Falcons really, though, did have themselves in a good spot, did keep them at bay. But it's Neum who finds 2, that breaks things open. They just help on the point, and all of a sudden, Falcons are all scrambling.
They maybe just try to force the spawn trap a little bit too much there at the end. Hard to say. I mean, it's just like the way the kills come through for Team War, right to the middle, has both players on the outside. The spawn trap just so far out of the picture. Only 1 tick left, so 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Neum heating up 4 in a row. Trophy system, I don't think actually fully gets into play there for Team Falcons. Nade landed before it. RCD is the only one to find a kill, but actually gets through the A point here. Hasn't seen any contact, and that's going to ring the alarm bells that there could be a flank under the way. Wow.
Shots from RCD. So well to find that. Neum is there for the pickup, but Exit now. Welcome with the trophy. Clean. Finding some shots as well. Got a little bit of backup from his team first. Take over towards B coming in.
Fred making sure the flank stays safe. That's huge. And now you've got Exit playing forward. Has an AR though, and yeah, Bink just too quick with the pistol. Second tick still being toggled with the side of Team Falcons, and a nade actually lands onto Assault, leaving Bink as the last defender here to try to stop this second tick at B. DJ, difficult battle, but still able to take down Bink, locking in the tick of progress. Help now on the way for the pinch from Pred. Keeps Assault honest on the pinch. Through the middle of the map. RCD's, right behind it. Make sure the flank stays safe. Nice shots on the Bink! Oh, and the transfer to Neum is perfect. Pistol out for TJ. 4 in a row. Give him the extra 60 seconds and a 3-life lead.
RCD's kind of lets one slip through the middle of the map, but then makes up for it. They're on B, they're stacking it, and this might be Falcons' game.
RCD's reads 1 on the flank. Not available for Team War. It has to be something from the front. Bink shut down as he tries to dive on in. Last tick of progress on the way. 3 dead, 2 real, last 1 left. RCD's going to let him know about it. Eliminating Team War and getting a rise out of the Falcons crowd here in Riyadh.
They get the job done in front of the home crowd. And the roll from the Falcons will send them through to the next stage of group. And what can they do? Can they find a way through? A convincing performance is what they needed against War, and a convincing performance they got.
Love what I'm seeing across the board for Falcons today, too. Their match yesterday, tough one. Tough opener, to be sure. But a convincing 3-0 here with the home crowd behind them. Now getting ready with some time to prep up for a Boston team that, let's be honest, fell a little flat at the end of the day yesterday. Should be an interesting one. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be a banger, especially if Pred and TJ are playing like they are right now.
Yeah, it's doable.
Yeah,
Really
I
is.
agree.
And that should be a super interesting game later on in the day. Falcons getting the deserved love from the crowd.
That's sick. It's a Call of Duty match or a football pitch?
We do it differently.
I could see that.
The football fan, do the football-loving countries.
Unreal stuff, but you see him on stage ready to go. We've got Fancy holding the mic, ready to go with Exted for our post-game reaction.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on stage after a stellar win from Falcons 3-0 against Timor, heading to the next match, just one step away from getting to the top 8 of this tournament. Excellent. I got so much to ask you, but first, there's a lot of people that are saying since you switched from being an SMG player to a flex player, that might have affected the way you play the game. What do you say to that?
صدق جاني القرار تقريبا قبل كاس العالم باسبوع ونص اني احول من اس ام جي الى فيليكس. ما حبيت اقول للفريق لا، بالعكس انا جاهز، اي شيء يقول لي يا فالكون انا جاهز وبلعب باللي يبونه. فكان قرار صعب شوي، لكن فالكون اذا قالوا العب فيليكس العب فيليكس، العب اس ام جي العب اس ام جي.
Excellent says that a week and a half before we started this EWC, I was asked to switch into being a flex player, and I don't mind. If Falcons want me to play a flex play style, then I will be happy to do that. So your next match is against Boston Breach. Do you think it's going to be as easy as this one?
الخصم الجاي بوستن صعب، ما هو بسهل، لكن الحمد لله خلصنا اول تحدي. الحين كل اللي علينا نركز تحدي بوستن من اهم الايام، ودنا نروح لبكره ونسوي تشامبيونشيب سانداي، هذه من احد امنياتي يعني، وباذن الله نبي نسوي ان شاء الله بنفوز على بوستن ان شاء الله.
Excellent is saying that one of his dreams is to make it to Championship Sunday for EWC, and he's going to make sure to do that, even though Boston Breach is not an easy opponent, but he's going to try his best to do this. Excellent. This is going to be the first ever key crushed in Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at EWC 25. You're going to crush Team Wars Key. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm so excited.
All right, let's go do it. We're moving to the key crusher to crush the first key at BO6. And this marks the moment for EWC for this year. And Team Falcons saved their very special Champions Key from getting crushed. So we'll let Excellent enjoy this moment. Give you a chance to say whatever you want in Arabic to the fans.
الله يسعدكم على حضوركم، ما شاء الله تبارك الله، قسم بالله لولا الله ثم انتم كان انا ما كملت هنا واستمريت على هالمستوى، كله فضل الله سبحانه ثم دعمكم كلكم، ما ودي انسى احد، وشكرا لكم، ان شاء الله انه بنوصل لبكره والاحد ان شاء الله باذن الله، هذا كله فضل الله ثم دعمكم.
All right, thank you so much, Excellent. He's happy to have the crowd here cheering for them every single match. So now we're going to move to the exit interview with Ian.
All right, everybody. It's loud in here, but I'm with Assault in Team War as they just exited the tournament. Assault, you just saw your key get crushed behind us. How you feel?
I mean, honestly, it sucks. We had really unfortunate circumstances coming to this event. Linz didn't make it. We had to make another change for Diamondcon who joined LAG, so it wasn't even our same team we've had the whole year. So we had to play with our coach who's been helping us the past couple months. So we came out here, nothing to lose. We tried our best, but yeah.
Yeah, it sounded like a lot of issues happening before you guys were even coming into this event, and you gave it your best foot. You put on a show. I'm pretty sure that, you know, the people that was cheering you on at home, they were rooting for you guys. You made them proud. You know, anything that you want to say to them, what's in the future for Assault?
I mean, I guess I'll say it now. This is probably my last event playing, so it's not the best way to go out, but yeah, it's time for the next chapter of life. Yeah.
Hey, man, well, you know, first off, as a world champion, Assault, you know, it's been a pleasure, you know, having you and seeing you throughout your Call of Duty career. I'm pretty sure we're going to see more about it. We'll talk about it on the internet out there. But I just got to say, big fan, happy for all the exciting plays and all the action you put on out there in the league, man.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you to all the fans here. Now that we're out of the tournament, going to go experience your guys' culture and enjoy Saudi. So, yeah, thank you guys for being here.
That's it for us.
The end of a career for another world champion as Assault calls it quits at the end of EWC. War is going to walk away with $20,000, but it's the Falcons surviving and crushing keys along the way.
Yeah, I just want to say, congrats on an awesome career, Assault. Retiring. He is a world champion MVP. And, he gave his best effort out there. But putting the focus over towards the side of Falcons, yeah, I mean, just a skill gap in this series, Pred asserting dominance on that map, number one. Yeah. And you love to see Xnid as well perform and drop a 30 right alongside.
Ali, I wanted to say that about Xnid because in 1 year, this guy has become a superstar here in Riyadh.
It's been incredible to watch. I think one of the most wholesome stories that we've had so far in Call of Duty. I mean, start of the year, he's just been put in so many tough spots, right? And throughout all of it, he had a big smile on his face. He was always very grateful, very thankful for the position he was in. And he's incredible at Call of Duty. He is so good. I'm so glad we were able to find this Saudi talent because he is a superstar, Chris.
It's been fun to watch this Falcon squad, especially when they're winning. It only happened 3 times during the season, and once at a LAN, they find another win on LAN tonight. How big is this for the squad?
This is massive. I mean, one, you have a packed crowd out there that's rooting you on, right?
Oh, yeah.
Got to give them something to root for. Everybody performed here. I thought their leader in Pred, setting the tone early was massive. Going off, what's up, man? As he makes his way to the stage, we're going to talk to him here shortly. But yeah, it's a Falcons team that, in respawns, they struggled at times, right? So, bringing in TJ, need a little extra firepower, Clay on that stage, some more energy. This could get them going.
And in that number one, the fundamentals were so good from the side of Falcons. I can name maybe 2 times that Team War got that early rotation, and they were broke quite easily. And same thing for the Search and Destroy. I mean, the Bloods were incredible, and even when War started to change their game plan a little bit, it was a lot on Pred and Xnid, especially when he won that gross 1v1 versus Fink, which gave them the rest of the momentum that they needed to close out this map number 2.
Impressive shots along the way. Pred leading the charge for the Falcon squad, dropping most damage for the team, most engagements at times. He's just imposing his will. And he now joins us live to talk about it. Pred, congratulations on a win. It was a tumultuous 2025 for you. At the end, though, you land on the Falcons, you bring in TJ for this EWC event, and you guys are walking away with your first victory of the weekend. How are we feeling?
First of all, thank you guys. Before I start saying anything, the fans, I want to say a huge shout out to them. Unbelievable. You guys can hear it probably from here. It is crazy, man. I've played in some packed stadiums, and this one is one of the best. Not even just saying that because I'm on the Falcons. This is unbelievable. So a huge shout out to the fans for bringing the energy every day, man. It's making the tournament amazing.
They had like a 50 by 50 banner of your guys' faces out there. These fans are so hardcore, and they're so behind your squad. What is it like, though, to have this support? Because it's got to feel totally different from all of your other LAN events in 2025.
Yeah, it's crazy. I went from Optic, which is arguably the biggest fan base in Call of Duty, and when we go to tournaments, especially in Dallas, like last year at Champs, it was crazy. But this is just giving me flashbacks of just having that support. Is just honestly so lucky as a player, man. We all play competitively to just be able to experience that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And when I think about your roster, there are a little bit of newer faces in Xnid. I want to know what it's been like playing with him, and his English has gotten so much better from the start of this year, and if you guys had any play in that, and also the decision of bringing TJ in, what you were hoping he was going to do for the team.
Yeah, look, Xnid, he's developed so much since I first came to the team. Obviously for him, it's a massive learning experience, but I think the most important thing for him is just that he has passion. I think without passion and the hard work, dedication, without that, it's very hard to, get better. So that's one of the biggest things for him. And then with Tej, Tej is just, I feel like Tej has been so underrated this year. And I think Tej is honestly really good. I think Tej is really good.
Great.
He's amazing. I think S&D, you guys can see, he's so smart, makes plays, he's not afraid. And that's just something we needed. We needed another SMG that is able to make plays, whilst also being kind of aware of what he was doing, So
Pred, I want to ask you, you've had to reinvent yourself coming into this team, be a leader, and get these guys. I've heard stories of you putting in that extra push, getting everybody in the back, trying to, practice and go hard, even on off days, which I think is inspiring, right? Because could have easily been in a tough spot after winning a world championship. So talk to me about that and where that motivation comes from.
Yeah, look, when I missed out the first 2 months of the game, it was a big shock to me. So when I came back, I knew that this was my true passion, and all I want to do is compete at Call of Duty because it allows me to play at the highest level. And when I came back, I knew the Falcons are a team that's trying to reach the top, and I just want to make sure I put my imprint on it, and in any way I possibly can, not just in the game, out of the game, and just help my team be in the best situation to win.
Nice.
I want to keep it a buck with you. You guys have sucked at Respawn. You win a hard point to start this series. What was that like once you guys finished that game one amongst the comms?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened. When we first formed, we were the best hardpoint team ever. And then I feel like it kind of happens, when you focus on another game mode, you naturally get worse at the one that you were good at. And I feel like that's just something that happened. We were so like, we need to get an S&D because our hardpoint's so good. And it always happens. But I'm honestly happy we got the map one.
Do you find like knowing that you guys kind of lost your way a little bit in hardpoint almost makes it harder now to come back from that because it's in the back of your minds consistently when you get into some of these series, especially against some of the more difficult teams, you go into these series like, all right, S&D maybe, respawn. What is that pressure like? How do you kind of get that out of your head?
Yeah, it's tough, obviously, because you once were so good at it. So I feel like for us, it's just about a momentum thing. Just keeping poise and just keep trying to make the best play you can and keep being aggressive. Like at the end of the day, you don't want to just sit back and let plays be made. You want to be the one making the plays. So,
of course.
Yeah.
So can I ask you, what's the dynamic like between you and Clay? Obviously, it's his first time being a coach as well, and he's pretty vocal, it seems like. So talk me through that.
Look, I mean, Clay's got 3 rings. I mean, he's top 3 player to ever play the game. So I feel like for him, his input, his experience is so important. So I feel like me and Clay almost agree on everything. He's just a big on momentum, which I agree on, like the little things, which I'm so like, I completely understand everything he says. So the dynamic between me and Clay is amazing, honestly. He's been helping me a lot.
That's good to hear.
Who's giving the most gas on that stage? Because I look at you guys, you're all looking back and forth, smiles across the stage. Who's hyping everyone up today?
Honestly, we do it as a collective. Honestly, Clay at one point scared me because like I'm so not used to him being in the comms, and he's like, everyone push or something. Like, he screamed. I jumped out of my seat because I was like, oh my God. But honestly, Clay today was gassing us all, so I'll say Clay.
Well, Pred, you killed it on the A stage, but we have 2 streams live right now. Let's check in on Bravo, and I want to get your thoughts on this match that's happening over in our second stream because we have Gentlemates and Orchid playing for their lives. Do Gentlemates have enough gas in their tank to survive this fight?
I honestly do think they are able to survive because, I mean, they put up a great fight against Thieves. Honestly, they could have arguably won it. So I think, just based off their performance against Thieves, I think they have a really good chance of winning. I mean, I hope they do. It's another great org over there, so I hope they're able to win.
And whose game do you respect on that Gentlemate squad?
Who gave me respect?
Whose game do you respect?
Oh, I mean, you got to respect the Bulldog, right? I mean, he's a finals MVP. I mean, you got to respect it. So I'll say Kiz, big Kiz.
Yeah, so far in this tournament, we've had some pretty lit matches. You guys have been involved in that. How does this compare to, being across the pond, this crowd and their energy? Like, what are some differences that you've been experiencing so far?
Honestly, man, this is probably one of the best tournaments I've ever been at. I mean, the hospitality, the crowd, I mean, the venue, everything's amazing. Obviously, a bit of technical difficulties, but other than that, I mean, I think Saudi is just, they're showing how much they really want to be invested in Call of Duty, and I think this is like proof, like, look at everything they're doing. It's just like, in my opinion, I think Saudis are just, they're doing it the right way, honestly.
I feel like you aren't jet lagged at all. You got energy.
Right? This guy's dialed in.
But what about the format? This is kind of reminiscent of old school Call of Duty. Obviously, you've joined us in the past couple of years, and this is something a little different for us, later on in the year that we get to enjoy. How do you feel about, brackets inside of pool play and then going into single elimination brackets at the rest of the weekend? I
think it's great. I mean, I think it's great. Arguably, some players would want to play double elim just because of maybe the prize pool is a bit larger. Yep. But at the same time, I mean, there's sometimes going to be delays. I mean, we were playing until 2 a.m. last night, so imagine that in a double elim.
Hey, that's what it was like when I was coming up. Yeah. You were playing late into the night and then early in the morning. I got one final question for you. In your group, you're going to be going up against Boston next. You know what they're good at. A very solid search team. In your opinion, what's it going to take them down?
I think we just need to come in with no hesitations and just playing straightforward. No making second thoughts, just playing straight up and not making the game simple.
Fair enough.
Fred, final question for you as we let you rejoin the team. You have such an impressive play style. You seem so confident taking on every gunfight. Did you model your play style off of any former pros, or who kind of got you into the scene?
Look, I don't want to sound like I'm glazing, but I'll definitely say Scump. I mean, I watched him since I was very young, so when I came up, I was always just under the mindset of sort of playing like him. But yeah, I'd probably say Scump.
Hey, man.
Hold that iron, baby.
I see it. Keep it going. The fans are loving it here in Riyadh. Congratulations on the win tonight.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
That is Fred. We're going to let him rejoin the team, and we've got a lot to talk about here in Riyadh. More matches coming your way. Nameless, final thoughts on this one. Falcons, a real deal here in Riyadh.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that crowd behind them. And this man, Pred, we just interviewed him. He just lit it up in that map number 1 exit as well. If those guys continue, they have a good chance to make it into our bracket.
We've already crushed one key, a second key about to be crushed on Bravo. When we return here on Alpha, it's match number 2 of 4, day 2 of EWC. Here's a live look at Omit taking the stage in our Jamil Motorsports arrival cam. You can see Craze, Mamba, and crew ready to go again. On the other side of this fight, though, a new look as Major Maniac, Brack, and the rest of the underdogs are trying to pull off a massive upset. This is a familiar fight, though. We welcome everyone back in. Chris Puckett alongside Allie. We've got Nameless as well. Allie, give me your thoughts on this showdown here.
I mean, you call it a familiar fight, and sometimes you would think that's a good thing. In this situation, I think it's a terribly bad thing if you are P7. I mean, this is a team you have had to go up against all year long and I don't even know if ever I've gotten the best of them.
They beat them online. But on land, it has been a bad story for these guys. Formerly the Omit Brooklyn roster, P7 Esports. You look at this team, Prolute, Sandy, Yuli, Brack, and all these guys have
all been in the league.
They've all been in the league, yes. And you look at them, a lot of them are search and destroy specialists. I mean, that's where how Yuli came up, Sandy and Prolute, right? So you think they have a chance in the series, it's going to be through those search and destroys.
I'm looking at Brack in this one. You saw him on the Florida Mutineers a few years ago. He's been in Challengers. He has been collecting cash. Can he raise a trophy or at least keep his key alive in this fight? That's the first goal, right, Allie?
Yeah, we would have to see the best of Brack. To give a little bit of background of his play style as a player, he's a fairly aggressive AR. He is going to hold these lanes, but he tries to be, and he has to be. This is a game where aggression gets rewarded, and for P7, going up against a team like Team Heretics was not for them. That was the definition of an aggressive, high-engagement team that we have in the league, and they got handed it to them pretty bad.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was going to point out is, like, they got slammed. This is the biggest, the most dominant match that we've had so far. But I will say they're going up against Heretics, right? And, it's versus a pro team. It's going to be very tough. This is a more familiar opponent that they have a lot of reps against, right? So they're going to be a little bit more comfortable when we get into this matchup. And you see the S&D stats, Brack rocking a 1.43 is ridiculous, but Crazy in his own right. And what we saw versus FaZe, he was not afraid in search yesterday.
Keep in mind, these stats are from one game.
Yeah,
two, I guess, if you're Crazy, because he played in both of those search and destroys in that Game 5 against FaZe Clan yesterday. We take a look at the numbers. So far, they're on Brack's side, but that could change in a moment. We talked to Brack before the matchup, and the man is feeling confident to take the stage.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Brack from P7 as he gets ready for day number 2 at EWC. Now, Brack, how you feeling going into this day?
Feeling really good. We caught up on a lot of sleep. We've been playing really good in our scrims, so feeling really confident today.
There you go. Now, yesterday, you guys had a high-fire matchup against Heretics. They had the banners. They had all the fans in there. Talk to me about what happened in that series and what's going to change today.
Yeah, I think we just lock in our small stuff. We made a lot of small mistakes in our respawns. We lost a lot of man-up situations in our S&D. 3 of those rounds should have went in our favor. So, yeah, we capitalized on our small mistakes. I think the maps will start changing.
There you go. Okay. Now, you guys are about to go up against Omit. You had a history with them and playing them before. You feel like you can kind of capitalize off of that loss that they took yesterday?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to matter as much. I think we want revenge. I think Champs should have went a little bit different. We had a little technical difficulty in our winners round match versus them and Champs. Went up 2-0, and then we just lost all momentum after that. Unfortunately, but they're a really good team. I think we're a really good team. We capitalize on our small stuff. We can make a deep run.
It's going to be a fire rematch. Anything you want to say to the fans out there supporting you and the boys?
I appreciate you guys supporting from all over. Shout out my family and my friends back home. Thank you, guys.
And shout out to Omit Rafi, the man behind the scenes putting together all of these Challenger units. This was Omit Brooklyn before the rebrand to P7, and they are playing the original Omit squad. So let's turn our attention to the team that is rocking the blue jersey this weekend. Craze, Mamba looking great alongside Mac and Vivid on day 1, Allie.
Yeah, and Mamba and Craze were the only 2 on this roster that went positive in their series versus Atlanta FaZe yesterday, and it went all the way to a Game 5. These guys talk about confidence. They're playing delusionally so, and there's a difference between the way P7's confidence is going and Omit, almost able to steal this first respawn. You think, once again, Vivid has a little bit stronger of a start. Maybe they pull it through. They could have done it in a 3-0 and.
Yeah, I mean, I love what we saw from them yesterday. I think this was the best series on the day. Craze had a hell of a performance. I mean, even in the respawns that they lost, like the man was dropping 40. Love the way Mamba plays the game. He's always on rotations. He'll play aggressive when he needs to slow down on a rotation and wait for his teammates. Yeah. He will do so. And then the search and destroy. I thought like the initial game plan versus FaZe was awesome. Right, like take it to him. Let's play aggressive. Let's find the gap and get a first blood. And they were doing it the entire time into Game 5. But where they faltered is they didn't make adjustments fast enough.
Yes.
When FaZe figured out, Omit did not have a response. And I think that has to be something that they need to talk about and approach differently as they continue through this tournament.
That was 5 rounds of failure in search and destroy in a game 5 that they should have won. And I'm going to put some of that pressure on the coach. You are the 5th set of eyes. You make the play calls when needed. Someone needs to step in and give this squad direction. You can't just put it on the shoulders of these 4 unless it's going to happen just like it did at Champs, because, Ali, there were no coaches in the previous meeting when this was a 4-0 beatdown in favor of Omit.
Maybe it's a little weird for them. You know, maybe it's a little weird to have that 5th man in their ear, but I look at this roster and I think it's built incredibly well. With the way that we learned so much about Mamba and Craze yesterday, with the addition of Vivid and Mac, those are both incredibly selfless players that know how to slide in first. They will do the dirty work if needed. This Omit roster, with the way it's looking, could be terrifying. I'd love to see what they look like when they're all in their A game.
Taking a look at some of our numbers, who tops the hardpoint leaderboard? Well, Bulldog was hitting 99 level. Craze was at a full 100, 33.3 kills per game. The man was frying, and as you pointed out to me, he knows when to play his life.
Yeah, he does.
His KD is going to look phenomenal because he doesn't throw his life away. He sets his teammates up for success instead.
You know, something that like validated the way I feel yesterday is so funny is because when I play against Craze, I play against him a lot in Studies 8s. And every time he gets a kill, and he'll get called out, and I'll be looking for him, and I'll feel like an idiot because I can't find Craze. And I'm like, yo, I checked where you said he's
we
not
knew he
there.
was around here.
And seeing him do it against FaZe, I started to realize, like, okay, he's just different. He gets away with his life. He'll re-engage with the team. Like, Craze is a monster on that role. Excited to see him today.
We talked with Craze before this matchup. Ali, let's listen in with him.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with the one and only Craze from Team Omit as he gets ready for day number 2 for Call of Duty at EWC. Now, Craze, how you feeling today, bro?
Confident. Bad loss yesterday, but we'll bounce back.
Yeah, there you go, right? And it's important to keep that confidence, all right? Let's talk about the loss. You guys were up. You guys was a great series. But one thing that you did very well was stay cool, calm, and collected throughout it. But even after losing, what did you guys learn? How you guys plan on bouncing back today?
Honestly, we chose some situations like the hard points that like we usually don't. If we didn't choke them, it should have been a 3-0 to be honest. But like we just did nice up when we had to in the hard points.
There you go. Okay, all right, nice. And then, you know, when it came down to the S&Ds, you know, you guys were playing fast. Do you guys feel like you maybe should have changed your tempo at all? Or are you happy with how you guys went out on it?
Yeah, after we went up 5-2, honestly, they started adapting like more to our play style. And we should have we kept getting blooded. We started playing too fast. I think we should have slowed it down, but like it is what it is. Can't do anything about it.
Yeah, can't do anything about that as well, all right? But now you guys getting ready to go up against your match. Anything you want to say just to the fans out there that's been supporting y'all? Y'all had a lot of love and support out there yesterday.
Yeah, we appreciate all the love and support. We're going to win today, that's all. That's the message, we're going to win.
Hey, you heard it here, okay? They're going to get the job done.
Fell short of their goal yesterday, but it was darn close against FaZe Clan. Now you're considered the favorite in a fight where you were a huge underdog on day 1. Ali, break it down for me. Do they have to win the hard points, or do you think this is a team that could get a 2-3-5 win if it goes the distance?
This is a team that could 3-0. They could have done it yesterday versus FaZe. They dominated them in control. And that wasn't even Mamba and Craze. That was Mac and Vivid, the vets now technically on this roster, having takeovers in series. And that's the scariest thing for me, is all of our top teams are incredibly strong at control. And we have a challengers team that slammed Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it like Omit outplayed FaZe in that series. I mean, like you look at, for somebody to clutch, it means somebody has to choke. And that's what happened to Omit. They choked. I mean, you think back to the hardpoint map number 1, Omit could have easily won that. And the 2 dominant maps in this series were the 2 maps that Omit won, right? So coming into this one, I think they're going to be extremely confident. And it is a familiar opponent. So I think they're the heavy favorite.
I want to know what we're playing on. Are we squaring up on the same maps and modes we played at Champs, or is this a new best of 5? We got Hacienda, Protocol, Skyline, and Dealership. I know we've got limited numbers on these teams so far, but what's your gut telling you in this matchup? Will we see P7 with a chance to force the series to go the distance?
Love it. If they did, they have to win this opening Hacienda. I'm looking at that Protocol S&D. That was map 5 yesterday versus Atlanta. That went all the way to round 11. You just heard Craze talking about it. They choked, right? And then I see the Protocol Control where they bodied Atlanta FaZe. And then the Skyline Hardpoint. That was within 50 points. So I love the middle 3 here if you're Omit.
I will say Omit did a terrible job on the Money Hill and Skyline. Every time we went to P4, they just were not able to hold it. So I think that's something that they need to focus on. But I do like that we're getting a couple couple repeat maps in this series. It shows that they talked about it, they watched that VOD over and over, and they're comfortable putting them back in the series today to see if they can dominate.
I know the fans are hoping for a few Game 5s. We only saw one on day number 1 here on the Alpha stage. We'll see if we get one right here. Omit, though, has had quite the season. They've had a number of rosters, and we asked the guys, what was it like making your way out to Riyadh? Let's take a look at the path to EWC.
We have challenger players going into this tournament. We have different ways of playing the game. I feel like pros have a certain way of playing the game, so we bring more of a different type of game style to all the pros that they haven't really seen all year because they've been playing each other, so we'll catch them by surprise. I feel like pro teams have a set system that they follow throughout the whole year, and challengers, with players coming in and out of teams and roster changes, you always have that different type of game style that pros don't usually see. I think the key to our success is teamwork. If we can work together and out teamwork the other team or other pro teams that we play, then I think we have it. Because we have all the skill, we have the talent. We just got to come together and play our game and show out. Hard work. No, there's no luck in this. It's hard work, preparation, and just talent. We prepared for this for the past 3 months, and we're ready.
If you've been hanging out in the green room, you are hearing nobody talk about anyone other than Omit. It's Study getting all excited for Craze. It's Nameless hyping up this squad. I know where you guys are going to go with the predictions, so I'm not even going to start that.
Fair enough.
But I do want to talk about expectations, because at the start of the day, we did our Aramco power rankings, and we said we knew our 4 teams that were in the playoffs already. The question was, who are the teams to join them as we crush 8 keys and we move 4 more squads into the playoffs? Talk to me about FaZe's position, and where would you put Omit in these 3 categories?
Yeah, you know, the reason we have FaZe in the vulnerable spot is because we're expecting Omit to win this in dominant fashion and then rematch up against FaZe, right? So if they're able to get to that position and ultimately beat FaZe, then I put them as to one of my dark horses that can make a run.
100%. I completely agree with you. And I just thought it was funny as we were going through Top of Show today, all day, that we were all acting like P7 has already
Yeah, they had to have seen that, right, Allie?
You got to think maybe they're coming in with a little extra fire because, you know, they are in the best position to be a quote-unquote dark horse or underdog.
You're basically playing against your family. It's a former teammate now on the other side of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in store for some fantastic Black Ops 6, and we are so happy to have you joining us from around the world. This matchup is just 20 seconds away, and we are about to begin. I know where you're going with the predictions, so give me the map count. How does Omit win this, Ant?
I'm going to go with 3-0. I think they're going to stomp them, and I think Vivid's going to have an incredible series.
Allie? I agree. 3-0 for sure.
Enough from the analysts. We're all sitting on the Omit side. Can P7 pull off the upset? It's time to find out.
We are up and running in Riyadh, and you've just witnessed the brutal nature of EWC. Losers don't leave quietly. They are literally crushed as the world watches on.
If, like me, you unapologetically, unashamedly love watching keys get shattered, then you're in luck, because plenty more will feel the weight of our key crusher before today is done. It is Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at the Esports World Cup.
Honestly, Ian, let's just keep rolling. Let's welcome the teams. I'm so excited for this one.
All right, they are underdogs, yes, but with veterans in the mix, they've got a shot. It's P7!
Their opponents, they gave last year's winners a run for their money. Back on stage, full of fire, it's Omit.
It's a battle for survival between two teams desperate to maintain a spot in the mix. Let's get into game.
Oh, we're running it right back, ladies and gentlemen. Under a different banner these days, but P7 taking on Omit, brothers in arms, now turned foes here in the deserts of Riyadh. What an exciting matchup we have. Miles and Stud to take you through this one, and Jay, I'm going to touch upon this a few times throughout the day. You've obviously got a strong connection to a few of the players on Omit, but what are you thinking of the tournament so far for them?
Oh, the tournament is obviously going great for them. I was expecting them to obviously go up against a squad like Atlanta FaZe and not really look fully prepared for it, but it was just a one-round difference where they had a 3-round advantage and let 4 rounds slip away from them. They haven't lost a respawn in the last 2 challengers events. When you're not losing respawns, it makes it very difficult for you to ever be beaten. But there's a difference between the amateurs and the pros, and we saw a slight bit of that yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit, and that's about as much as it takes to cause a huge difference. Well, there we go, folks. Almost ready to get into this one. Omit, have they bounced back after what was a very tough loss to FaZe? A nail-biter. A moment they'd be sitting thinking, wow, we could be playing on Saturday. We could have our feet up now, enjoying ourselves on the Boulevard, but instead we are here in the arena having to bring our A game against former teammates, former brothers in arms. And the last time they met, it was a clean sweep, Jay. Omit walked the floor with now P7. Surely he doesn't happen the same way.
Oh, yeah, it's been like that for quite some time now. You ended up the Challengers Elite Stage 3 with both squads going up against each other. You don't beat them in a single map. You meet them again at DreamHack, you don't beat them. You meet them at Challengers Champs, you don't beat them again and don't take a map versus them. So this is just a very tough matchup for P7. You got players who have obviously been in and out the league. They've had multiple opportunities to continue to shine. But it's just something about this Omit lineup and the AR presence that they have on that side. It seems to be too much to handle for Prolu and Brack. They need to be on point here today.
Well, this could be it. This could be the day for them to get that lick back. We love seeing it here in the Call of Duty world. We love an underdog story. And P7 right now, by all accounts, punditry aside, they do seem to be that. We'll see if today is the day where everything changes for them. Omit, though, coming into this one, the clear favourites. A lot of pressure on their shoulders. They might have got a couple of big wins there in the semi-professional world, but now the biggest of big leagues. And here at EWC, what might feel like a regular day in the office could become one of the tougher challenges they have yet. Here we go, folks, into map number 1. P7, take it on, Omit.
Here we go. On board here with Craze. The shining light for them. Yesterday versus FaZe, he dropped double 40 bombs in both of the HPs. And Vivid was the guy that went to Twitter, said that I was struggling in the respawn. That cannot happen today. So already into the P1, P7 soaking up a lot of time. Mamba's able to find a double. The trades better for Omit. You can soak up the hill with 30 seconds still remaining.
We're looking towards P2 as well. This way things go on Hacienda. The center of the map is going to be your first hard point. The second one will be where number 6 is right now on that mini-map. A very, very dangerous position. 3 ways in. 4 technically, including the water. And with all of those members of P7 finding kills now across the map, they go but right into Mac. And Mac, hungry for the challenge on the second man, not going to have it. Next up, perfect timing on a Prolu. That is unbelievable. Now the next man in the hill. There's simply no way. Surrounded. Here come the reinforcements though. Omit trying to break the hill.
That's a big double there from Mac to give his team another chance potentially on an early break, but Standy's able to take care of Craze. Now P7 have to hold from the front side. Tight setup. You have a little bit of lobby control as well. Everyone from Omit committing through driveway. Who's going to get the opening kill? Prolute and Brack. The AR's already shining at the P2.
Look at that stacked up close though on the inside of the point. P7 now trying to buy some space. But wait, Mama finding one through the side door. Up to Brack. The next gun at the ready. Yuli tries to plug the hole, finds at least one with a team kill, and an awkward moment indeed. Over to Brack, finds 2 with a pistol. Last man gets the break, but the reinforcements are here for P7. And what a second hard point, Jay, they've had already.
Yeah, this is a perfect start if you are P7 to gain some early momentum into this series. You punch them in the mouth off the rotation, even when you don't have the preferred side, and you hold it down from the front. Eventually flip them out. You're going to have a 40 to 50 point lead going over towards P3. Omit are not going to commit anyone to try to chow that again, but Craze is going to fall. So now he's going to spawn at O, but thankfully you got a Reese Vivid, a veteran, able to pop 3, and now you're stable at P3 now.
Over the fences, and we've got Mac on time. Vivid finding himself 4 now in a row. Doesn't find any of these kills near the objective though, so not a huge amount of points accrued. I'm going to be looking towards that Hellstorm anytime soon, but looking towards the hard point. Here come P7, Yuli, the first man there to make contact on the contest. Covering fire is there. Mac takes care of his teammate. Can he keep the play alive for a second longer? Enough to get his boys involved. So now this hard point wide open, unless Mamba says something about it, and he's already on time. Another to his name, nearly. Waiting for the reinforcements, and here come Omit.
Those are good nades right there from Yuli. A roller to pop a double initially to slow them down. Good one to find an opening onto Mamba, but the trade's better from Omit. 3 dead in the feed, make it all 4. This final 15 seconds is going to be theirs, and now Craze is in a position to cut them off the rotation.
Great stuff though again out of P7. We've talked about the rivalry, the history they've got as a squad. Currently they're sitting with the lead. Beautiful shot, set a Mamba, not enough for the second. Over the rock hard point we go, and Craze biding his time, waiting for his teammates, doing this alone. What a high IQ play this could be. He pops in. Damage, not enough for the kills. Here come the nades over the top. Beautiful work. And what a bit of help there from Omit. The break is nearly complete. Standy last man down. That's their hard point.
Standy walked right by Craze, so the fact that you don't spot him, he makes an impactful play with the nade to find an opening. But now there's only one player left. Mac is instantly going to fall. You're not in the position to now play the trades. The advantage is in favor of P7, and Brack again lines up a double to hold down the time.
What a break. 30 seconds to go here on Rock Hardpoint, and P7 are walking away with this opening set of hardpoints here on Hacienda. Prolo back to time. Trophy's working away there. We're going to see a last-minute contest. Opportunity for the break here. Brack on the outside, down and out. Final 14 now. Actually, still anyone's. Standy is keeping this hard point very much in the danger zone. And there we go. Omit with some solid scrap.
And the crazy thing is, you're probably feeling, watching the game from the beginning to right now, that P7 are in dominant form. Like, they've already done a great job at P2. They start off with a good chunk of time at P4 as well. You're winning majority of both the hills, but it's still only a 12-point game. Omit are keeping themselves in it. But now on the second set, it's a trade back and forth from Mackenzie. Melts is able to line up a double. You're going to turn it into a one-on-one. We want to maintain the map control before we hop in the hard point. And now, Omit are in.
And Mac at that 13 and 9, he's woken up today with murder on his mind. Vivid on time. Prolo unable to get anything going here. Not going to soften up the defenders there on the top side of the map. Oh, Craze somehow catching out Yuli there. There's the trades. Can Brack step up to the plate? Indeed, finds 2. The third man down low. Perfect coverage here as Omit somehow keep that P1 time flowing as long as they could.
Yeah, but all the map control in favor of P7. You just don't want to die in this scenario. Craze pops a double, but it's still P7 soaking up the time, and they have the smalls that they want for P2. Final 10 seconds here. Mac again wins a miraculous gunfight there versus Standy, but it's going to be P7 set up properly again at the P2, waiting for that first push.
Yeah, Mac is having a wonderful morning, really. 17 and 10, 3 spree currently. But back over we go to P2 with P7 already in the driver's seat of the Lambo. They've got themselves a little bit of work now to do against the next wave of kills, but not a problem. 3 dead. Last man Craze from the inside of lobby now. Is Prolo going to be there for it? No, that is it. Step by step. Can we get closer? Brack and Yuli, the ARs now of P7, singing pretty as this hard point is still theirs.
Yeah, the ARs are hitting diff right now in a situation where Yuli's picking one up off the ground to assist his teammates as well. But this P2 has treated them fantastic so far on this map, number 1. Final 25 seconds. Brack is consistently lighting up in the kill feed. He still knows that there's pressure front to front. Can he pop all 4 to hold down this time? He knows that Craze knows that he's going to be overwhelmed, but doesn't need the ego, Chow. On 5 in a row. Another dominant P2 gives you a hefty lead going into P3.
Great movement there by Brack. He doesn't leave the hard point. He's trying to get every single second possible to secure the Hellstorm. There it is, in the back pocket. You might call it in right now. Go for it, mate. You've got a wide open hard point over by fences. Omit, this is going to be a problem.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a problem, but the position that he's calling it in from, all the way at Spiral, you're only going to allow your teammates to still be in a 3v3 scenario. I would have loved for him to save that cruise missile going over towards P4, because P3 tends to be scrappy, going back and forth between both squads, because now Vivid on the pinch is able to pop a double. At least your team is still soaking up the time, but this should be an instant break here for Omit.
Oh, that is magic. 2 for Craze, 2 from Vivid. Instant break. Now looking towards the spawners. A split, though. Prolo will be on the right flank in a moment. Mac's going to deal with that. Good job done. Now eyes to the left flank. Craze on time. Catches himself 1. The snap not really there, as Omit have managed to survive the Hellstorm, and they've survived a couple of waves. What a fence's hard point this was.
Yeah, but now Omit have an opportunity to make up for it here. Mamba's in a big, crucial position to at least find an opening. Gets the first onto Prolu, finessing around the rock, but cannot get the better of Yuli. The preferred weapon in hand for the SMG gets the job done, so P7 win the rotation. Again, towards another money hill. Omit need to stop the bleeding, need a break.
Yeah, Joe, we saw the last break. Very clean out of Omit, but again, P7 right back at it. No diamond hands here on rock hard point. Mac on the dive, can't get anything going. Here come the trades. So far, P7 up on top. The last two members of Omit stopping, pumping the brakes, waiting for the teammates, waiting for the reserves. You cannot break it without effective numbers unless Craze gets in and gets the damage. Prolo now tagged up, brought over now again to Rock. No one on the break. P7 still holds.
They are locked in right now. Everything is coordinated. Everything is fluent. The way that they are playing the game with all the trades going down, 2-2 split, but Mac and Craze are able to walk away with those final two. Soak up this final 20 seconds of time, but now going into our third set, Omit no. In the back of their mind, we need to guarantee Spiral side for P2.
This is third set, 2:30 on the game clock. Not that it's going to come down to time. We haven't seen too many of those on Hacienda, but whew, gunfights all over the shop there from Sandy and Brack. A wide open P1 as it opens. Third hardpoint set. And what a game from P7 Esports so far. Brack having a fantastic map. Mamba. Can he find the second? Sure can. Trades there complete though. Top side of the map still very, very dangerous right now for Omit. P7 get the time.
Omit have the spawns that they want going into the next hard point, but we don't want to give up a lot of time here at P1. Gotta make sure you're playing your trades. Mac pops another double, gives your team an advantage in the gunfights. That's already 3 dead. Everyone from P7 spawning over towards fences. So if you were looking for a momentum switch up, this is your moment you have to capitalize on.
Stronghold so far. Heads up movement from Craze. What an attack towards the bottom side of Secret. Gets himself one out of that. Mama now on the other side. This is a good looking P2. And finally, Omit have got themselves in there. First and foremost, a bullet separating the gunfight there. As once again, P7, I spoke too soon, full control of P2 for the third time in a row.
If they keep on getting all the money hills, there's no way in hell you're going to be able to win this game. So we need an early break. Can Craze make a miraculous play? No, he's instantly going to get shut on down. A 40-point difference. It's going to be basically 60 before Omit can commit themselves in towards the objective. Vivid is able to find a trade, but you got to slow it down. You're the only one here.
Yuli, great instinct to charge that play once they get the trade. Brilliant timing on Craze as well. So you've still got an opportunity here for Brack. Keeps the spree going. 28-17, now brought down. Standy fills the hole immediately. Second man, good to get into the point. And there we go, Proloot. Last line of defense right now. Should be picked up easy peasy for Omit, but he's going to make him fight for it. A swap now, Jay. 30 seconds to go on P2.
Yeah, that's a much-needed break right there from Omit. You obviously didn't want to give up 3 full 60s at the money hill, so this final 30 is going to keep you in the mix. A route here from Brack through the water. You're going to be caught off guard with it, but at least you got players there in a position to play the trades. But you line up for Proloot. He locates the double, trying to make it a triple, but Craze with the movement is able to take care of him, and P7 walk away with the final 5 seconds, and now it's a race for the rotation.
Oh, you have starved Omit so well there on that P2. Over defenses. No streaks in play this time round. Good old-fashioned gunfights. So far, Omit with the control, but Standy now, the timing on this attack is gorgeous. Whoa, but Mac from upstairs. Brack takes care of business now. Can we get another one there on time at 220 to 170? This is dire straits for Omit.
Oh yeah, Omit need this time, but Brack is just making their lives a living hell. 31-19 with 2 minutes in the game. He is Mr. Do-It-All right now. It's a trade fest from Platt, but Prolo with the double is going to allow his team to walk right back into the HP. You can close it out here if no one is able to contest. And Omit, they have to start winning some fights.
230 and climbing. P7, they have just caught every single possible kill for the last few minutes. 15 seconds to go. You can win it here. You have to get in, but Proloot says no. 5 spree. Looking for the 6th over the top. Yuli's now in position for this, and no one gets close. P7. What an opening map.
That is a massive map there for P7. A squad who struggled desperately versus this Omit lineup, especially in the respawns, to come out the gates blazing with Brack putting on an MVP performance. Mr. Do-It-All, almost double positive, 2 minutes in the hill. They just came out swinging. You're winning every single rotation. The gunfight's in your advantage, and that's just how easy the game is when you're playing the fundamental part correct.
And the amount of times we're watching Omit run past them, just get caught in corners, the trades they're losing, get hit by big nades, little things like that are just stinging so hard. P7. All that talk about this being a one-sided rivalry for the past few months, all of a sudden it starts to feel real different. Massive stuff there from P7. Brack leading from the front. Unbelievable stuff. We'll go to the search and destroy in a moment, but as far as these highlights go, Jay, I mean, getting creative. Water routes, really keeping everyone there from Omit on their toes. Not for a single moment did you feel like Omit could pull this one back. If we had a game flow, that was P7 in the lead from start to finish. Crazy stuff to start the day.
And if you're Omit, that one's going to stay, man, because you looked a little sloppy in that series. I mean, that map number 1, because everyone is going for individual routes. We're going one by one, getting picked off and never having a full team push. That's what they were able to get away with yesterday versus FaZe. But P7, when you play someone so many times, eventually you're going to make the proper adjustments. Got Major Maniac, a veteran of the scene, standing right behind them. And you also got Ricky Atura, the other coach who was the coach for Omit squad previously on the season. So he knows the opponents very well, and it showed in map number 1.
Hey, Ricky's been a coach for a long time. Back to the Florida Mutineers days, you name it, man. Ricky's been around.
Major Brack, too.
With Brack as well. What a roster. That was a lot of fun. Tons and tons of experience on this stage. Major Maniac, it is never chalked. One of the sayings that has carried its way through the Call of Duty world for so long now. It's a calling card. It's been a blueprint. I think at some point you can spray it across your weapons. Truly, though, an indelible impact on the scene. And it truly is never chalked, never give up. And that is exactly what P7 have got going from now. This rivalry doesn't look so one-sided anymore.
And this is now going to be scary for Omit, because when I look at the P7 roster, players like ProLoop, players like Brack, I always expect them to be great at search and destroy. This is what is going to be the difference maker for them, because you found an opening hard point versus a squad that you haven't been able to find a hard point versus in a couple months now. So all the momentum is on their side. You heard Brack in his interview earlier with Blaze, just minimal adjustments needed to come on in. And just playing the fundamental aspect of the game correctly led to a very dominant map number 1. Now going into this protocol search or destroy, we were able to see this at Challengers Champs. Omit ran them over because players like Craze consistently were just getting behind enemy lines. They understand what that young man is going to try to get done on the map. Gotta shut him down, slow the game down, and allow them to run into you.
Nameless might lose track of Craze in game. See if P7 do.
Yeah, Wheeler is awful, though.
Yeah. Set you up. I set you up so good for
my
that.
dog.
We'll see how things go. Protocol, I believe. So they lost it in round 11 of FaZe, or round 10, sorry.
11.
It was 11. Oh, yeah. I'm biting my fingernails. That was a stressful one. They lose it to FaZe in round 11, and now you go back at it. P7, though, I mean, now they've got a tape on you. They've got a lot of time overnight to watch that game, see how it went down. What did you like to do? What were some weaknesses they saw in your gameplay? And the Major, you know it. He's got the boys standing to attention. They will be working on this moment. But on the other side, what have Omit learned? They definitely poured over that videotape late into the night here in Riyadh. Can you right the wrongs of yesterday? Technically this morning, sorry. Can you right the wrongs of earlier this morning?
Yeah. Yeah, now honestly, when you talk about Omit on protocol, it's all about just the adjustments. Early rounds, things you can get away with, but when you go deeper into the game, people start to understand what you're going to throw at them. So Craze really couldn't find openings with the way that FaZe were able to make their adjustments with Celium basically sitting in his spawn, waiting for a pinch play. Everyone else was stacking on the opposite side, knowing that they like to play slow. And this young man on your screen is their playmaker. You've seen this guy all season long. He's been the best player in Challengers throughout this entire season. He's basically won every single thing you can possibly do for an amateur. And also alongside Mamba, who I've grown to be a really big fan of these last couple of months. Just getting away from his regular circle. He used to play with Wiz and Dak. And once he was able to reach away from them and join this lineup, he has turned into a totally different player. The way that he values his life, the way that he positions himself, you best believe he's going to be a crucial player as well on the map.
Something about that occasionally, you know, the players you've got around you, it does impact the way you play. It impacts the way you perceive yourself, what kind of decisions you're making. Can I take that challenge? Can I take that fight? Yeah, I can. I'm him. I'm him. I can do that. And now he believes, and it has changed things indeed. The power of a good teammate, the power of those you surround yourself with. We're getting the lobby restarted very quick here, folks. Not a crazy reset. P7, their key, and the key of Omit hangs in the balance here. Their hopes and dreams here at the Esports World Cup. A dream that you've been thinking about all year. You knew it was coming. You finally get that invitation. You get the chance to step up and go for it. Of all the teams, it had to be against each other, didn't it, Stud?
Hey, man, history always writes itself, doesn't it? You play each other so many times throughout a season. It's one-sided affair. The same thing could be said for like Thieves versus Vancouver. It's been a one-sided affair all season long. But in the crucial moments at the end of the season is when you start to capitalize on them. And I said it before the map once started. It was all about the ARs and Prolu and Brack, but the fact that Brack was able to have that performance on that map number 1, you could see it instantly in the player cams. He was roaring, getting the boys ready. And alongside the SMGs, who are going to be the difference makers for me on this map, between Yuli and Standy, we know how they like to play. Island players try to weasel their way through, get some deep cuts, and just catch players off guard. That's going to be a fun battle between both SMGs on both sides.
We're looking across the highlights, and even in game, it just felt like we were constantly getting assault rifle kills.
Yeah.
Constantly from the boys of P7. It was relentless. If you're unable to get your submachine gun players close to these hard points, you're not going to have impacts whatsoever. I mean, that is the timeless tale of COD. Your AR players have to buy you the space. The submachine gun players can really open up the map then, really take control. And it was impossible for Omit to get anything going. Almost ready, folks. As the tension's starting to get to me. I'm worried about how this Search and Destroy is going to go, because this is an elimination matchup. Will we go deep into this series? Will it be another clean 3? Have we seen one of those today? We'll find out. Prolu, of course, a long and very fun career he's had so far. Played for Optic Texas.
Yeah.
Back in Vanguard. Came in on a stint. Turned some heads. Had himself a good time. Vivid, another player with that long and storied history. The first time I saw him play was Cold War, I think. No, actually, maybe
before.
No,
it was
maybe
before
19.
that.
Yeah.
It was Cold War. He went to Dallas Empire.
Yeah, yeah.
Got top 3 at the end of the year. So Vivid's been around for quite some time. Obviously, he wants to work his way back up to the big leagues. He probably feels like he never should have went down to the amateurs. And the rest of the world probably feels the same exact way. But it's a battle between everyone just trying to get their stock up going into next season. You know how crucial it is to get a good placement here at EWC. Players like Prolu, who's been working his way all season long for his opportunity to go back up. The crazy thing also is, in the final elite, Mercules gets picked up to Toronto, right? So that means someone had to fill in. Prolu filled in for Omit Brooklyn at the time, which was crazy along the lineup, and they won the entire thing. So this is going to be a good one, because you know exactly what their playstyle is.
It's just amazing. The DNA between all these players interwoven. A rich sort of tapestry of the teams on stage. They know each other so well. I got to have a really interesting conversation with Mac and Vivid actually about what this year meant to them, because it was a tough year, serious grind. They both were, let go from their respective pro teams. So what was it like to bounce back? How did you pull yourself out of that? And they both said to me, it was about finding my playing style again, remembering who I was and what got me to that position, because over the last year, both of them had stopped playing the way they wanted to play. They started to play around other players. They started to try to sort of pander to the play styles that they thought they needed to have to complement those around them, and it totally took away their identities. They finally found that back, getting themselves back into the swing of things for their respective teams. We saw Mac yesterday, man, absolutely running amok on FaZe. And Vivid, he has had some stellar moments this year. The one-eyed Raven battling through serious adversity, quite literally, with one eye. My God, that one eye was getting the job done.
And the young man on your screen right there with Yuli, this is a guy who only had one opportunity in the CDL back in the day on the London Royal Ravens. And that obviously did not go well.
Tough.
He has found himself consistently back-to-back years in challengers, trying to work his way back up. I remember in the beginning of the season, he was one of the top SMGs that we had in the game. The way that he values his life, the way that he approached the game. He was just one of those difference makers that was simply hard to beat when he was on point. But everyone's waiting for this map number 2 to go down. And realistically, with just a little bit of pause here, it can allow Omit to just reset. Look at each other and see, like, that map number 1 was not us. This is where we start to spawn in.
It's a difficult thing to do. I mean, you've gone from the high, just as a player perspective, like purely as an individual. You had a match yesterday against FaZe, the highest of highs, the crazy adrenaline rush. You lose that in a nail-biting, heartbreaking fashion. You end up having to go to sleep. You wake up. How does it go for you the next day? You'll find out soon. Well, folks, as you can tell, that technical check is still underway, so we're going to throw to a very quick commercial break, get things set up on stage, and move on into map number 2. When we come back, P7 taking on Omit Protocol, Search and Destroy.
was never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. Why you gotta act this way? Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did I go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Attention, where did I go? You would always bring my fall. You were meant to be here forever. Remember when we used to have it all? We were so good together. Why can't we both feel the same way? Why do I need to explain? You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. Why they gotta act this way? Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did I go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Attention, where did I go? Crazy. I just need your care and attention. Crazy. I just need your care and attention. I just need your care and attention. Crazy. I just need your care and attention. Crazy. Baby, where did I go?
Idly-ho, neighborinos, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're about to get to map number 2. We've got ourselves P7 taking on Omit, and if you've just joined us, a shocking result, Jay, in map number 1. The Hacienda goes 250 to 177 with P7 walking away with a win.
Yeah, missed the big crack. Just took over in map number 1. Almost double positive. The objective, hill time, kitten as well. He was Mr. Do-It-All. Now going into this search and destroy, a very crucial one here for Omit. You didn't think that you were going to be tested like this with the way that you played yesterday versus FaZe and all the history that you have with those players across the stage from you. You're basically able to dominate them every time you went up against them. So far today, it's been a different story.
And that's the thing. You've done it all year. Just do it one more time. What's another one? Wow, this one, a couple of bumps in the road so far. Round 11 lost to FaZe last night for Omit. And now you find yourself down a map against a team who you have taken to task every single time this year. P7 under a new banner. They are unleashed. See how the search and destroy treats them. Of course, we talked about it a bit before, Jay, but you got a lot of time to go over the gameplay from last night. You saw how FaZe won that match against Omit. Are you going to start bringing in, a couple of similar looks, I would imagine? You want to play the game your way, but
exactly,
you don't want to go too far into the depths of we're trying exactly to beat them here. So we still got to play our game.
Yeah, you initially start to play your game. You always want to come in with the intention like whatever we do in practice is going to show and it's going to work. When those mid-round adjustments start to come on in, you need to be able to adapt. That's one thing that Omit were not able to do yesterday versus FaZe once they were up 5-2. You heard Draza in the interview say, we weren't just getting gunfights. That's all it was. So we just started to run it down together and win those gunfights, and that was truly the difference maker. You gotta be able to read what's going on, adapt on the pacing, and value your life in crucial moments. Fist bumps going out. You, ladies and gentlemen, you guys know exactly what that means. Map 2 is about to start.
Here we go, in a protocol. Search and destroy first to 6. Here in the Call of Duty world, we slow things right down. You respawn fans. You can enjoy what will be a very, very tense game of Search. Protocol J, a map that has fair share of love and hate here in the Black Ops 6 world. But one thing, you get the bang outs towards B, a little bit of love towards the A bomb site as well. Who knows? We're going to be seeing it all. Taking a deep plunge, and now we come out of the waters and into the fray. The Observers are killing it all week. Love you, boys. Here we go.
Omit on the attack. Yesterday versus FaZe, they opened up with a very aggressive round, but already on the opposite side, P7 are matching that intensity. They battle for the mid-map control. Yuli already in a great position to potentially find the first.
He gets himself all over top mid, so there's an opportunity here, but no need. Pro's going to get first blood. Wait for the call. Breach and clear. Oh my word. P7 with a perfect, and I mean perfect round.
The homework, studying on the roster who just played this map yesterday, worked perfectly in the opening round. We're just able to blind counter them on the mid-map aggression. You already approached towards mid-gun. You had some P1 control with the ARs watching over you. And that was an easy 4 up, 4 down, clean round for P7.
It's one of those like gameplay trailer moments. Black Ops 6 coming to stores near you. And they get all those kills so perfect. I was like, okay, boys. Well, swap sides now. P7 on attack. So the defensive round up top was fantastic. 2 nades to the right. Gonna hit grass, maybe a bit of top mid action now. You got showing of force upstairs though from Omit. And now we descend with the bomb. Standy, he's gonna be the carrier. Planting on A, Yuli with the coverage.
Already first blood it is gonna be Cray, so the man disadvantage, you gotta find a way into the bunker. You're looking for the opening kill, but Standy's able to locate Vivid 4v2.
And the last round was perfect. And this one, oh, there is a slight shade on this otherwise glorious moment. Mamba, 1v3 now. This will be for the ace. And he's still on track. 20 seconds. Got to make something unbelievable happen now. And he brought the fight. He did not have the time. P7, 2-0.
It's looking really clean right now for P7. They are understanding what's going to get thrown at them. You go for the default offensive strategy. Someone drop down bottom sip, throw your shoulders. See if they're going to be aggressive through bottom bunker. But with nothing connecting out of the stuns and nades, AR still sitting in top grandma's window. You read the pressure through the middle of the map. You catch Craze for the first blood. Instantly plant the bomb in towards A with the man-up advantage. It's another clean round there from P7, 2-0 early.
And a very, very articulate nice from Standy there. Indeed it was, mate. Prolute sitting at 4-0. He'll have himself an RCXD to play with. Coming up on halfway towards his Hellstorm. As we ride the walls, we get down the stairs one way or another. So all this is going to do is, just pass that intel. No one's down there. An opportunity now to go back over towards that B bomb site. Prolute going deep.
Objective is already going to get down. Got into read. The play is going to be over towards B. So 4v4 retake with 40 seconds. Mamba finds the first. Brack instantly gets the trade. 3v3 time ticking.
Mamba blesses himself with another one. The third not going to be there. Crazy's all over it. And this looks like Omit back on the board. Prolute now going to keep the spree alive. He cannot. Omit. Fantastic resolve. Get the bomb down and get those kills very quickly indeed.
Yeah, and realistically, that round could have went way different if Prolute actually executed his RC play the way that he wanted to. When you call it in from the top steps on that angle, you instantly are going to spawn that RC on the bottom side of the steps. But wasting too much time to just get down the spiral gains the information a little bit too late. There's already pressure on the B site. By the time he wraps back, the post-plant setup there for a moment, too strong to get on the board.
Vivid and Mac yet to get themselves involved in the kills department here in this search and destroy, but here we go into the fourth round. Opportunity to do just that, but the timing on this one's going to be absolutely outstanding. But wait, Mamba, the guardian angel right now for Omit, keeps his boys alive. He might be still in a fight over on the other side of the map, but wonderful stuff. P7, they're going to walk away with a couple of wounds, but they're still going to have the bomb, and they're still maneuvering now over top mid.
Yeah, Mamba not in that position. Leads to another first blood in favor of P7, but like you said, the guardian angel keeping his squad alive. Prolute able to equalize, make it a 3v3. The bomb is in bottom blue, so you're ready for the pressure for Mac. Lines up a double, 1v3 for Brack.
That's a huge individual moment there from Mac. Wicked stuff. And Brack now finding himself in the nearly impossible. Mamba, oh Mamba, deep on his belly. He's going to come around this corner and run into some serious trouble. And that is the round. Magnificent execution there from Omit. Suffocating opening play, and Mamba, that round was his.
Oh yeah, he took over there. Just keeping his SMGs alive, finding the first blood again. Back-to-back rounds there from Mamba. Then back the closer on the round. Catches Standy and then second kill onto Prolute, even better. Omit starting to adapt early on, slowing down their game, not risking their lives, not taking risky routes. All tied up at 2 now.
And it's nice to see. It's not flashy. It's very, very simple stuff. I'm watching the left. You got mid, cool. I'm on right. Mamba finds his kill out by Zip. What does he do? Go straight across the heli, try to anticipate the next play. It's nothing too flashy. It's very clean. And Brack's first blood, ideal. Standy, oh, what a blessing this is. Eyes on at least the first. Now passing the intel over towards his teammates. There's the flank. Prolute now in a fight for his life. Find that kill, maybe force him into Standy now. Oh, he's been read and dealt with. Oh no. Should have taken care of business when he could. And Mamba, mission impossible. Prolute can't finish him off.
And he's able to get out of dodge. So still a 3v3. If you're Standy, you're thinking, I should have gotten that kill onto Vivid. A little bit of 4v2. We have a heavy chance of securing the round, but now the bomb's going to be planted in towards A. 3v3 for the retake. You got your trophy system down. Everyone watching the proper entrance.
Yeah, you got all bases covered. Here we go, though. P7. Line this one up. Get the nades close. Trophies intercept. Prolute finds his first. Mamba now down. What a retake this is. Vivid's going to get to the fight late, but the bomb is already going to be defused now. Surely. Wicked work out of P7. Love it when a plan comes together. They're going to feed Yuli, who's still on the streaks there. Hopefully get himself an RCXD to play with as well. That's the lead chain.
Hey, man, that trophy system did not help at all. You threw it on the right side of the computers. The nade went on the left. So you're able to get the hit marker. And I thought when Standy didn't shoot at Vivid, it was going to cost you, but thankfully the trophy was able to save you. You're able to get the connection, have him weak. That was instantly get that trade and just dominate the bomb site.
That was Mamba's Houdini moment, somehow able to stay alive there, and it did let you get the bomb down, but man, didn't amount to much. 6-2 for Prolute so far. Could have been 7 if you picked up that other kill, and it's going to be a headbutt towards A. We're inside. Craze finds 2. Mac gets his as well, and now Brack alone versus Vivid and Mamba.
1v2. Has a lot of time to work with. Both weapons for the occasion as well. He's playing a little bit of gun game here. Trying to locate where they are, a minute to go.
And he's going to slowly but surely get himself in towards the A-bomb site. Omit will know this immediately. Well, they're going to get told in a second, but you've cleared out B. There's still tons of time. Good luck, Brack. This is going to be something. A strong guess. Knows they're going to be coming from the B-bomb. They're going to take the spiral stairs together. And here we go. Mamba's out. Damage dealt. One more man to deal with. Brack. Huge damage. And a nervy moment. But Mamba will be able to get away with the fight and try again.
Time is ticking. 20 seconds to go. Mamba eventually needs to get back into the play. Brack is finessing.
He's finessing. Front door. What? Mamba, number 5, gets it. And a cool nod of the head in a high pressure moment like that. Finds his 7th kill and the defuse to equalize.
That's just one of those gunfights. AR versus SMG. The SMG has the advantage. But Mamba is just a different kind of breeded player. Doesn't matter what weapon he has for the occasion, the movement and the snap. Good enough to secure the round and pull the momentum back on their side. Tie game.
Unreal. A cool nod. Well composed, icy moment. And Brack nearly taking care of the 1v2. I mean, what a great round of search. Well, 3-3, we go again. And Mamba, a slight misstep there, has to run back for the bomb. We're going to be seeing a lot of love towards top mid, and Mac, Omni movement, gets himself a dive over towards the site. Here we go.
There's no need to waste any time here. You have full bunk control. Instantly get the bomb down, and if you're the island player at Vivid, you cannot afford to get caught there. Man advantage, P7.
Man advantage, bomb planted. Trophies are up. They're going to be more useful this time. RC, oh, perfectly dealt with, but so many nades. Not a trophy to be found. Craze, huge damage over to Mamba. Left flank finds another. Damage has been dealt, and he somehow, oh my goodness. What an explosive round. P7 take the lead.
Mamba's trying to do everything he can to provide some momentum on the side of Omit. Almost pulls off one of the most insane clutches we potentially have seen on the season. No trophy systems, again, not in the right place. Everything is just blowing up on Mac. He stood no chance there. But with 6 HP in the dream, the ego chow, Bragg just had a little bit more HP there. P7, the advantage again.
Oh man, oh man. A sigh of relief. Into the round we go, and already, oh, it's 3 dead. Oh my goodness, Omit. And they've managed to get themselves right into this. And Brack, the last man left alive under a hail of gunfire. He knows the trouble's coming to him. Is he going to sort of hold on here? Kevin McAllister his way through this one. He will not. Omit. Tied up 4-4.
Oh man, it's just blind counters after blind counters. All right, we're going to slow the game down, or at least try to attempt to go over towards B. And Omit are already waiting for you with pre-aims, and the SMG's getting aggressive through the middle of the map. Craze able to line up a double there. Force Brack to be in a 1v4. Don't want to allow this guy time, potentially to get lost. Make something out of nothing. But quickly, a tie game again.
This is, what a game of protocol this one is. What a banger. A delight. On the attack again, we go for Omit. Mamba the bomb carrier, the 3-1 split once again. Are we going to run into trouble here? Yeah, we sure are. Craze strikes first. The second not going to be there, but Mac is there for the immediate trade. Watching out for the flank. That's Vivid. Takes care of business, and this is starting to smell like map point.
Brack 1v3. Bomb still not being planted. Going a roller to keep him at bay.
Buy some time. This is going to hurt. Damage dealt. The shoulders are fantastic, and the actual health pool right now is not ideal. Brack can't get away with it. Was expecting a little more aggression there from Mamba, but he doesn't win the fight. And there we go. You've been here before, Omit. And there's something in the air here in Riyadh. This map is a tense one.
These last couple of rounds, it looks like Omit went back. Obviously watched the series versus FaZe over. They have just been the aggressors. Changed up the pacing. Previous defense, you take all of mid-map. On the offense, everyone through both sides. SMGs walk away with the trades and eventually get the bomb planted with the man-up advantage. So now Omit at game point. Need to close this out.
P7, we're going down low. Trophies are in play. Safe and sound. Max somehow dodges that. But they bamboozled them. It's a fake. The bomb's going upstairs, and we're going directly to B. Omit are in position now to contest this. Who will strike first in the kill feed?
Viv is going to get isolated. But Craze instantly finds one. So it's still a 3v3. Omit are aware now that the play is going to be developing over towards B, but look at how much space Craze was able to clear on out. So now for the 2 players remaining on his team, you just sit inside blue.
He's in from behind. Here comes the helicopter play. The ladder works but once. 11-6 now, he's got it. The bomb site is totally clear, but the bomb nowhere to be found. So P7, what an adaptation! Standy makes his way over towards bomb, 2v2, and here comes the plant.
Bomb's instantly gonna go down. We have no idea where Yuli is. Both players for a moment gonna rally in and go quickly.
Timing on this. The gunfight, number 1, good. The second man, Standy. The shoulders, good enough for the damage. Mamba now in the 1v1 over the top. Crosses him up! Mamba! The defuse is his. The map to Omit. What a clutch.
The rookies are playing out of their minds right now. Both in the double-digit column. You saw Craze's KD in Search and Destroy so far this weekend. A 1.27. That's only going to get better. But so many opportunities for Mamba to clutch throughout this map. And he finally gets the one to seal the deal. Oh, beautiful, beautiful plays for Omit to bounce back in the series and tie it up.
What a map. Tied up 1-1. Heroics here from Omit and P7. On the other side of this break, we're playing control. Don't go too far. This is the Esports World Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Final moments here of Team Orchid versus the Gentlemates over on Bravo. And as you can tell from the scoreline, the dying seconds here of Team Orchid's time in EWC.
And that's insane, man, because obviously you got a bunch of guys who have been playing Call of Duty for so long. Mr. Benjamin Vance, one of the best players to ever cross the pond from the EU side. He's been in multiple championship matches. He's found a lot of success throughout his career. But unfortunately for Team Orchid, they're going home.
That's the end of the road. Another key crushed, along with the hopes and dreams of running through that tournament. Strictly business, and those boots were not made for playing Call of Duty in Riyadh, but they're doing a damn good job out here. Mamba with an unbelievable clutch to close out that round of Search and Destroy. Does not allow any more madness there on Protocol. But folks, we do stay on Protocol. We're going to be playing Control in just a moment on the very same map, very different game mode though. This series not going the way we thought it was, Stud.
Oh, definitely not. We weren't expecting Omit to lose a respawn in this series, that they were going to get pushed the distance. But now that you have been battle tested, you go to that Search and Destroy and right the wrongs from yesterday, with Mamba having an insane finish to close that game out. They pulled the momentum on their side, because now going into this Protocol Control, this is the map that you dominated FaZe on. They were one of the best teams that we had in Control all season long, and Protocol was their best Control map, and you took care of them with ease. This is also a map that you have played multiple times versus the lineup on the other side. It's about the SMGs. Mac dominating the presence in towards top trips. Craze consistently getting lost, and Mamba just being the cleanup guy. But I think Vivid needs to come alive here. He's the veteran of this lineup. He's the most experienced player on this side. He struggled in these first two maps, but series not done yet. You still have a chance to turn it around.
Yeah, for P7 again, we saw how strong they were in the opening respawn. See if Protocol can treat them just as well now in Control, because let's face it, you want to take a lead here. You don't want to go into the Skyline hardpoint. We certainly saw some good looks out of Omit in the match yesterday against FaZe. And of course, Dealership Search and Destroy. That will be the final map. We have to go the full 5 here in this matchup. Secretly, Jeremy, I would like a 5. Can't lie. I can't lie, bruv. It'd be lovely.
We haven't had one this weekend so far.
No, we have not.
Between two teams that have faced each other all season long, there's no better way to end this story than to go all the way to the distance. We got to get there first through this Protocol Control. SMGs need to dominate. ARs need to hold their power spots. But this is going to be another map where it's going to be non-stop action.
This is the final chapter of the rivalry between these two teams here in the Black Ops 6 year. We're going to close the chapter on this one. Part 3, Protocol Control. We'll see if we have to go to 4 and 5. But in the meantime, everyone getting ready there on stage. We are hot to trot. Ready to wrangle our players into a lobby now and load this one up. Predictions, Jay? Of course, Protocol looking good for Omit yesterday, but P7, there's something special about the gameplay today.
Oh yeah, there's definitely something special about the gameplay, because they have the fundamental aspect locked down, at least in the respawn in that map number 1. It's totally different, because it's not about rotations. This is all about valuing your life in certain positions. That is going to be the difference maker. So P7 definitely can give them a run for their money. They just play as consistent, as fundamentally sound as they did in map number 1. But this map right here for me is going to decide who wins this series.
An important map and a big one. Here we go. P7, Omit. Map number 3 in a Control. 2-2 off the rip here for Omit. 2 towards the middle of the map, 2 right on towards the A zone. We're going to start the capture already. Standy with the cut-offs. Can he get the second man as well? Not going to be there. What a hip fire that was from Mackenzie Melts.
And that's already 3 dead. Brack, the last player who just got a kill, was on Craze all the way in the back of his spawn. So this can guarantee a couple segments here at A. You don't have any trophy systems, so the nades potentially put damage in, but Mac is just going to now fill that gap, take a little bit more space away. That's 3 dead again, and now everyone off the respawn.
Oh my word, this is getting dangerous. Mac, Mac, Craze on the other flank, and you have pinned them in. They're literally spawning in Craze's pocket. And the A zone is on its way out. There'll be 2 minutes and 14 seconds of play and a 6 life difference.
That is a perfect break off there from Omit. They make this map look so easy. The way that they're able to fill the gaps and the ARs are starting to fire. Vivid on 4 in a row. Eventually will fall, but they have all the map control on their side.
The man you needed to step up for him, it has done so. Counter-attack now out of P7, fighting forward, finally. A little bit of air in their lungs. Oh, sucked out immediately as they're back to square one, back to spawn on the B zone.
Only 13 lives remaining for P7, but that might even come into play. First segment, the bots be locked in. Standy trying to hit a route through underground is going to get spotted. Already knocked down to half HP, and those are routes that Craze hits. He's going to be prepared for it. Second segment locked.
In the bag. Third on the way now. Prolute with a desperation attempt. Picks one man. Trophy denies the stun. Here comes Brack on the flank, and it might be enough. Just about. The Standy saves the day, seconds away from disaster.
9v19. If you are Omit, you're looking for one set of kills because this segment can play a big part, potentially the results here on Protocol, as they are just simply not losing fights.
That's it. 3 dead. That is it. Brack, it's on you, mate. You have to save it, and that is perfect coverage. Craze from top window. That will be the round. Standy once again finds himself alone, surrounded by Omit players. That was a lethal round.
Craze and Mamba are saying, okay, boys, I see you. You guys are my vets for a reason. Mac and Vivid just set the tone. Been struggling at least the first 2 maps in this series, but to come out the gate swinging, everyone streaking, you put them in an early trap and you extend time very early as well. That was one of the most dominant rounds that we've seen on the attacking so far this season.
Let's go, baby. Yeah, we haven't seen many. I mean, the perfect pinch. 2 dudes in your spawn at the same time. You guys had no chance of getting out of that one. Well, P7 have been hit hard after that first round. Let's see how they rebound. They're on attack now. Protocol again. Attack, defense. It doesn't seem to matter. It's really coming down to what team is playing what style of COD. Opening hits right now from P7, looking clean. Viv is going to make the top side of the map a little more dangerous now as Yuli gets onto the B zone.
Trying to get on the B zone, but Mamba's not going to get caught off guard. Almost gets the better of Prolute as well, but still, time is ticking. 30 seconds already wiped away. Mac just being a nuisance, being the aggressor with the SMG to potentially catch his timings, but Yuli's able to stabilize, allow his team to walk out of spawn a little bit for free.
Crazy for lunge. Standy and Brack, nice. They win their ones. Get yourself a little bit of space out there now. Get the life count a lot closer. Mamba's hit and run tactics are going to stay alive for now, but the A zone starting to feel the pressure. 2-man stack, first segment gone.
First segment already locked in. You're just waiting for this pinch to develop. Craze going to take the long route all the way through both side. And even deeper now going through Heli. Second segment is going to be locked, but now he's the only one in a position to try to contest this. A is going to be done and dusted. You got to just play your life and potentially find a couple, but he's going to fall as well.
He's trying to make something happen there. He's trying to pull something from nothing, and it's not going to work out. And right now, P7, ooh, flying across top mid. Vivid finding himself a nice 2. Oh, and he's, wow, what a 3. Not going to get the 4th man, but the trades are good enough for now. Mamba brought down by Brack once again as P7, they've got the wind on their back and they are flying.
You can already see Omit, they have influenced the spawns a certain way, so you're forcing them to work their way through both sides. You're already 5 players trying to work the OEs. That's a 2-for-1 trade. Yuli trying to stay alive through mid. Gun is going to get spotted by 2 players. He's still potentially going to walk away with this gunfight onto Mamba. The pistol going to go for at least 2. What a play there from Yuli.
Airborne Yuli catches another one. Standing on the capture. Once again finding himself alone. A slight moment of disconnect here on the map. He's trying to get it all done himself. Waiting for the boys was not an option. They're still stuck in spawn. Prolute trying to buy some space.
Now Craze is waiting for his moment to strike. Already sitting in towards bottom blue. Time is continuously still ticking on down. He's able to get the trade onto Yuli. He will fall after that. With 45 seconds to go, you got to get past these ARs.
3 dead, 3 dead. Last man up, Brack. And he's zipping around. Omit now on defense. They've pushed all the way up. This is the first time we've seen them on this side of the map. Truly in a powerful position. If they can get a kill or 2, you've got Mac in the backline. He and Vivid are going to cause some serious issues. You can't find anyone.
So many angles. For some reason, Mac just walks right by Standy. I don't know if he usually wears glasses or not, but that's 2 times now. But he's not able to stop a player making an impactful play, and Mamba almost gets the better of Brack, but with 23 seconds to go, 9v12, P7 with 2 dead, make it 3, have an opportunity here.
Uh-oh, Vivid gets it. It was not pretty, but he's bought enough time to get Mamba involved now as well. Here come Craze and Mac. Reinforcements arriving. Standy once again alone. Can he get the kills? Throws a roller. It's going to slow Mac down. Wait, hot potato right back at you. Standy with the kills, holding it together. The capture is good. The B zone is still in danger.
And this might be over. P7 do exactly what they need to, find every single kill in sync. And it wasn't as clean as the opening round there for Omit. They were looking for the right time to strike. With the clean 2, leads to 3 dead. Everyone stacked a point. Beautiful plays right there out of P7.
We are rocking and rolling here on Protocol. Both attacking rounds. Clean captures either side. The life count of that one a bit more, a bit more dicey. But Mac is having a wonderful map so far in the kills department. Everyone there on P7, it's a much more well-rounded attempt. The only thing we're really missing here is, again, I think like 3 separate occasions where Standy, he's out there alone. And he's really able to get into teamwork. This was the moment, finally, Standy reconnects with the boys. They work together so well here. Prolo over the top. Standy with a final kill.
All right, Brad.
What's up, Brad? What's up, Tej?
1-1, though.
Brilliant stuff.
Omit back on the attack. Had a beautiful break-off. That led to really early success, and that's usually all control comes down to. Mamba already finds the OE kill onto Standy. They have a player picking up the pinch kill as well. Mamba's just doing it all while this first segment potentially going to get locked.
Ooh, a little bit of love towards the B zone as well there. Craze causing problems on this side of the map. Now going to double back, commit more resources towards A. What a win onto Yuli. That's unreal. Gets away with his life now as well. And this play is a stinger. Brack's position right now, that's gone. Another 3 dead.
P7 can't get anything going right now on defense. They've only found 1 kill on the round. A's about to be gone. You're already showing presence at B. Craze knows that he's playing for his timings. For these guys to commit for the rebake at this point. But with his teammate falling, a little bit of repositioning, never hurt nobody, finds the kill onto Brack. A's already done and dusted, and you're still up by 8 lives.
I'll tell you what did hurt somebody, though. The Jackal of Craze. 4 spree right now, halfway through B. Pushing spawn. Oh, no, I was going to say great awareness from Brack. Perfect timing. Still gets gunned. Second segment is going to be done.
Oh, it's over.
Mamba's got himself sprees as well, and we could be looking at streaks, folks. Mac gets involved to guarantee the capture as well. Omit take the lead.
Dude, these guys are playing the best offensive rounds I've ever seen. You're winning every break-off. They can't find trades. Your ARs are locking down the long-distance lanes, and even when they're only watching one lane, they realize, like, okay, nobody's going to be here. Let me just pick up the pinch real quick. And the timing is working to perfection. The teamwork on display here for Omit. Quickly. Up 2-1. Now just a couple adjustments on the defensive side because you could have been able to close this out 3-0.
I mean, oh man, that's just a perfect jump headshot. At that range with the Jackal is going to get you every time. Now, don't count your chickens before they've hatched. It's another attacking round, and now it's P7. Their opportunity to bounce back off the volley. Can they get something going here? Top mid love being shown as we're going to fly forward. Opening blood once again, going to Vivid. Praise now keeping the spree going on a 6. Looking for the next. The nades are good and he will be brought down. So no more sprees, they're done. Over to Mamba on his 6.
Trying to earn himself an early cruise missile, finds kill number 7, and that's 3 dead. Mamba gonna be the aggressor on the right side of the map, so that's gonna force all of P7 to spawn over towards Heli. Just looking for his timing. Every kill's a crucial one, but he gets picked up, and that's 2 dead for P7. You can hop on the objective.
Once again on the objective. Oh, Yuli, wonderful shots. At close range, getting the second trade as well. Before being brought down, but Mac finds his, denies the A zone play, and once again, P7 back to spawn.
These pushes keep on getting shut down. These trades are a lot better on the side of Omit. You started off with your Vivid. Craze gets the second. It's still a 2v2, but there's only 35 seconds to go.
Oh, Mamba, what a corner that was. Perfectly played, lying in wait as he springs into action. Mac now taking care of the spawners. No one gets out without a couple of shots or 2. Final 30 seconds of the map, potentially. Can P7 get out of spawn?
It's going to be very difficult because all of Omit are just roaming in your base. They are influencing spawns a certain way. They're playing their timings to perfection. Final 20 seconds. You got to go to A.
Ray's going for it. This is for the jugular. This is for the map. Vivid once again in the top spot. Perfect timing on the play. 10 seconds remaining. The clock has been stopped, and it's nearly a 2-man capture. The nade is there. Standy quickly stops the play. You've got another man to deal with here, but Mac, 3 in the feed. Mamba joins them, and it's all magic from Omit. Closing it out. 2 attacking rounds and 1 defense is all they needed. You called it, Stud. Could be the map that changes the series. And Omit walking away with a dub gives them all the momentum they need for the Skyline.
That's just way too easy for Omit. Their hard veto in control is always going to be Hacienda. They are super comfortable on the other 2. They're managing to able to get through this one. Do not want to play this squad on this map with the way that they come out on their attacking rounds. They just make attacking look so much easier than defense. And that's very difficult to do on a map like Protocol, but they are showing why they are the top team in challenges.
Unreal. This was Mac's 3-piece towards the end. The most crucial 3. Keep those boys off the point. You had numbers, you had top mid. Absolutely transformative gameplay from Omit. That's a 3-1. And that's 2-1 in the series now. P7, this is your last chance to stay alive, to force the dealership. We go to map 4, we go to Skyline.
This was going to be a grade A bang out. You know, Omit obviously played this yesterday versus FaZe Clan. They could not secure any of the money hill of P4. And in the back of their minds, the same thing happened in map number 1. If we don't get money hills, we're not going to stand a chance. So we got to keep the fundamentals in play, all the momentum on your side. Everyone is now firing on all cylinders. The veterans showed out there on the control, and you're feeling the pressure now if you're P7.
Yes, this is it. You're staring down the barrel of defeat. It's time to dig deep. Forget what has just happened. Just lock in one more time. Get to that search and destroy. Give yourself a fighting chance here in the series. You obviously don't want to find yourself down whatsoever, but this is now the road you have to take. Standy and Brack, veterans in their own right. Major Maniac over their shoulder now, imparting, without a doubt, the most unbelievably positive and forward-thinking attitude you could get. What a great mind for the game. What a brilliantly composed player. It is never chalked. Word to the Major. There is no one I would rather have behind me in a moment like this than Major Maniac. I cannot control the laughter because it's so true.
The guy was down 0-4 in a grand finals. Won 5 maps in a row and developed the "It's never chalk" quote. That is what true definition is. A back's against the wall. You need to perform at the highest level. And if he's going to be able to install that into his players in front of him, they are always going to have belief that they can force at least a game 5.
You have to believe. You have to believe. You know what's really tough? I know there's a lot of Toronto Ultra fans in the crowd, and I know they could not believe
that happened.
That really happened. Yeah, guys, that actually happened. It was one of the most unbelievable things we've ever seen in COD history. Plenty more magic left in the tank, though, on both our teams as we descend on Skyline. The last time in this series. Are we going to a game 5, or does it all end here? Let's find out, Stud.
You need someone from P7 to just have a pop-off moment. The player I'm looking at is going to be Yuli. He loves run that SMG roll, pick up AR at times, but be the difference maker with the objective and the slaying. He needs to pop off here.
Stanley pops himself into the hill, going to get himself to the opening time as the fights are going all over the place, but at this point in time, P7, they're coming out on top. That is an ideal start for them. Again, when it comes to Skyline, you want to maintain control of this little jacuzzi as long as you possibly can, but you still want to be thinking about that left-hand side of the minimap. Good old second point, and wicked stuff again out of P7.
Big 2 coming out of Yuli. You've already been able to flip the spawns. You are soaking up every single second here at P1. Mamba and Craze trying to fight their way back on in. Have Mamba on the objective currently, but already the damage has been dealt. E7 just want to play keep away and maintain this side of the map.
It's really nice stuff though. Again, P7, you're still holding. Hardpoint now on the minimap, watching out for the push now through Kitchen. And that is exactly where Omit are coming from, flying forward. Standy, a lot of work to do here. Stuns are connecting. Nades are in position now to slow them down, but all it will do is slow them down. Up over the top. Gonna get himself one more. There's the slide. Mac reads it perfectly. Onto the time we now go, and Mac and Mamba find their kills. This battle is not over yet.
And Prolo's the only one here. He's just trying to finesse, stall time for his teammates to get back into the play. Gonna hit the zip. I love the not contest angle before committing on the gunfight, because now your teammates are here to assist. Yuli through the back door, needs to try to get something done, doesn't have any ammo in the clip. Now Brack, last man standing. The push gets shut down. Omit still in control.
Lovely tech, not showing the contest, but not enough there on the trades. Mac now on the time, as Omit have managed to get the break relatively cleanly. They're holding on to an L. That's an awkward moment. Oh, up over the top, a bit of a team kill, but you'll take it, as Vivid still maintains control of the hard point. Easy look towards, the hop, and Brack finds it. Trades once again as Craze comes out on top.
Now a slight lead for Omit going in towards P3. You already have Mac in a position off the rotation. He's looking for a one-on-one gunfight. He's able to catch the player, push start towards Grill. Mac wins his one-on-one. Omit have an opportunity to chain these together.
Stays alive as well. Oh, what in the hip? What in the MW2 simp hip fire was that? Wow. 3 spree from Mac, 3 dead, hard point Omit.
Now for your P7, you obviously need to contest this, but you need to be crucial on your approach. You do not want to fall, allow them to take some space, because Vivid is locking down all of the middle of the map. The AR is being felt on 3 in a row. You are basically already 30 seconds into this P3, and you have yet to be contested. Now if you're P7, a crucial decision. Do we contest this? And you do, and now the spawns flip.
That's a flip. Right-hand side of the map now, all Omit. They're in position, and by now P7 have realized that, yeah, that's a problem. Mac fighting forward, looking towards streaks as well. 5 spree. A lot of objective work being done. Sending it forward. Mac can't get any more out of the life. Craze on the trades. No streaks, but still 11-7 for Craze and full control.
And the adjustments already in for Omit. They could not get a P4 yesterday versus FaZe Clan. But this time they're winning the rotation. Initially are set up. Mac knows that there's going to be pressure on the bottom side of Closet. They're just going to send it right through the middle of the map. And this is not going to work because the ARs are watching over. You also got assistance as well from Craze just in case it gets a little bit scary. But it's just a trade fest on the bottom side of the bedroom.
Yep, Mac, just stay down. Just stay down. Stays alive for as long as he possibly can. And that is a lovely amount of time gained there from Omit. But breaks are on, spawns are good. P7 with an opportunity to get this 30.
Yeah, beautifully played right there from P7 to win the initial gunfight on the top side, because that instantly spawns that player out. You still had the 4v3 advantage. So last man standing was Yuli, almost pops 4 in a row there. But the break opportunity here for Mac is instantly going to get shut on down. P7 keeping themselves into this game. The final 15 is going to go their way. Now if you're Omit, the adjustment needs to come on in. Not allowed them a lot of time here at P1.
That's a lot of time. Great 30 great gain there. P1 set up. Here we go into the second set. Not a whole lot separating our teams here. It's really the kills at this point in time. Prolute, the only man up in the positive for P7 in the KD department. Vivid eats a nade. Trophy now in play. Better late than never. Whoa, and Standy makes short work of him. Craze strike towards time, and lovely tags from him. Brought down again. Omit, slight overheat.
Yeah, Omit. A little bit of ego childs here and there, but your ARs are still filling the proper gaps. Mamba almost gets the better of Standy. Still in control of the hard point forward now. Not a single player from P7 is on the opposite side of the map. They're trying to get the break. They're using their attacks, everything they possibly can to shut down this young man who's playing for in a row. Give me the ace, Vivid. You are a bad teammate. That's all 4 dead. Omit still in control.
That was the highlight play right there, Craze. I mean, we're holding down the left-hand side of the minimap. We've got the P2 spawns. We're all good there. We've got a huge chunk of P1 time. But what have we done? No one has watched White Steps. And now, here come P7. They're on the inside. Vivid has got a little bit of work to do now. Up close and personal with his aims. Standy gets on the inside, bringing his Jackal to the forefront. P2 open for business, and Omit have let him in.
And Vivid now just in a crucial position, just value his life. Look for an opening kill, create an opening for your squad over towards the kitchen side. That's now 5 in a row. Instantly going to get traded from Prolute. So P7, even though it feels like they're getting dominated, they are still keeping this game very scrappy. Only down 20.
Oh, 20 plays now through the back, through the front. Breaks good. Omit are in. 35 to go on this one. Can they hold on to the entirety of it? Love the way that Omit play these hard points. As soon as they get that control, they push forward. They buy that space. You're not getting to that hard point without a fight. Nobody in it for the time being, but Mac still winning those fights. Standing on the zip. Good break.
Oh. Standy's making a big time play. Can he locate this last player? He does not, so still the close spawns in for Omit. Final 15 is going to be theirs, and this is what you need to make the adjustments at the P3, because you were only able to get 15 seconds last go around. It was Mackenzie Meltz who starts it off the rotation. Again in the same position, almost lines up a double, but is instantly going to be traded, and it's a battle for the fight.
Kitchen's in, Brack going for it. Coverage is great as well. He get himself an assault pack. Unfortunately, not what he was looking for there. That's it happens to the best of us. Mamba now trying to stay alive. Trades are fantastic. A foot race now on for the open hardpoint.
Back and forth. Someone's got to make sure we take care of that assault pack when you get a chance.
It's gone.
3 dead in the feed. Omit again in a position to run up the score line here. P7 cannot afford to give up this time. Yuli looked like he was trying to take a trip outside of the map. Mac is able to get the better of him. Final 25 seconds. You lose these gunfights, you're going to flip on out. But Prolu is able to line up 3. P7, hold on.
And it's huge. Trophy play now. Final 15 seconds, but it's not just about getting the hardpoint time. It's about maintaining the map. Right-hand side is where we are going next, folks. Back over to the bedroom. And a couple of members now of Omit have made their way inside. Brack trying to hold the line, trying to keep them at bay. Looking over the top side of hedges. And here comes Mac. Brack finds it. Next man up, Vivid. Gets it as well. Hardpoint still P7's.
Yeah, but here comes Craze from the top side. Him in that position is going to spawn them all the way across the map. So it's only Standy in towards the hardpoint. He's going to get flooded by the rookies. The break is early there for Omit with a good chunk of time left.
Still, this is that front line getting pushed forward. Mac is going to be the tip of the spear. Not going to let P7 get close whatsoever. This is going to be a big difference maker in the scoreline. Pushing it further forward. P7 now, counter-attack through the bedroom. Prolu on the flank, Standy gets his. Man on the outside still going. The trade, oh! Mac with the dive, over to Brack, down and out. What a hold.
What a hold, what a play right there from Mac. Having pop-off moments these last 2 maps. You're gonna be able to breach that 200-point mark. P7 now need to play some flawless Call of Duty. You need to keep them away from P1 and maintain the money hill at P2.
Mac is harvesting P7 right now from hardpoint. 5 spree. Looking for the 6 as well. Unbelievable stuff. Mac will secure the Hellstorm with 1 more kill. And here come P7. Desperation now starting to sink in.
Stuns and nades need to connect. We need to find an opening kill. You know the ARs are playing cover fire. Mamba on the top side is only able to get 1. Yuli's going to fly in on the objective and find a double. So the break at a crucial moment here for P7. Now we just got to stay down and soak up as much as we possibly can.
Soak it up. Stay calm. Omit have put themselves in such a good position, but this map is not over yet. P7 set up now for the next hardpoint as well, and this is a fantastic hold. The bedroom is popping wide open, contest complete, and that is it. Omit are in.
And this is a good 15 seconds to take because now Mamba taking positionings away, taking so much space, wins a gunfight. Those 2 players are going to spawn all the way across the map. If Omit win this rotation, it's a GG.
Brack down. Mamba making moves. The mentality is good. Another kill. Can't get any more out of that life, but Vivid is now close enough to make something happen. Has to hold on, let his boys get into the play. Parallel spawns now as the foot race for reinforcements is on. Get to the hard point, send it, go! Vivid!
Now it's only on Yuli. He's going to now fall as well. Everyone from P7 all the way across the map. You got 1 more opportunity to get back in.
1 more push, 1 more fight to stay alive. Through the top door, Mamba holding them down, holding them back, finding the kills. 2 more players by stairs from down low. Should hit the zip. Vivid has it covered. 5 seconds for the win as Mamba drives the stake into the heart of P7. And that is that. No curses lifted today. Strictly business for Omit. And commiserations to P7.
You could read the lips of Mamba right there in that player cam. You cannot beat me. That is 3 in a row on the big stage. You thought that you stood a chance after taking the opening map, but Omit came alive, gained momentum, and deserved to destroy. Spawned in on their best control, took care of business, and made the adjustments today on the Skyline hardpoint. Well played there from Omit. They get their rematch versus FaZe Clan.
What a moment. End of the day, we will see them play. What a spectacular series and fantastic showings from both our teams. P7 absolutely outdoing themselves in that first hard point. The search and destroy came down to some unbelievable clutches. But you called it, Stud. It was the game of control. He who wins control in the series wins it all. What an unbelievable run. And one of the men who was incredibly important in bringing that dub, the king of clutch himself, Mamba, is on stage now with Ian.
Thank you very much, guys. I am indeed stood by with the king of clutch, Mamba. He got some fans out here as well. They love him on the main stage. Omit, make it through. You survive. P7 will drop out of the tournament here and now. How was that for you? It was a stellar performance. You've been looking good all tournament so far.
It's a great feeling, man. I mean, we beat them 3 events in a row, so we were confident coming in, and honestly, we're just ready for that FaZe rematch.
We'll get to that. I just want to talk about momentum, because there was a lot of talk about you guys being underdogs at the very beginning. I feel like the narrative might be starting to change. What do you think?
I think a lot of fans on paper think we're going to lose most matches, but when we're on stage, we're as confident as the other team, and we know we can beat any team in this tournament.
You, in particular, look incredibly confident. I've seen you mouthing some words right down the barrel of the camera. Are you having the time of your life up here?
Oh, I love it, man. I love it, man. I love competing. It's just straight passion, and I mean, man, I'm ready to compete.
You got another matchup coming up, but before we get there, one of the best parts about the Esports World Cup is the brutal nature of how we send our teams home. Would you like to crush P7's key right now?
Oh, of course, of course.
All right, let's do this. Mamba's about to crush his first key. As we make our way down here, being given the instructions, and Mamba's about to hit the switch as we say goodbye to P7. Just briefly, that might have been the loudest bang I've heard so far. Are you gonna crush FaZe Clan's key as well?
Yes, sir. We're ready for that revenge. We're gonna get our get back.
You pushed them to the absolute limit yesterday. Are you confident that this time around you can push them all the way, and why?
Oh, for sure. We realized yesterday that we lost to ourselves, and we know we're the better team, so we're ready to show that.
All right, good luck. Best of luck, Mamba. And to Omit. Blaze, my man, is standing by with an exit interview with P7.
Thank you so much, Ian. And yeah, I'm here with ProLoot, and we just heard the key get crushed. Probably one of the loudest keys to get crushed, but it makes sense because you guys had big dreams coming into this tournament. You guys wanted to do a lot, and it sucks you didn't get there, but just, I know you're feeling defeated, you are defeated, but you know, what could have went better in that last match for you guys, man?
I feel like we just choked the S&D really bad. The other 2 maps we got outplayed, but yeah, the S&D like is really gonna sting.
Yes, it is. And you know, any positives you could take away from just this whole experience of kind of being EWC with your team at the tournament? You know, what was probably one of your more favorite moments here, man?
Just playing on main stage, and I mean, I haven't played it on main stage since last year. I mean, I did at Champs, but just playing on main stage, playing against the pros again, that's like what I strive to do, and hopefully I just get an opportunity to play again.
There you go, and everybody saw your performance out there, and even just getting those reps in makes you a better player all day and just takes you to the top. Now, for all the fans out there at home that wanted you guys to make it a little bit further, you know, anything you want to say to them for their support out there that they've been giving you guys?
Yeah, just thank you for the support all year. Like everyone that's helped us out, yeah.
There you go. That's going to do it for me and ProLoot. Chris, take us away.
Thank you, Guy Blaze, and congratulations to Omit as we take a look at some of the highlights from this one. Mac was a monster for me, as you saw Mackenzie taking over the control, also popping off in that game 4. Allie, what did you like from our blue team going up against P7?
I love the strong start from Mac. I think you hit the nail on the head, as we needed a little bit more out of Mac and Vivid from what we saw yesterday, and he came out swinging in that map number 1. Unfortunately, still a little bit of a slow start on the side of Vivid, so they end up falling in that map number 1. But then you go into the map number 2, I cannot get over Mamba and Craze and Search to Destroy. I just can't. Craze had 4 first bloods, 11 and 7, making it so much easier for the rest of his team, and Mamba playing cleanup squad right behind him with 12 kills. Just, I mean, professional level of play. Like, these guys do not look like they should be in challengers.
Yo, and all 3 of us called Omit to win this series, but we were nervous after game 1. We're like, what is happening? P7 wins the hard point. They also go up early in the search.
Yeah.
Where did things start to sort themselves out?
Yeah, it was second half of the search and destroy. I think it was a turning point where Mamba was just having some insane rounds, like getting kills that he had no business getting, and that just breathed life into the rest of the team, where everybody started to pop off. And like Ali said, said, you had Mamba and Craze to ice that game with the 2v2 retake. Just beautiful to see. Without a shadow of a doubt, they knew they were winning that round. Then we get to the control. As soon as Mac activated, you knew they were going to steamroll the next 2 maps.
Yeah, like, did Mac just pick up a 3-piece? He would have got 4 if his teammate didn't steal it. The man was on fire, and we love to see him at his peak. Remember, the only reason Mac left the league was to take care of a sick family member.
Yeah.
He's back. He is ready to play and earn some money. This was a $20,000 win, Allie. They are now guaranteed 40 grand, even if they go out 9-12.
Yep, they're guaranteed 40 grand, which is a lot of money for these guys who's played in blood, sweat, and tears throughout the entirety of the year just for a spot. But not only that, these people are making it jobs. They're putting in the time and the hours day in and day out. And a lot of these players have already tasted the league, so they're hungry for a spot back in.
I want to give some credit to that man, Brack, who is at the top of your shot. His game one, quite impressive. He's been in the league, down to challengers, unable to walk away with the dub tonight, but he played his heart out.
Yeah, and he had some big rounds in search. He was last alive nearly every single round, and he had a lot of huge opportunities. So shout out to them, putting on a performance. But for this Omit team, man, they just have insane chemistry and teamwork, guys. Like, you see the reactions, just so excited. And you look at, like, the stats afterwards, all basically exactly the same damage numbers. Like, everybody is giving it their all. And that's what it's going to take down a team like FaZe. And you heard Mamba in the interview. He said, we know we're the better team.
Yeah. And you can see it.
Is here.
Yeah, and I think what I do love about this as well is Vivid being the closer in that map number 4. I mean, he went and dropped 28 and 19 for them to finish out this series, which spells good because now they'll be warmed up for that match later when they have to go up against Atlanta FaZe. And we're actually going to be joined by Mac on the desk right now, Mackenzie Melton. It is so good. Welcome back to the chair.
Thank you.
How we feeling, Mac? This was a big win to start the day, but you have a 2-match day in front of you.
I'm feeling good. I'm just amped up. The crowd's really cool. Event's dope. And I'm happy we got a dub.
Yeah, talk to me, Mac. Listen, dude, yesterday you guys played FaZe. We know they're a tough team. And you say, oh, man, but it was so close. And I feel like you guys should have left that match feeling good about yourselves. Talk to me about the mental, what you guys talked about after that game.
Well, yeah, FaZe is obviously a top team. I have the utmost confidence in our team.
Yeah.
Yeah, we lost a map 5 grueler. We should have closed it out, lost to ourselves, but we still had a good showing. So that's really all we took away from it.
So to me, in the game 5, it seemed like they made some adjustments and you guys just didn't react to it. Did you guys watch the VOD? What did you see in that game while they were able to come back?
We actually didn't watch it back. I'm sure we all did as individuals, but not as a group, just because, I mean, we know some of the major mistakes we made.
Fair.
Yeah. And it's really just more about like keeping our confidence and making sure we don't let it like weigh down on us.
Awesome.
And of course, it isn't your first time having to go up against Atlanta FaZe. You know, being in the league previously, having to step away. What has it been like joining this team with Mamba and Craze, who have, you know, the most talk about them of maybe looking for a spot, and also teaming with Vivid, and what it's been like having to go through the Challengers Gauntlet for the past couple of months?
It's really cool. I like Paul and RJ are really cool people. Yeah. Great players, as well, as you guys all know.
Were you shocked?
Oh, yeah. I definitely was impressed a lot by them.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's cool. They're both really hungry. Reese is probably just as hungry just because he keeps, like, getting screwed over. But, I don't know. We're just ready to play, to be honest.
I got another follow-up. You know, I heard you and Reese said, like, you're always playing for your other teammates. Mm-hmm. Something that you guys, you know, have approached kind of being selfless. And on this team, I see that a little bit, but I also see, like, when you are feeling yourself, you're going to go out there and you're going to try to make plays happen. So how did you change your play style when you went back down Challengers? Because, man, it's working.
I mean, I kind of just realized myself that as I was in the league for a certain amount of time, I wasn't, like, content, but I sort of lost my identity to a certain extent. Mm-hmm. And once I got back in Challengers, I just really needed to realize who I was, just run at these people and trust my gut.
Hey, man, you're back, dude. It reminds me of MW when you first came into the scene. Mm-hmm. You were just challenging people, back out there frying.
That's the plan.
I know. I remember back when you first joined the league, it was kind of like Mac is so good. It's his own confidence sometimes that can get to him. Do you feel like when you went back down to Challengers, did that help you gain that confidence back? And what did you do individually as a player to grow?
I don't know if it was like a matter of me like losing my confidence, but I definitely, when I got down there, I realized like, okay, I'm not playing the right way. I'm not like taking the ball when I need to take the ball and shoot. And
yeah.
So once I kind of realized that, everything just started clicking, to be honest.
Take control, man. Take it into your own hands. I wanted to ask you, Mac, you've had a great showing on the stage, but what is it like when you're not on the stage? When you're waiting to play that next match? Are you guys all going and having some local food here, or are you guys just riding the waters and staying glued to screens?
We're just riding the waters, to be honest. Watching the matches, getting some snacks and drinks and stuff like that in the player lounge, and just staying locked in.
Mac, love having you locked in, and we got to keep the show moving with our bracket update because everyone knows at home, if they're watching yesterday, the best match from all of day one was Omit versus FaZe Clan, and we are in store for that treat to close out the night here on the main stage. Why was that such a tight fight in that opening round?
I mean, they're a good team all around, and I mean, it's hard to gauge. We do scrim pro teams from time to time, but I mean, it really just came down to like simple mistakes. Like, they're a top team, so they're going to take advantage of those like little hiccups that we make as opposed to other teams, and that's kind of our problem.
Yeah, it looked like, especially on the skyline, like today it was a conscious effort. You guys focused on Money Hills. The P2, phenomenal, my man. We got over to the P4. That's where you guys struggled versus FaZe. Without divulging too much, you're willing to go to a lot of different maps versus FaZe, or trying to get the same ones in?
No comment.
No comment. Great answer. I was going to say, with the $1.8 million prize pool, do not answer that question, young son. FaZe taking on Omit. That man right there, Vivid, playing alongside Mac. Gentlemen who have been in the league, down to challengers, now trying to score some serious cash in Riyadh. We have to take a look at what's going on over on the Bravo stream. Mac, we're starting to whittle down the field. Keys are getting crushed. You guys just crushed one. Who do you think is going to have their key crushed between G2 Esports and 5 Fears? It looks like 5 Fears stole the hard point game one. They're trailing by a round in search.
They clapped them, by the way, while you guys were playing.
What map was it?
Clapped them on the map number 1. I looked up. I don't even remember. I was so locked in on your game, but I saw the top score line. It was like 250 to 180.
Damn.
Yeah, I feel like G2 Esports have had a couple of slow starts in this tournament. Even when we saw them yesterday, unfortunately, it was Kenny to start, and I think in this map one, it was Estriel that had a little bit of a slower way to get going. But if we know anything about G2 Esports, is they will not go down without a fight. I wouldn't be shocked if it went to a game.
Oh, yeah, they started to battle back towards the end. Ended up 250 to 230, and Hacienda ends up being 6-4. So we're in a 1-1, but it could potentially go game 5.
I love it. Keep in mind, we have 2 streams up and running. Mac is about to go join his squad as they get to relax and wait for the 4th match of the night. But when we come back, it's match number 3. Mac, final thoughts to any fans that have been supporting you so far?
I mean, thank you all of you guys for all the support. This event is super cool. Definitely a new experience for me. I haven't been to EWC before, so like, just keep being loud for us, and we appreciate it.
Well, Alley Cat has been a fan of yours since the beginning of time.
She's a super
you have won us over here in Riyadh. A lot of people cheering on Omit in your next match. Best of luck.
Thank you, guys.
That's Mac. We'll be right back.
Can't get to you. Can't get to you. Can't get to you. Can't get to you. Can't get to you.
Starting to feel it now. Good. I was
It's the Esports World Cup, and the fan favorites are loading into the server right now. 100 Thieves arriving in your Jamil Motors arrival cam. Man, my brain is fried right now. I am jet lagged. These players have been fighting an uphill battle as well. And last night, we saw this squad looking defeatable. After being so dominant towards the second half of the season, 100 Thieves have bled. Recently, people drawing blood in multiple occasions. Ali, what are the thoughts coming into today with the super team?
You're a little worried, right? You look at the super team, easy, heavy favorites heading into this event, easy, heavy favorites heading into last event, and they keep falling short. And we thought, you know, throughout the entirety of the year, it was kind of like, okay, they would say that we weren't put into positions that we were being put in some of these events, and that's why we were falling short. Okay, now you've got some repetitions in some of these tough spots, and it's still happening. So now it's a big question mark of like, who's falling short and where, because for 100 Thieves, they should be dominating the competition.
And Ant, we should remind everybody, this is a rematch from yesterday. These two teams have already played. This time, though, it's for a spot in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, you look at that match, it was a 3-0 for the side of 100 Thieves, but the maps were close. I mean, Kismet had 40 kills on that map, number one. Extremely close, and, you know, Diamondcon 14 and 30. So if he has a stronger start here, good opportunity for the Gentlemates. And, you know, these guys, they're playing for a spot in the league next year, right? They need to impress the fan base of the Gentlemates, which is a lot of people, you know, their team owner in Gataga and the rest of the league. So this is a perfect opportunity for them. You have the VOD you can watch from Thieves. Thieves have also not been performing. Envoy's coming off the worst series I've seen from him maybe all year long, right? So you have a massive opportunity to take down the Thieves here.
Gentlemates need to play a little bit cleaner. They need to be able to close out. Keep in mind, they were up 2 rounds in that control before the Thieves rattled off 3 in a row. We talked to Dan Ghosty about it. Here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with Ghosty from 100 Thieves as he gets ready to play his next match. Ghosty, how you feeling in day 2?
You know, obviously didn't expect to be playing today. We were actually playing pretty well in most other modes, excluding HP yesterday. But we're here. We play the winner of Gentlemates or Orchid, and feeling good.
All right. Now, yesterday in your matchup against Surge, you know, close series, goes to game 5. What happened in that series? What could you have did better? Was it just the hard points?
Yeah, I mean, we lost the map 5, but like truthfully, it was maps 1 and 4. Those hard points, they were just really sloppy. We weren't really like playing fully together.
Yeah.
And as fast as we probably could.
Yep.
And they kind of punished us and capitalized on it. So they were able to bring it to the map 5 and ice it out. And yeah, we went back, watched some VOD, locked in, and we're here today.
There you go, okay? Now, you know, I saw some clips out there, you and Neptune going back and forth, okay? There was a lot being said there. You know, what happened in that situation?
Honestly, there was a lot of snaking, a lot of stair glitching, a lot of GAs being broke, not just on the clip that I tweeted, but maps 1 through 5, lots of staking, lots of it. And I was just tired of it.
Yeah.
It's definitely not why we lost some of the maps, but it's definitely why we lost some of the situations.
Okay, yeah, you know, I don't normally see you get like that and standing up talking, but I knew it was definitely something serious there for you to have to go
it was just happening every map. Like, it happened the map 1, it happened the map 2, the map 3, and the map 4, and I'm like, all right, I'm actually so tired of this.
All right, I know you guys want to, you know, get through this matchup so you can possibly get a rematch against those boys again.
Oh, yeah.
But anything you want to say to the 100 Thieves fans at home?
You know, nothing out of the ordinary. We appreciate all of y'all. We appreciate all of y'all here. We heard y'all at the B station last night. Y'all were getting real loud, so we appreciate that. And I don't know, just keep supporting. We're here, I promise.
All right, Thieves, keep supporting.
Listen, he said a lot of GAs are being broken. I'm just saying, this is the last tournament of the year. Go ahead, fight fire with fire, brother. Like, if that's really what you're saying, because I didn't see too much of the snaking that he said that he saw. Obviously, he's in the game, so he can see these little scenarios that don't pop up on the stream. But hey, fight fire with fire then. That's all I'm saying.
Ants going rogue. I love it. On the other side, we'll see how gentlemanly the Gentlemates are. Kismet was popping off with a 41 kill performance, but it was for the L. Today, he's going to need more help from Johnny, and we talked to Johnny before the match.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with one of my favorite Gentlemates, Johnny himself, as he gets ready for his rematch against 100 Thieves. But before we get to that, Johnny, you just got done playing Orchid. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great, honestly. Like, that series was, other than map 3, I mean, like, it felt like a blowout, in my opinion. Like, we were just getting the guns hot, ready for LAT.
There you go, okay? Now, you know, you guys haven't had Diamond Con for too long, but how you guys, you know, currently playing? How you guys feeling?
Oh, yeah, no, we're feeling great. I mean, yesterday, I mean, I don't know if a lot of people saw the match, but as we were playing in the match, it was really close. A couple tiny things, like, if just went our way and we just blow them out 3-0. Our first map was 224 to 250, 5-6, and then we were up 2-0 and lost 3-2. So, I mean, honestly, I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to playing them again. It was a really close series. I think we should have won last time, and I can't wait.
There you go, okay? Now, you've been the SMG next to 99 Kids, all right? How does it feel being able to feed off his energy in some of those big moments?
Oh, honestly, I mean, Kid's a great teammate, great player. Like, you know, like, there's nothing bad I can say about Kids. Being up there and just, like, knowing that, like, he's got my back when it comes to just, like, slaying or just, like, anything, like, going around the map, like, it feels good.
There you go. Now, 100 Thieves, you guys lost that matchup. What's going to be happening differently in this series than the last series?
Well, like I'm saying, we're gonna win. We're gonna win. I can't say the strats that we're gonna do. You know,
okay.
we're gonna
they won't see it though.
Okay,
they won't see this because once this plays, y'all both gonna be on stage. All right, so you give me a little something. You know?
Well, I mean, we gonna be playing our situationals and S&D a little bit differently. We went over some stuff. You know, we know the couple plays that we need to do right that we did wrong last time. So we're just getting prepared for that for sure.
All right, man. I'm gonna let you go finish getting prepared for that matchup. I appreciate you talking to me. That does it for me and Johnny. On to the next.
Yes, sir.
I gotta say, Johnny handled that grill session quite well. Let's see how he handles these respawns, though. We're gonna see Skyline as your first hardpoint, Hacienda as the control game 3, and Rewind for game 4. If you're going to beat 100 Thieves, do you need to beat them in hardpoint, search, or all of the above?
They have to do it in search. I still think 100 Thieves is one of the best control teams in the game. We saw it in their last matchup. They were able to win 3 in a row versus Gentlemates. So I think they steal a hard point. I think they force a game 5 and win in search and destroys. But I'm going to keep it a buck. They need more out of Diamond Con if they want to win any of these HPs, looking at these stats compared across the board.
Yeah, I think this is the weakest 100 Thieves have ever been. Also, I look at the map set. I love that Rewind's back in it. I mean, they're a couple mistakes away from just closing that out. And Kismet is extremely comfortable on Rewind hardpoint. Also looking at the Haciendas. Like, they were in a commanding lead in that control. You get it back in the series. So, Gentlemates today, I think, you know, just putting the foot on the neck at the end of the maps, right? Let's stop making too many mistakes, and we could have a Game 5 banger.
Just to remind everybody what is on the line, they're already guaranteed $40,000. If you win this, though, you double that, 80 grand. And more importantly, you stay alive for one of the 8 spots left in the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get our match 3 started.
We've hit the halfway point of day 2. It's Black Ops 6 at the Esports World Cup, and the stakes could not be clearer.
2 teams, 1 shot at making it at playoffs. You win, you punch your ticket. You lose, and you're done.
On one side, a roster that's been stacked with stars from the start. On the other, a team looking to prove to the world that they belong on this stage. Fancy, let's bring them out.
Absolutely. They have regrouped, they've refocused, and now it's time for them to close the chapter. It's 100 Thieves.
Let's bring out the underdogs with French flair. It's Gentlemates!
This is your Group B decider. A playoff spot is on the line. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. Woo, mercy. Let's lock in here, friends. We've got ourselves what could be a barn burner. Thieves looking a little bit soft compared to what we would have loved to have seen after their recent downfall at Champs. Whereas Gentlemates, let's be honest, and I'm just going to say it right now, Chris, if DiamondCon spawns in, they may have beat Thieves yesterday.
It really was that close, wasn't it? It was the very first game that we had ourselves, particularly anyway, and it was, I don't want to say necessarily a shock, but Gentlemates definitely shoved them a lot further than we thought they would, and the fact that they're meeting again shows that Thieves maybe haven't found that level quite yet, but have taken like no time like the present to be able to do that again. I'm sure they would take the same kind of game, Thieves, at this stage, a 3-0, but close maps, they would not complain whatsoever.
Correct.
But at the same time, I think it is correct. I mean, we're going to delve into the stats maybe a little bit more as we go on, but I mean, look, we don't want to try and lie into KDs too much, you know, as casters. We do try to not lean on that offense as much as we would like to. You look at everybody here on the sides of Gentlemates. I mean, Kiz dropped a 1.27 over the series. Luna's 0.9, a 1.05 for Johnny, a 0.6 for DiamondCon. Yeah. That, you know, you can almost excuse like a 0.8 or something along those lines, but a 0.6, that is detrimental.
Correct. And I think the biggest thing about this, and just kind of referring to DiamondCon's immediate pickup into Gentlemates, I actually kind of look at that as similarly to what Rex did with Carolina, where he gets picked up almost last second, and guess who they play first? This Thieves team. Like, it's just not an easy team to spawn in against, especially on the AR front, which DiamondCon's running.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, you know, we wouldn't be leaning into it so much if the games went so close. I mean, what is this? It's a 26-point game in map number 1. It's a 1 round in the S&D and 1 round in the control. Yeah. And again, not to be picking on DiamondCon by any stretch. He will probably say the same himself.
Correct.
But if he has just an okay game, Gentlemates could have feasibly 3-0'd Thieves.
Absolutely. The 3 maps could not have been any tighter. That's the biggest kind of resurgent point. I know that the day was long yesterday. There's a big, stiff argument to be made that there are not enough hours in the day when it comes to competitive Call of Duty, but we're reset, we're fresh, and we're ready to go. Gentlemates coming off of a win earlier today versus Team Orchid, hoping to keep that momentum high as they get a second chance versus 100 Thieves. Let's get it on.
And I think that's a really good point, actually. Gentlemates doing a convincing job up against Orchid. That might give them some real momentum heading into the series.
Well, Envoy will have first blood. There's been a lot of eyes and a lot of conversation from Thieves fans about what he can provide after what was also, I think, a categorically lackluster day from him. And he's already off to a 2-0 start and a pretty feasible amount of early hardpoint time. And we're talking he's already up to about 20 seconds and there's only been 25 seconds off the game clock.
Yeah, that's a chunky amount of time. 30 seconds still being left over towards P1. But Gentlemates will manage to find a way through. Coming in from the other side, Hydra will be lingering around Kitchen, just trying to cook as best as he can. These kind of places, these kind of areas are where he really does thrive.
Indeed the case, and already kicking up a couple of kills, but still, decent response here from Gentlemates. Scrap, Ghosty trying to get the last player out, but Johnny continues to battle. And I will say, talking about Johnny, his addition to this Gentlemates team in the regular season didn't provide the spark that they needed, but boy, he's been electric so far here in Saudi Arabia.
He's doing well. Somebody who did sensationally yesterday, we did just touch on it a little bit, that Kismet. But I think that shoe was on the other foot. We're talking about Diamondcon needing to step it up. Is Kismet going to be able to have a game like yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. And then in the same front, just to keep that conversation about the roster going,
we can keep going.
Lunars with this new role looked a little bit more like he had been in the last 3-4 years of Challengers. So can that also be there? So far, everything's panning out very nicely for Gentlemates, considering the early 20 seconds that Envoy was able to find. They're going to get their first lead and still have a chance to hold on to this P2. Break from the front, starting to create something, though, and Diamondcon has to play for his life.
It's okay just to stay alive over towards this backside. Originally for the Gentlemates, a lovely break. And owner of Thieves went, no problem, we'll try and do the same back in days. Nobody able to really hold on to P2 so far. And with 10 seconds to go, it's kind of a bit of a 50-50 split. Maybe Thieves just about get the better end of it. I don't think if you're Gentlemates, that's not the end of the world. You get broke back, you don't really lose a great deal.
No, about a 50-50 exchange, you take that. But over towards P3, a hard point that Thieves have found a lot of success on. And they find a way to produce that once again. Hydra setting up a pinch from the backside of the kitchen. Good shots, able to find himself too. And he wants more. Knows that there's one more player inside the hard point, but help has already arrived for Gentlemates. And they're going to hang on to at least be in a position to contest while Thieves restructure off the spawns towards the right side.
Yeah, Hydra's been a real menace so far. Seems to be slipping in behind consistently, sitting at 12-6. And we know what he can do, right? I mean, it's not a new story to anybody who has watched Call of Duty over the last few years. Hydra is a big problem. Right now, though, they do have a problem with two different directions that they have to now watch. Do the side of 100 Thieves inside the kitchen. Gentlemates find a way through just by pure brute force.
This has been a really even battle. I mean, 50-50 over P1, 50-50 over P2. And pending how this last 13 seconds goes, if Gentlemates can find the majority of it, it would be essentially a tug-of-war game here at the middle of the map as well. But everything starts to turn up in favor of Thieves. And you look down towards the minimap, looking over towards the next hard point at Bedroom, and Thieves have the perfect setup, including Hydra in the back, making sure the anchor is safe.
A close game, but Thieves definitely the ones leading the dance right now. Seems as if they are dictating the way that these games have, well, been playing. May well have an issue, though. Yeah, a couple of players have stood still. Not too sure if we are still going.
Well,
are we? Are we good? Are we locked in? Let's find out.
Yeah, that was Kismet, who was kind of stuck, and even still, it looks like he's just kind of running circles. Well, yeah, he's got to be broken. Yeah, you could kind of see it. Everyone's just kind of frozen at the moment, and Kismet is not moving. So surely there's something to be said about a potential pause or reset coming out, but the game is still going right now. Kismet's still not able to fully get himself moving, so we're going to keep the game going until we get a call from the refs on the stage. So for the moment, Thieves comfortable, let's put it plainly.
We'll get it figured out. At this moment of time, it does not look like something is quite correct, but yeah, I think you're right. Until we get that call, there is really not a great deal we can do. The referee should have been alerted, but in all of that time, Thieves have got a 360 over towards P4. Everyone seems to be moving okay now.
No, it's still Kismet. Yeah, it's still Kismet. It's almost like he can only move his left joystick. Like, he's not moving his arrow at all right now. So, well, now he can. Uh-oh. This would be, well, maybe not. He's kind of floating and dancing a little bit still. Yeah. So we're going to play this through just a little while longer, but the idea would be that we should likely get a reset here. But for the time being, we'll call it as it lies.
It's difficult, isn't it? Like, you know, you kind of want to talk about Thieves, who are now 110 points in the lead, but I think it's an immediate distraction with Gentlemates, and hopefully we get a resolution to that whenever does happen. Right now, Gentlemates are very much playing with their hands, time behind their backs. Ruling waiting to be decided. We'll get there in the end, but that ain't our job. Kismet having a little bit of a shake of the head, but we have been told we are going to go for a restart.
Okay. Give me your thoughts here, because honestly,
Thieves are in a good spot, right?
Yeah, but I think at the same rate, like, I'm looking at that first 3 hills, and outside of the back 15 seconds of the scrap on P3, that's a 50-50 tug-of-war game. I mean, you get 20 out of Envoy to start on P1, immediately responded by Gentlemates. Thieves get the early break towards P2, counteracted by Gentlemates. It just feels like there is this bit of a ping-pong back and forth going on right now.
Yeah, there was definitely a ping-pong, but it felt like the pressure was more so, of course, on the side of Gentlemates. It definitely felt as if Thieves were the ones that were, I want to say, just consistently being the ones first there and finding maybe the odd trade here and there. But I mean, look, it's hard to say. And Thieves were the ones in the lead, and they were the ones leading the dance, so to speak. just get some news in our ears, of course, of what was going on. A little bit of a controller issue there for Kismet.
And that's what it looked like.
Yeah.
He was only, it looked like his right analog was just not moving.
Yeah, so we're getting that figured out, and we should be back into the game for a full reset. That is, but again, you don't mind a reset so much when it's a 20, 30 point gap, right?
No, not at all. I mean, again, it's about as even as a game could have looked like for the first 3 hills and Skyline. I think the only thing that would have been kind of maybe an influence factor is the fact that Thieves had won that P4 side of the map. And again, Money Hill, you assume the better of Thieves in those moments to get 30 plus. But again, that's all neither here nor there. It's as even as it gets. So for Gentlemates, I would say just kind of reflecting off of how they played Thieves yesterday versus what we're getting today, Diamondcon is, I think, looking more confident in his role with this team. I think especially kind of watching on with the B stream when they were playing Team Orchid. Serviceable, I think, Enterprise from Diamondcon played well. Maybe not, the standout, spotlighted, hard, heavy carry that you might want to see, but you are in a position of, hey, at least we're shooting back and we're keeping it around even. So there's good news for Gentlemates fans. I think the biggest story now, kind of taking the perspective of Thieves fan, is are we going to get the same performance out of a player like Envoy, who did suffer a little bit in this matchup?
A lot of permutations.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing, you know. Again, like it was a point I wanted to make, but we jumped in the game quite quickly. Was about Kismet and how well he played yesterday.
Correct.
And it's almost like how many kills are there on the map for Diamond COD? When Kismet's dropping 40, right? I mean, that's one thing that you have to kind of always take into consideration. But yeah, it's going to be difficult for Kismet to drop 40 if his controller isn't working, in fairness.
Correct.
Hopefully he can get a suitable replacement, and we'll get that figured out pretty soon. But yeah, look, it was pretty close to kick things off. We'll go again, but I think for both these two squads, like the pressure really, truly is on Thieves, right? I mean, I think, you know, if Gentlemates did go out of this tournament in 3rd place in this group, I think that was always kind of what we expected to happen in a certain way. If Thieves go out in that fashion, though, I mean, that's pretty bad, and that's pretty
miserable end of the season.
A truly miserable end of the season. That'd be very definitive. What I will say though is they're in a solid 2nd place for favorite jersey at the event so far.
Next to who?
G2.
Thank you. I was going to say G2's unities were clean.
Oh, you know what I like about the GT2 one though is the full tracksuit.
Correct.
Like we're vibing. Like the nice light outfit. It's very summery. I'm all about it.
They're in that beautiful almond, which is popular right now.
Yeah. You know what it is though? If I turned up wearing something like that, you'd probably criticize it. You're the only man to criticize. Thankfully, we don't have a cam in here. But you're the only man to criticize the stash so far, and honestly, it's quite helpful.
There's posts on social media, friends. You can roast CJ Ton on Twitter and Instagram, wherever. The stash, I'm not a fan. I'm just not a fan. I want to see that rockin' upper lip.
It's some of the jackets I've seen you, well.
Whoa, dude, don't hate on the grandma couch jacket, all right, brother? That jacket's heat. Let's get back in, though. Reset. It looks like everyone is good to go, well, even especially if you're a Thieves fan. First 4 eliminations go their way, and it's back to business as usual.
Yeah, that's not the restart you want of your Gentlemates and your Thieves. You have started off where you left, even considering that now Kismet is very much in the game. See him moving there over towards the backside, just going to keep an eye on his name on the minimap just to make sure everything is tickety-boo.
Well, Scrap holding down the upper areas of this P1 overlook. And yeah, he's just absolutely frying. He would have had that one too, but Ghosty beats him to the punch. And it has been a perfect start for Thieves, now trying to flip the map, and they will stagger the spawns out for Gentlemates. It's only one player in the back, and it is the aforementioned Kismet, needed to make a play.
Oh, he has made a play, actually. He does really well. Let's just get through Piano and go up the elevator shaft, and he finds a kill. That's now allowed some doors to be open for the side of Gentlemates, and that's all Kismet, just being patient, right? He doesn't pull up any trees. No problem whatsoever for Ghosty, though, to try and get himself back into the spot. Expects the challenge, cannot deal with it, but ends 6-0.
Yeah, and I think the thing about that is Ghosty also blocks the spawns one more time, and there is a spawn up for Ghosty. So an opportunity here for Thieves to really run away with the early stages of this game. 6-1 for Scrap. He's going to find another on Kismet, and that will clear the field. Gentlemates now spawning way far out, and Thieves looking good for the back 30.
Really good time here for Thieves. Spawn should come in as well. When these gunfights, though, and it's just no problem. If you're going to go 1-by-1 against Ghosty and Scrap, well, Kismet's going to win a good gunfight by the looks of things. Can he find a second Kismet just doing all on his own? No controller issues there, but again, they are on your own after all 3 teammates are dropped.
Exactly, and this doesn't really turn into too much outside of a little bit of a nice individual finesse moment. Scrap 7 in a row as Diamondcon in this reset is 0-6. This is the thing we talked about in this head-to-head matchup throughout the entirety of the year, but in particular yesterday, the AR differential was significant. second, and we're seeing that come to life again.
And the thing for Diamondcon, we did give him some credit in the sense that it has released Lunas somewhat, and you need to see some benefit from that at the same time. You know, we've allowed Lunas to get onto his aforementioned favorite role, but when Dan goes to these 11 and 3, make it 12, he's just doing it with everything, and this is a very different scoreline to what we were looking at last time we were Kitchen.
Combined 24 and 5 for the ARs of 100 Thieves, comparatively to the 6 and 16 of the combination of Lunars and Diamondcon, who, again, DC finally gets on the board. Need that to turn into something, and something quickly, though, because this game's almost already over.
I mean, if you think about FaZe yesterday when they were going up against Omit, Drazer at one stage, he was sitting at 0 and 5, ended 9 and 6 on the Search and Destroy. You need that kind of turnaround if you're Diamondcon right now, because right now your team have 12 kills, you nearly have that many, 12 points, you nearly have that many deaths already.
Woof. That's about all you could say through the first 3, make it possibly 4 hills. Scrap and Envoy dealing with a little bit of trouble as Gentlemates are splitting the map and have some force to get around the back, but it's not together. Lunars, Johnny, both fall individually. Ghosty here to save the day. And what? I think if you're Gentlemates, can we go back to the 3v4 we were just playing when Kizar lost his controller, because they are getting stonewalled.
15 points. Over the case of about 3.5 different hills so far. This might be their opportunity. Diamondcon will find 2, but spawns towards the back. Yeah, you're not finding them in the right places. Luna's ready and waiting for it. We'll find the gunfire on the Scrap. He gleefully went for that child. The way that things are going so far, there's of no question that the roster are feeling confident. Another 4 dead, another 20 points. They are going to be approaching 200 by the time we get to the next rotation.
And I think the thing about this 100 Thieves team, when they're really connected and coordinated, they don't let you take a breath. They don't let you come off spawn as 4 and then get a setup. They're going to keep pushing someone forward to make sure that they at least go 1 for 1 and keep you at low numbers. But this is egregious. I mean, we've seen some blowouts, like a 250-37 I think Boston had handed to them. We've seen a couple of bad losses from Carolina against this 100 Thieves team, but this is obnoxious.
Another 10 seconds, Gentlemates would have doubled their time so far over the map. There's just no way to butter it up, though, right? I mean, they are getting bodied right now. Thieves in a very commanding position, but finally, Gentlemates seemingly are getting some points on the board. Got inside the point, just trying to survive. The rest of his team dropping around him. Scrap finds 2, Envoy another. Kismet trying to save the day. He cannot. Some time will go over towards Thieves. The respite for Gentlemates, that in 25 seconds time, they are on the correct side of the map with P2.
Yikes. I mean, if Gentlemates get broken here, we can start talking about Hacienda Search, because this map would be over. Nice 3 down, though. They have missed Envoy around the back. That's the only big problem, and now Envoy will reveal his position. Trying to chase his Kismet. We'll find him off the drop down and deal with it quickly, but that does, again, block 1 member out from spawning in. Johnny able to utilize that off spawn as a chance to kind of pinch through the old time. Hydra now getting to work around the back, finds 1 for free. Not able to anticipate the second as of yet, but the help from the front from the rest of the Thieves team is already here. Lunar's in some trouble. Finesses gets 1, gets away. Envoy can't trade. So still a chance here for Gentlemates to find some sort of a connection around the back, but while this is all happening, Scrap is still going to have free hardpoint time.
And he's getting it absolutely entirely free. Spawns towards the back, though, are still there for Gentlemates, if only momentarily. 2 players inside of the point, and finding some kills as well. Can they seal the deal with a shot into Envoy? Yes, they can, so that's going to help them solidify. And give Gentlemates their credit. I mean, the lead is one of those things that's still very much there, but over the last 2 hills, significantly better.
Chris, we could go ahead and just say this the way it is.
Seats, right?
You know, I mean, you've seen things, you've seen hotel comebacks. This would best that, let's be honest. If they pull this one off, this would best that.
We aren't talking about Thieves yet. We aren't talking about Thieves, and that's who it happened to. Never seen anything like it in my life, and I will happily sow those seats for us all.
All right, well, get to work farming those up. Going to be over 200 points here for Thieves. Contest comes in for a moment, but Diamondcon having a hard time finding some ground to work with. And Kismet by himself, bested by Hydra at range. So now over the double century mark goes 100 Thieves. I mean, you're still dealing with the ARs of 100T. 44 and 28 combined between their KDs, just dominating at the moment.
The domination, right? Gunfights inside the kitchen. Yeah, Hydra wins those trades all day long. And I'm not being funny, you'll see Diamondcon on the map and he's like, yeah, I'm just challenging it right now. He's not having a good time. No. He said he needed to step it up, and that's a little bit better. Good shots coming through, but the immediate trade is there. Yeah. They'll force their way through towards the P4 spawns. This has been a clinic so far from Thieves.
And again, that's just like the problem of a spot that Diamondcon finds himself in. He's trusted to run like a solo anchor AR, locking down one side of the map, but you're playing against a Thieves team that not only has 2 of the best ARs in the game, but you also have 2 SMGs that are happy to push out and challenge you to keep you displaced. It's the exact same thing that happened to Rex when Carolina first played Thieves when he was picked up. It's just such a tough team to play up against. And as we move back over towards bedroom, it will be Thieves winning the rotation, locking down the spawns, and about to put Gentlemates in the 100-point club.
Incredible work from the side of Thieves. One last opportunity, a roll of the dice for Gentlemates comes up with a 2 at best. My word. That was the kind of man that Thieves needed to come out into this series. Question marks have been sort of risen up against them, especially after the game yesterday against Gentlemates, against Heretics, obviously falling. And that, I don't want to go as far as saying a statement, but a nice steady start to the series at least.
And I think the thing about it is, like, again, our reaction as a recency bias that might come across from yesterday, it just wasn't what you wanted to see from Thieves at all. In terms of, it's been a month since their unfortunate fall in Kitchener. A lot of questions about, did they take the tournament maybe a little bit too complacent to start? You know, kicking the soccer ball around a little bit before their match. We saw that happen in Dallas. But the thing about it is, we know what the potential of this team is. It just comes down to, are we actually going to consistently see it? And I think there was a bit of a wake-up call when they played Gentlemates, even though they 3-0'd them yesterday. All 3 maps were close. Yeah. You get into a really tough Vancouver Surge team, and you play them tight for all 5 maps. You don't quite get past the finish line, but now off the reset, you come back out, and that just looks more like what it's supposed to look like if you're Thieves.
Yeah, no, that's the kind of thing we would have come to expect. Either way, getting it done now when it really does matter, but that's
dude.
Yeah, man, that's tough. It's just so hard as well. Honestly, I think Gentlemates might have had more points at the time of when we ended the first game than they ended up with. Tough scenes, really poor start. I mean, look, the back half wasn't that bad. They probably went pretty even, but when you're that far behind, even is not good enough. No. Utter domination on the side of Thieves, and now heading into a search and destroy. If you're Gentlemates, you need to switch back on quickly.
Yes, you do. And it's a Hacienda that we did not see them play yesterday. This will be a unique map between the 2 of them. Problem is, when they have played this map throughout the year, Gentlemates have not found much success on it. Again, it kind of comes with a caveat because multiple instances of different rosters, so on and so forth, but that guy on the front side of your screen needs to step up. And I know we had this cast yesterday. I don't think we ever really touched it. We're trying to avoid talking about Diamondcon not playing well, but you can't avoid it after you see it 2 in a row.
No, of course not. I think it's something that it just has to be relevant to it because the game is so close. Look, if they get blown out of the water and he has a bad series, then it is what it is, right? Look, everybody hasn't necessarily performed to that level, but it's so close. That's where you start to go to the underlying figures. That's where you start to go at the outliers. You have to sort of say to yourself, right, what is going on? He's trying to be. He's trying to be. One day. That's what he wants. Scrap, one of the greatest of all time, would be something he would take from his career.
Yeah.
And he's against, I should say next to another who will very much have his name in that Hall of Fame later on in his career in Hydra.
Indeed the case. Kind of taking a look over some of the individual numbers here, and we talk a lot about teams that make multiple roster changes. It's all about trying to improve, find a way to correct mistakes that had been plaguing them over the year. For this Gentlemates squad, not a bad first blood team, but a miserable conversion rate percentage when it comes to having those first bloods. And I think a lot of that is, again, you look at the players that have played for them, and the SMGs in particular, very happy to run forward, maybe get 1 kill, but then they get instantly traded. So it's like you're really not playing 4v3s, you're playing 3v3s. I think the biggest thing about this, and what we talked about yesterday, something we really gave a lot of credit to Gentlemates, is that they were finding a first blood and then staying alive, getting themselves those number of opportunities, but it wasn't on a map like Hacienda. So we've got a unique look here for map number 2.
Yeah, it's a little harder to get away on Hacienda than it is on Dealership. Halfway line, get a kill, dip it out. Yeah, you can't do that so much on this Classic. Let's see how it's going to play out, though. These 2 teams posturing up top. Johnny will get that kill and will absolutely be able to get out. Envoy pushed very high up, and Gentlemates just wait for him.
That felt like 100 Thieves seeing what they can get away with type of start.
That felt like we just 70-point club.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, Hydra's going to get a read that the window is wide open and going the way of Gentlemates. Johnny just continuing on his route. Good prediction from Johnny. Gets himself 3, working on potential for an ace, but Scrap is on the other side of the map. Kismet going to throw some shoulders, and Diamondcon will get on the board with a flawless round for Gentlemates on their opening offense.
Big plays coming in from Johnny. The opening blood kind of gets presented to him. But the next two very much had to work for them. Yeah, Envoy is just flying through the front door and nearly gets him, to be fair, but then Johnny goes on to very much do what he wants. That's incredible. Hip fire. Slammed Ghosty. 1-0 up. Very, very nice run.
Yeah. That's the power of a player like Johnny. And don't want to keep creating these challengers commentaries, but when he was in the Vanguard year, he was looked at as one of the best flex SMGs that we had in Vanguard and North American Challengers. Then he gets picked up to a Paris team that's already out of the running for playoffs. Doesn't go well, obviously, because that team was less than good. And again, same situation here. Picked up halfway through the season, but as we get into this round, and it's the SMGs dominating. Follow-up, good though, from Johnny. Almost able to take another double, but there was good support there for 100 Thieves to hold the edge. 1v2 for Kismet.
They fully rotated through. I think Kismet will be probably well aware, though. He's got here enough time that kind of just got to deduce where they've went, and that's the only real place they could have. But I think for Kismet here, slowing down may well be the play. They could be absolutely anywhere around the back of the spawn. They've spotted you out as well. He's going to dip, dive, and dodge and get the hell out of that. We forgot about Duck yesterday. We're not forgetting.
We is generous.
No, we've been a duo these past 2 days. You have to, you're there for my fault.
Okay. Keep that in mind. See what Kismet tries to play off the post plant. Envoy on the rock. Ghosty on this cross. Both nades to play with here for Kiz, but goes for the raw check and finds both players waiting eagerly to find the easy kill.
I felt like that round was over maybe a little while ago. If Johnny wins that gunfight over on the site, very different scenario. I will say, Thieves fans out here in some decent numbers, right? Yeah, very much here. Shout their team on, and hopefully they can shout them on over the next 2 days. A long way to come for them to be knocked out in groups.
You don't need to cover up that. You can say it with some force. Put your chest into it.
Well, right now it doesn't feel like that's going to
well,
happen.
True. Yeah, after you put your opponent in the 70-point club, yeah, that's pretty valid. Next offense for Gentlemates developing over towards Secret and up top towards the window. Could be a contest here for 100 Thieves. They're watching it. Yeah, I was going to say with Ghosty on the cross and the potential for the follow-up through the top hallways, which is exactly what's coming through. Hydra, that's free. And it's just down to Diamondcon. Wow. Not going to happen. Perfect defensive response. Bit of a blind counter, but adapted nicely by 100 Thieves to deal with the window play.
Hydra's a kid in a candy shop when he gets around those kind of angles, right? Sees two like that, and you know they're dead before he even fires the first bullet. He ain't going to mess that up. Just finds the routes. Yeah, first one. As soon as Johnny dies, Luna, yeah, following. Incredible work from Thieves to get that one up and running. Again, Ghosty finding the gunfight. It's just a little bit easy in that round, and Ghosty's letting them know about it.
Oh, yeah.
He's been letting a few people know about a few things, actually, this week, hasn't he?
That one doesn't take a 5-minute monologue, though.
No, not quite.
That one speaks for itself. So, early edge for 100 Thieves, now onto their next offense. Hydra looking for another aggressive route through Fountain. Nades up top, extra pre-fire going towards fences, and Hydra will get through, but Envoy drops in the process, and now it's just about trying to wait, keep the focus on Scrap. RCXD gonna push him out though a touch, and they will find another elimination while Hydra is just waiting for something along the back, but as the RC connects, now it is just down to the French Phenom for what would be a 1v4.
Difficult scenario, but very little information here for the side of Gentlemates. But the problem really is that, well, Hydra does not have the bombers. That would be okay. Nade over the top as well. Not going to land onto anything, amount to anything. Just an impossible push here for Hydra, but if anyone can do it.
Currently, no one's looking this direction. Gonna get Diamondcon for free. Follow up? No, not gonna get away. Cheeky idea, but again, like you mentioned, pretty impossible situation to be in. And that's just really unfortunate if you're a Thieves fan, because you're like, yeah, we got Hydra through, let's go. And then all of a sudden you lose Envoy. The RC pushes your ARs out of position, and everything just falls apart.
And Johnny really just the sacrificial lamb after what was a good RC play. Shots coming in. Only solidify the round there for Gentlemates. Rounds of Thieves here have been fast and furious, whereas Gentlemates have had to draw them out maybe just a little bit, but it doesn't matter how you get it done.
As long as it gets done. There's no pictures on a scorecard. You know that better than most.
Well, less said the better.
Kismet going to be isolated and pushed through. I don't think anyone actually has seen him here. Nate over the top, I believe, also gets a little bit of information off the stun check, so this is a chance. Thank you very much, and all of a sudden, Gentlemates, huge advantage, but Diamondcon, as the bomb carrier, falls towards A, and now it puts Lunars in a tough spot as Envoy finds the kill, Ghosty following, and oh no.
I mean, look at the positions that everybody there from Gentlemates has died in. One back garage, one's in middle map, one's pushed up on A. Like, what's the plan after Kismet finds that first blood? It feels like there's no plan. What are we trying to do there? All the positions they've died in, none of them are in a place to trade. Okay, this is great from Kismet, found a great position. But Diamondcon pushed it up all the way towards A, all on his own. You've got a teammate in garage, and another over... I don't know. I'm questioning it a lot.
Little disjointed, but that's another byproduct of, again, having a newer player on the roster. We often talk when there's substitutes that happen within weeks, the playbook gets a little thin, gets a little disjointed.
It's very tough, but it's fundamental, right? Ghosty and Co. trying to show their fundamentals. A big hit over towards B. Can they come out on top? Envoy will find one.
What a finesse.
Surviving as long as he can if you're Ghosty. A little bit of dipping and diving. Hydra now left in a 1 versus 2.
Oh, he's seen one for free. Problem is he slides out into the waiting arms of the other. Yeah, nice little opportunity there for 100 Thieves. I mean, you expect that there's going to be some sort of a head bash when you try to hit double SMGs towards Rock like that, but they kind of reset the fight okay. It's just the quick reinforcements for Gentlemates get there to overwhelm.
It's kind of being a bit of a strange search and destroy. A lot of convincing rounds for both teams, really. Nobody necessarily taking a real great hold of it. Right now, it's about who's going to be able to break out from this war of attrition that we're really going through. Scrap sitting at 0 and 5. That's not like him at all. So expecting him to maybe step this one up. But a big hit over towards A from the defensive side from Thieves. Diamondcon will get some information from that side of things, and we'll back it on up. I don't mind this at all from...
Yeah, I think that information is everything as well, because now Kismet's going to feel very free to take the super long Giga route through the water. He could actually go backside boathouse if he wants to. He doesn't even need to go straight in. But instead, will hop up and put himself in position for what will be a post-plant setup for Kismet with an AR in hand. Problem is, look at the discipline from Hydra to clear this. Are you kidding? What a heads-up play from Hydra, and now all of a sudden, B's not really an option. Scrap's going to be able to find the cross, and everything falls apart just like that because Hydra crosses his T's and dots his I's.
Going up against your former teammate and just reads him so easily. Information was there, and the problem though for Gentlemates, there was no noise. There was zero noise going on across the map. And as the quiet continues, if you're Hydra, you're like, okay, how are we kind of sitting here? Okay, where could people be? And he goes for the check, and it's just superb timing. Kismet's like, oh, I'm running free here, yeah, no problem. I mean, gets Hydra at the 9 HP. Wins that gunfight, we've got a very different round. But yeah, it's just great awareness.
Oh yeah. I think the other part about that is, like, Thieves get a read really early that this is just a fake with one trophy, one stun being thrown towards A. Oh, okay. They're not actually committing to this. I thought we would see more than that.
I wouldn't necessarily try to get into sales of Gentlemates on that one, really.
No.
It's a nice round for Thieves to get a hold of. Can they find another and actually get a little bit of separation here? And that has been the problem. Hydra.
Oh, mercy.
Head down. That's free as a bird.
Good help.
And out as well. Yeah, Scrap's done sensational. This is so much better from Thieves. Scrap stepped it up with 3 in a row.
Yeah, you talk about the duo of Scrap and Hydra together. That's another instance of why you love seeing them play off one another. Scrap says, I got you. You make your playthrough window. Both come away with the kills that they want and need. And now it's a near impossible 2v4. Nice shots from Diamondcon, though. Gets one shut down. Trade from Envoy, guaranteed. And now it's just on Johnny, who has been made aware of after his elimination onto Ghosty. So 1v3, now down to a 1v2 for Johnny with 25 on the clock.
I think he has been the shining light. He'll have to shine very bright to win this one. Heads over towards the B side. Everything thrown over the top, but
here's
sadly
Envoy.
for you, Around Man does indeed get paid. Envoy will find another.
Really clean from Thieves.
Super clean.
I mean, that's just perfect set play action. We see that a lot from a number of our top teams, but this is perfect. Hydra gets window. You can see it in the minimap. Scrap is watching on the corner the whole way around. And he's even got help from Envoy nearby, tossing nades towards Patio. So it's just everything is covered to allow Hydra to make that first blood play happen. And then from there, it's just play your trades the way Mama taught you.
It's wonderful Call of Duty. Thieves right now looking to ascend themselves to the knockouts. They are, well, a round and a map away from doing so. Gentlemates kind of all at sea here. They've got to try and find something in this 8-8 because Boy is shooting lasers, and the only man who drops scrap is his teammates. Thieves in the blink of an eye are 2-0 up.
What are we talking about? Thieves out of nowhere. I mean, it's just a simple reset in the skyline early on, and yep, find a pillow and a blanket for that guy. It's night time. It has been so calm, so comfortable, and just so much more like we would expect from Thieves in a matchup like Gentlemates in particular. So, convincing start. Gentlemates, their key is starting to flash red. It's in the danger zone as Thieves are firmly in control, go into their control. Coming up next, Hacienda, right after the break.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Now here on the Boulevard, it's a truly amazing place. A maze indeed, with light bending, mirrors everywhere, mazes all across the building that'll have you wondering, where am I? Who am I? What is this? All right? Now, I always ask myself, who hypes up the hype man? Now, I can hype up myself because you handsome. You handsome. But where am I? Am I over here or over there? Huh? I could be anywhere.
Welcome back, friends. Whether you have a broom or a belt, might want to pull it out because Gentlemates are in some trouble right now. Thieves all over this matchup, 2-0 with very convincing maps. Looking at their best mode coming up, and it's going to stay on Hacienda.
Stings, really does sting. If you are Gentlemates. And, well, look, we were in the same position yesterday for them, right? They were 2-0 down after 2, but it is a extremely different feeling now. It was entirely different in the game yesterday. We were questioning whether or not Gentlemates had really stepped it up. Has this change made the difference? And have we seen Thieves maybe just not quite performing at the level we expected? And, well, both of those things could have been correct, but, I mean, that entirely has changed today. What a performance it has been. Start them young, yeah? We love to see children in the crowd like that. The baby is literally 6 months old. Get them involved. I love to see.
Just forget about the rating of the game. Now, I got to say, today has been very, very straightforward for a lot of us. Unless their name's G2. Happening over on the B stream. How about this? 5 Fears, the squad that's only here because Carolina forgot how to do paperwork. They will upset and eliminate G2 Esports in 5 maps. And I'll tell you, some of the maps that 5 Fears won were really convincing. You heard them talking about it on the desk at the couch with Mac as we were loading into this series. That 5 Fears had won the opening hardpoint. They also slaughter the map 5 search. And that's when Exceed gets to be Exceed. Pop it off, yelling trash across the stage. So 5 Fears will make their way into the Group A qualifier. Now, a tough road. They still have to play Cloud9 there, but here's a look at the series, and this was a tight one for the most part.
It was. I mean, look, the maps that G2 are going to win like, are very close Hacienda, very close control, but other than that, quite comfortable.
Yeah.
5 Fears. And that is the worst possible way G2 could have ended the year. They looked very poor against C9, and then to lose against the team who really shouldn't technically have been here. They did not qualify directly in a certain sense. That signals bad news for a few players on that roster.
Yep, I would imagine that's going to be full rebuild over there in the Minnesota camp. It's too bad because, like you said, their jerseys were sick.
Yeah, we didn't get to see them.
No, we did not. No, we did not. But for us here, it's Gentlemates trying to bounce back and avoid the Key Crusher as we look at Hacienda Control. Again, just in case you haven't been watching competitive Call of Duty this year, Thieves love this mode. They are very good at it. That's how they've won championships in the past throughout this year. And Hacienda just continues to allow them to do what they do best. One of the best innovators once this map was added to the pool of figuring it out from both sides of the control zone as they will start 100 Thieves on the defense to get us kicked off.
The map's just great. We love it. We love some Hacienda. It's just, it's very classic. Got some casting in this map in particular over the past couple of years, don't get me wrong. And we love it. Hydra kicking off with 2. Help this push over towards the defensive side. Clear off A if they can. Opening break goes the way of Thieves.
Yep. Good read, though. That for Gentlemates. Yep, there's a couple of players that have gotten through. Back onto the point is Kismet to keep the clock paused while the rest of his teammates try to work out of what could be a spawn trap by Hydra and Ghosty. Hydra misses his window to try to find shots towards Lunars, and that will actually get Gentlemates back over with some numbers here to look very convincingly at the first tick, maybe even the second at A. Ghosty forced the challenge, finds the kill. And now it's just down to what do Gentlemates want to do next.
I don't hit the position from Gentlemates, though.
Neither.
It's just a case of actually trying to finish off the setup. The ingredients are there. The combination not quite worked yet, but some promising signs at least anyway. Diamond not going to be able to find that, and there's the clear. Right now, all of a sudden, you are mostly back in your spawn. You do have one out in Lunars. He may well be able to do something here, and will. Finds the kill on the Ghosty. That will open some doors. You know, relatively ajar, but Gentlemates are going to be able to run on through. It's going to be a square up over towards B.
Yeah, really nice life here from Hydra, winning the connector, also getting a stun out for his teammates on the Lunars, but the kills to follow. Good for Gentlemates, leaving Scrap by himself, and he gets caught trying to finesse over the brick wall. So, opportunity with a close well spawn for Gentlemates to try to reinforce B, but instead they're going to cut through connector and try to get some more work done at A.
Yeah, stay away from Scrap. There's not really any need to worry about it. The rest of these inevitably would have been coming over towards B. And you get some sort of control over towards A. It has kind of worked out. A bit of a pinstripe kill feed, and he's gone. There you go. I felt like that collapse was potentially coming from Thieves, but that is very well worked from Gentlemates.
Yeah, really good call, too. Just kind of to adapt after you get all 4 down to say, yeah, we've got well spawns, but we've got a free route to A to finish off the extra 60 seconds. So you've gotten that work done. Now it's just down to a 14v14, figuring out how to survive and maybe even win this round. And Kismet has opened up space through Patio, traded by Hydra. 6-2 start for him. And Gentlemates spawning over towards mid-secret are going to try to extend the map just a touch.
Still not the easiest thing to do. We know that A is the easier, the harder to capture of the two, but it's still never solidified one to defend here for the side of Thieves. They can set their stall out. 12 versus 11, 12 versus 10, they are big kills. But for Gentlemates, it's always felt like they've had someone alive in a good position, and that is helping.
That person right now is Johnny. Diamondcon keeping Scrap away from the outer fences that well. Double stack between Hydra and Envoy through stairs to quickly pinch this B play. Eyes up, though, for Lunars. Finds the first. Hydra scouting things over towards top window. When does Johnny get activated? Trying to go now. Trying to catch someone off the spawn. Finds one just off screen. Kismet in the corner, though, gets dealt with. Team shots come through on that. Johnny seen on the flank and dealt with. That first tick does get locked, but getting a follow-up is going to be difficult with only 7 lives.
Force their way forward. Ghosty and Hydra may well have solidified it, and if they didn't, then that will. Scrap lines them up, knocks one down with the help of Hydra on the second, lining them up. This round is over. A 7 versus 2 just not possible. But in fairness to Gentlemates, they put themselves in some good positions there. I like kind of the patient play coming through from Johnny. They did well to get out of on the well side and the defensive side of the map. But ultimately, not enough to quite get themselves over the line. Thieves will find the first round.
And those last couple of kills are not just insignificant eliminations. Hydra, I believe, puts himself on 7 with that, so a potential hellstorm starts to brew up here on the breakoff. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think in terms of how the series has gone so far, you look at a first offense with 4 ticks and you say, all right, you know, we're hanging, we're getting involved.
Yeah.
But then those last 30 seconds happen and you're like, what?
Well, yeah, I suppose it's one of those though, isn't it? Like, you take that final roll of dice over towards the point, you kind of got to rush it a little bit, but I like the setup. The opportunity was there. The execution, okay, can be questioned, but as mentioned, the ingredients are there for Gentlemates in this control so far. Yet to really cook anything up.
But this is the difficult side because 100 Thieves, one of the early innovators and one of the early masters of how to play offense on Hacienda, there is no such thing as an unlosable round. Unwinnable round, rather, I should say, when they're on the offensive side. Good break off, though, for Gentlemates. Going 3 for 1. Scrap the last one left alive. Will back away to keep his position over towards Connector and actually maybe put a foot on towards the zone, especially with that kill onto Kismet.
Nelson's coming. Position activated by Kismet jumping inside, and now all of a sudden Scrap has a freebie. Isn't going to be able to quite find the second. Hydra's not going to bother either. Oh my goodness me, please don't lose that. Come and fight Kismet. Ghosty's going to be able to find something on the other side. But yeah, Thieves are struggling here. They really can't get out. They do have Envoy in a not so bad position. The rest of the team maybe need to slow down whilst he tries to get something going.
Kismet gets caught committing into a gunfight that put him into a very difficult spot. Lunars read down low into Hydra, able to win that battle. Johnny working with him on the low ground. Turns for the gunfight versus Scrap. Can't win that. And so now Thieves out of the spawn trap and on to B. And that is where things start to get dangerous. You clear the full floor out. You got a double stack on. Envoy trying to find one off spawn. Not going to work. Can nades come over the top to land? There is a trophy system. Actually 2 trophies here to keep the Thieves safe. And it looks like Gentlemates are going to just chalk and rotate this.
Now have a look over the top of Plat. I'm just going to be there to pick up the pieces if they do have a log. The B is gone. And Hydra's starting to play. They'll find another Will Ghosty. Can't find anything else if you're Hydra, but they are just going to transition quite quickly over towards this A side. Envoy, yeah, could have done with staying alive. To be honest, this is still not bad from Gentlemates. Okay, you lose B off 1 push, but they really have kept them at bay over towards the A side.
Johnny able to be seen, at least for a moment, by Scrap. Not able to get the elimination. On the climb up towards window, doesn't look good for that. But it does give, again, 100 Thieves a good look to see where the rest of the Gentlemate squad is. Because with the last one left alive, on the defense playing forward as the clock comes to another pause. There's the even up on the tick progression, and possibly more to come here. This is a nice little opportunity for a stack for Thieves. Halfway through the second tick, Envoy still alive, trying to get the turn, but Ghosty has his trade, and the play could still possibly be alive with Hydra around the back. Can't quite find the second, but the pressure on the zone is still alive.
Hydra was lingering around there, waiting for his team to actually try to get something going. Didn't want to give up his position, but eventually drops back down. And now involved in capturing with it. Really not far away. You need to go if you're Gentlemates. You need to go very quickly. Diamondcon, the last domino to fall, and that's 100 Thieves, 2-0 up, just like that.
It's just in the blink of an eye. What looks to be potential spawn trap situations against Thieves turns into immediately on A. Unreal stuff, man. They're so quick. They're so quick.
I mean, almost to a certain degree, I'm watching Hydra just linger up top and just having the trust in his teammates to actually be getting something done over towards A. And if you need somebody there to pick up the pieces, great. If he doesn't need to, he's in a wonderful position to just cut off more reinforcements. It's this moment here. Envoy trying his best to survive, and it was Hydra eventually dropping down and dropping 4 as the round ends. It's all about positioning. It's about patience. And Hydra for his efforts, sitting at 18-7.
They're 2 rounds.
It's incredible. This is more like it. This is more what we thought we were going to see from Thieves this week. Slowly warming into this one, but making mincemeat of Gentlemates so far.
In a series like this is the expectation. You know, when we saw this matchup in the initial group pool, you assumed that this was going to be the action that we saw. It was a 3-0, but again, all 3 maps were tight when they first played. This feels like all right, now the wheels are turning the right direction, and this is when I think you start to look at Thieves and say, this is the scary SCOD that we expect to see. But not out of the woods yet here. Gentlemates finding some early success on B. First tick locked, about even in the life count, minute 9 on the clock.
Just working their way through again. Johnny finding himself in good positions here. I have been impressed with him, specifically in this series. I think if anybody has a candle be held towards him, it has probably been Johnny in this series. Specifically in the control, he has been trying to make plays for the squad. Succeeding mostly, but couldn't quite get it over the line, but maybe an opportunity here over towards the B side. Ghosty finding the shots. Can he? Yes, he can, as always. Andrew there to try and pick up the pieces once more. Not able to this time, Johnny. Lighting it up 5 in a row now for Gentlemates, and B's not far away.
Yeah, I mean, this has been another story, kind of a different chapter of the same book here for Gentlemates, where we're seeing one player really take over and show their potential. That's Johnny right now, 21-13 in an 0-2 effort at the moment. They will get the extra 60 seconds. Small life edge, made a little bit better by Kismet there, slips away, Lunar's there to support. And this might lead to a very quick transition. Yeah, you can get Diamond Con on the point to stop the clock again.
Kismet trying to finesse where he can. Johnny finding another 2. He really is trying to put the team on his back right now to try and drag them over the line. And this attack, and if they get a hold of this, you go over towards the defensive side and you say, right, can you get something done to force a round number 5? Still some COD to be played, but Johnny lining up here with the jacket. Oh my goodness me, nearly finds Hydra. But he's doing his work, and that second tick's on its way.
Yeah, 6 life edge, second tick, looking like it's going to be a guarantee. Lunar's watching down low, Kismet playing up top. Small contest, but every single kill goes the way of the Gentlemates. Just one more opportunity to try to touch this would be out of scrap, but as he falls, yeah, there we go. A nice response by Gentlemates to get on the board with the full 6 ticks of capture.
Johnny and Kismet taking over when needs be.
If you know, you know.
You do know. Gentlemates trying to get themselves back into this one. And that wouldn't have helped them either, would it?
No.
Not even remotely.
But again, that's just like the thing about Johnny, and I think the dynamic between him and Kismet's an interesting one because, you know, Johnny, I think, has a little bit more of that flex potential from what we saw when he was playing back in Vanguard. Some of that was kind of mandatory based on the maps that we had back then, but he's got the chance to jump off the page immediately. I mean, you saw it in Challengers a lot. You even saw a moment of it, I think, throughout this season where it's just like, yeah, his individual skill is strong. Just comes down to finding the right pieces around it, and now, how about it? Both Johnny and Kismet getting aggressive through window, find the opening couple of eliminations, and now Kismet's on 6 in a row, really brewing towards that Hellstorm.
I mean, really, we've seen some glimmers of hope for Gentlemates over these last 3 rounds. Yes, okay, they get the last one, but even the previous 2, there was opportunities for them. They took it in the previous, but right now they need Johnny probably to stay alive. Always find themselves in good positions, though. 24-14. It's not just about the positioning for me. He's taking up a lot of space for his teammates, but he has been caught. And now, the dominoes start to fall once more. Thieves have put themselves in a position as soon as Johnny dies, they have nothing to work with, and everybody else, it's just difficult.
Similar narrative of what we saw in the hard point. Once the SMGs are down and you looked at the ARs to follow up, they're not able to. It just has not quite been there. Combined 30 and 48 for Lunars and Diamond Con, and Hydra just continues to dominate positions that Gentlemates would love to have. B is gone. First tick at A gets about halfway done before the defense can recover and try to move across the map in their own right. Even exchanges on both sides as we get to the 20v23 advantage to Thieves.
Just working the kills in and around Office, and Thieves will take that all day. They're gonna have to worry about the flankers coming through. Lunas and Johnny find themselves in a good position. Lunas actually finding 2. Looking for the 3rd over towards the other side, but Ghosty trying to play spoiler. He can continue to keep farming players off. A door will inevitably open for his teammates to get through. Okay, well, have to swing back round. He's not going to be able to. He's dead.
Yeah, but play from the front. Reestablishes the sides for a moment. Johnny makes sure that the clock keeps on ticking. And in this process of exchange, Gentlemates have gotten the life difference just down to even now with that kill from Johnny. Looking for more, and you'll find it. Goodness, 28 and 17, 3 in a row. creating some space now through the well side. His teammates flooding over towards Spiral and towards P2. The only one who is through is Scrap. And he's looking for kills at the moment while his teammates are still spawn trapped.
If Boy's having a game. 4 in a row from him. Johnny looking for the 5th. Envoy not going to be able to be found. Went for the Charl, and it's not going to now allow Thieves out. Scrap has not rotated back over. He hasn't needed to. Putting himself in a position where he can jump onto A pretty quickly. But Kismet behind, trying to be sneaky. We'll find one. Looking for more. Scrap could be the next. Johnny's there to find it. Gentlemates doing a good job here. 3 kills up.
And that first tick still not secured. They would need it if they want to tie the ticks of progression that Gentlemates were able to find. Kismet just playing in a corner. Should find one trade onto Scrap. But here comes the rest of Thieves. This is where they create opportunity out of nothing. Tick gets finished. Kismet just trying to save the round at this point. 11 v8. Ghosty down low. Keeps the clock paused for a moment at 20 seconds. Trade from Diamondcon good, but the numbers start to get back to even to 15.5, and you got a couple of members that could really threaten this. And for Thieves, the Scrap finds another double.
He's done well. Very, very tight now. So Lunas will be patient, as will Johnny. He finds one. You got to find something here if you're Ghosty and Scrap, and nothing but the respawn screen. The right time for Gentlemates to switch it on was 2-0 down in the control, and 2-0 down. Can they get a touch? Not quite in time.
Most importantly, they don't get that second tick either. Yep. So this is going to come down to the life differential in terms of who gets that round 5 defense. So we'll see. I'm not great at arithmetic. No math, I'm a scientist. I leave the counting to the scoreboard.
It's never been our job. We'll just, you know. I try not to get myself in trouble with those things, Alan. But
I get myself in trouble all the time.
All the time, yeah. But Gentlemates, this has been much better. Like every single round they've been competing. The ones that Thieves have won, like, okay, yep, they found their moments. But for the most part, it kind of has felt like Gentlemates have been the one somewhat dictating the rounds until they don't when they've lost them. But when they've won them, they've looked pretty convincing. So let's see what they can do here in round number 5, whichever way it's going to go. I don't think it matters a great deal. Thieves now in the attack. Yes, okay, technically a little bit more difficult, but it really does come down to how Thieves execute when they get the opportunity, because when they do execute well, Gentlemates cannot deal with them.
I think the biggest difference in that life count is that Johnny's got 33, Envoy's only at 16, so another little bit of a lackluster map right now for Envoy, but still 2 members for Thieves. In and around the B point, Ghosty in some trouble. Contest will come back through, but not before that first tick of progress gets locked.
Honestly, Kismet just doing it all on his own as well. Bats them away, deals with Scrap, forces Hydra to have to back up, but Hydra's going to come back and help his teammates out. Right now, Gentlemates are running this map fairly comfortably. But how comfortable can you truly be when this man is skating around you? Lunas tagged up and found. Now a little bit of progress over towards B. Not quite cleared this spawn out yet, have Thieves, but they're in a good spot.
Okay, Kismet gets the read. Onto 1. Envoy playing outside 10. Johnny following up. Should be traded by Ghosty. And it will be. But the problem is he's got no help, so he's got to finesse it by himself. Good opening tags onto Lunars. Predicts the follow-up gunfight and wins it. And no one else in the immediate vicinity. Kismet's going to try to run through patio, see if he can jump on in to get the contest, and he will, just in the nick of time as Johnny joins them to clear the zone.
But they have to get there pretty quickly, so that's opened up some doors over towards the A side. 2.5 ticks in over towards B. A progress starting to be worked on, but it is these big fights. They're just not coming out on top. Lunas and Diamondcon starting to perform on the back of Johnny with 36.
I know it. And that first tick at A did not get locked. Diamondcon now on 6 in a row. Looking for more to potentially be lined up, but no. 6 life edge for Gentlemates. 45 seconds on the clock. 100 Thieves working out of a bit of a pressure play onto their spawn. Kismet finessing after his first kill. Johnny up and over, catches Ghosty, and this could be how Gentlemates close out map number 3.
Yeah, they just can't get a read here, Thieves. They're really struggling to keep an eye on where the Gentlemates members are. This might actually be locked in for Hydra. Has he extended the time on his own? Yes, he has. And I think I actually don't hate it from Gentlemates just keeping their position. That has been working for them, but they've given Thieves more time to potentially find a way back through.
Problem is, all Gentlemates have pushed up and are forcing the spawns way deep behind that mid-statue at driveway. Hydra looking for something. Anything to create space. Envoy doing the same as they try to play off the high ground. There's that first tick finally locked at A. That's the only play to possibly move the defense back. Johnny, meanwhile, is on 5 in a row. Kismet slips the net from Envoy. Trade is out. Clock stays at a pause. 6v15. Not impossible yet. Just comes down to what more Envoy can find from in the zone.
6 in a row from Johnny. He's not died in quite some time, but 5 versus 14. Johnny eventually drops. Now we're squaring up in the middle of the map. One more final opportunity here for Thieves.
This is doable. Just comes down to if you can find the kills and then stack. Lunars will drop. Scrap finds a freebie onto Johnny. On the zone they go. Ghosty finds one more. It's just down to Diamondcon up top. Semtex gets tossed his direction, but Diamondcon finds a second. Envoy still alive on the zone. He's working this alongside Hydra. Can they find the kills that they need? No, almost, but not quite enough. It was right there at the finish line, but a small stumble has Gentlemates extending the series.
It's all about the Johnny show. Incredible work from him throughout the entirety of that map. And we, Alan, have a series. Sensational work. Just really staggering the Thieves consistently. And that kind of felt like a control from Thieves where they'd been 2-0 up in very easy fashion. Was it lackluster potentially? Had they maybe had their feet up? Were they thinking about tomorrow already? And you can theorize all you want. What we know for a fact, though, is that Johnny absolutely took off.
Absolutely. Over 40. Casually over 40. And doing a lot of it just alongside Kismet. The two of them together gives a bit more of a lifeline for Lunars and Diamondcon to get their guns hot. And then when they do, Diamondcon gets 6 in a row. They're near the end in pivotal positions, making sure there's no quick transition. And there is the final elimination. You see it, just a sliver remaining. Mayhem, Coach Mayhem locked in on DC's screen, getting the boys fired up. Now having to reset, looking at a rewind hard point for map number 4.
Lovely work out of Gentlemates, and if any of the maps you thought they were going to take, that probably wasn't it.
Correct. Yeah.
Finding themselves Assi under control. 42 and 23, 4,700 damage. Tip of the cap to Johnny for that one. Incredible work. And honestly, the way he was finding the kills. Okay, the gunfights were good. Yes, okay, he was winning fights you wouldn't have expected him to, but it's the position that he was doing it in. Towards that last round, he was in Thieves' spawn on 6 or 7 in a row.
Yeah.
That's a big difference maker. Thieves are barely getting out of the spawn because of one guy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Johnny's got playmaking potential without question.
100%.
We've seen it throughout the weekend. We've seen elements of it in the late stages of the regular season. But is there enough in the tank to go into a rewind hardpoint? A map that Thieves don't lose often unless you're playing up against a team like FaZe. They did drop it yesterday in the series versus the Vancouver Surge, or the guys that really have had their number a number of ways in the last couple of series. But that was a winnable map for them. I mean, 201, 250 was the tally there. So
I mean, look, these two played this map yesterday. It was a close game. 26 points was the difference in the end. And again, that was one of those games we really did focus on Diamondcon and how he was doing. And Kismet was the guy that had to drop the 40 just to force it to that stage. Johnny's just forced the 40 to get them over the line in control. And also a map that they did play yesterday. It was Thieves who managed to take it 3-2. They have been close on occasion, but those first 2 maps were such a blowout that you're wondering whether or not Gentlemates have any steam left.
Well,
and they very much do.
That's what happens when you fight for your life. Backs against the wall sometimes brings out the best of you. And for Johnny right there, it absolutely was the case. And like you mentioned, we did see elements of 99 kills yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Especially on this map, he was running all over the place. I think he dropped 40 for the L. So
yeah, at 1.54 KD yesterday on that half-point rewind for the L. And again, not to reiterate, but just to get anything better out of Diamondcon, it was a 0.47 for him in that hard-point yesterday. And that is a scoreline like right now you cannot bring to the table. He played well in that control. If we see that, we could see him up number 5.
Could do. That would be a red card, just to remind you on the series layout. We'll save the conversation about those statistics if and maybe when we get there. I think the biggest thing right now for Thieves, and again, I know we talked about this in a multitude of ways, but we'll just hit it from a different point of view. They've been dominating the AR battle, and you're going to an AR map that often dictates how the power positions and the money hills go. So I think you're right to say, as much as Kismet was a terror yesterday against Thieves, you're not going to win this map if your ARs aren't performing. And that's what we saw, again, just kind of not to hit it, but one better, just one better.
Of course.
If we don't see it from Diamondcon, though, it's just going to be so difficult. If you have a single-digit kills out of your main AR, you're likely not going to win Rewind.
And again, just to put the shoe in the other foot, are you going to get a game like that with Kismet once again? You might not need to if Johnny is going to be there trying to win those SMG battles. But again, like as you mentioned, you need your main AR to be able to find something, and that's the guy who's going to be going up against him and Ghosty. Formidable duo. That's where the struggles have been.
I know it's a lot of weight on a player like Diamondcon, who has been, let's be honest, like he's been like a CDL substitute like for his whole entire career, essentially. Either filling in, like I'm going back to that New York days where like Clayster takes the step back, Diamondcon fills in, does great, but he's not eligible to play Cold War Champs and Challengers because of that. The Vanguard year in and out, looking solid, I think. And again, just kind of the same situation. Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, it's just you find yourself in these weird positions where you're playing with teams that are struggling. It's hard to, I think, evaluate a player on their own when you're dealing with a squad that's just not able to find success in any form. So it's a lot of weight on Diamondcon to show up and perform on a stage like this.
That stage looks like it's getting ready for map number 4. Into Rewind we go. One that we, well, flirted with, I want to say, towards the beginning of the season, right? We had a little look.
We had a little taste, a little appetizer of it.
I was never that much of a hater. I know some people were.
Yeah. I mean, it came back to the pool for a reason in my mind.
All right.
Yep. That is a big joy to the Thieves camp, by the way, because they look great on this map.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Let's see how the ARs are going to perform here on map number 4. Gentlemates, can you force the reverse sweep to have some potential here? Map number 4, let's get it.
Indeed, let's do it indeed. Again, I think the big thing that stands out is how the first hard point went, 250 to 78. But Johnny kicks us off with first blood. Kismet Lunar's following up, and this is some nice early time for Gentlemates over P1. Scrap's got a bit of a pinch, but read by Johnny. And this is going to be an electric start from Gentlemates.
Yeah, it's the kind of start they would have wanted. And just to kind of further reiterate the fact that that reverse sweep is on the cards, if Kiz is going to fire like this, it very much is. It would actually be the Giga reverse sweep. They would 0-2 down, if I remember correctly, in the control. We don't see many of them, but when we do, it is a special occasion.
Well, first 23 seconds are good. Working on rotation is Kiz, who's picking up where he left off yesterday. And an opportunity, to flip spawns. That happens immediately just before the P2 lock screen starts to come out. Kismet on 5-in-1 to get themselves kicked into gear. And what a start this has been from Gentlemates. Early threat here, though, by Scrap and the rest of 100 Thieves. Spawns are still in for now, but should be blocked, and they are. So it's on to Kismet to play his life. He's been seen, and now he's being chased.
You can see Thieves want to hunt him down. They need to get rid of him. They do not want that thorn, that rather big thorn in their side. Nice clear up from Thieves there. Really good work from Gentlemates off the end of P1 to get over towards P2, but that's the kind of position that you're not going to be offered too many times. If you get that hold, you really could have done with a little bit more. Now they find themselves somehow behind.
It's the way it goes with Money Hills on Rewind. Hydra cutting off Laundry, no worries there. Numbers from the front being read and dealt with by the ARs of 100 Thieves, and that should be the go call for the SMGs to start getting to work on rotation, which Hydra has found his first kill inside a DVD. This should move the spawns around just a touch and give 100 Thieves numbers advantage as they try to play for rotation, and Hydra's not done 6 in a row.
Starting to try and take over. Kismet will find 2 though, and Luna's alongside. The rotation looking good here for the side of Gentlemates, but it did around 60 seconds ago, and they find themselves down 40. Heading over now towards P3. The setup, the line is nice. But the one thing they're going to have to worry about, look at the positioning of Hydra. Yeah, he slipped behind Johnny, and all of a sudden, that setup is starting to collapse, and collapse rather quickly. Ghosty finds one. It is nearly perfection from the side of Thieves, finding that break back all for fall, and they've got Gentlemates exactly where they want them.
Yeah, and Kismet, again, staggered off the spawn, forced to take a gunfight, wins a clean one. Softens up the setup maybe a touch, but the trophy systems are doing the job as they're intended to, dealing with all of these opening aids from Gentlemates. Ghosty 5 in a row and soaking up the hard point time. Already has a hellstorm because of it. And you also have Envoy, again, with the freedom to play off a route, creating space towards beepers, and this is just nailed to coffin ideas right now for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think they were worried about players still over towards the back spawn, so if anything, it's kind of a little bit wasted, but irrelevant. They won't care. They got a hold of the break. They will find a kill through the mid-map, and now all of a sudden, the Money Hill, that is P4. Is beckoning here for Thieves. A couple of kills still to try and deal with here. Hydra now on the outside. Luna's next one on the chopping block. Cannot find it. Glimmer of hope. Close spawns coming in here now for Gentlemates. This is up.
Envoy in some trouble on 5 in a row. Hydra, Scrap trying to get themselves back into the play.
I like this.
And Scrap is going to have the trigger discipline to go from one maybe to the other. Did not expect that Johnny had played that far deep, but the trade is right there for Hydra. Giving a little roar as 100 Thieves break back in with 35 seconds to fight.
And this is a big 35 seconds. It takes that gap from something that Gentlemates, with that spawn, they could have got it down to what, 110-70. As it goes, they could well be nearly 100 points behind after this. Can't find a breakthrough, can't find Scrap. Johnny has done well, though, to find an initial break. Scrap nearly wins that gunfight. He had no right to, but the spawns and the flip will come through. Gentlemates find a way through and still have a glimmer of hope.
Yeah, but now you've got Thieves knowing what they're dealing with, locking down lanes before Generators opens up. And Scrap, Hydra, Ghosty playing off of one another perfectly as they wipe the floor and reset Gentlemates way back behind Beepers. Hydra continuing to bump the hard point a little bit further out. That actually puts a bit of a split spawn situation into play here for Gentlemates. Everyone playing on an island right now.
Kind of feels like Gentlemates are hitting glancing blows throughout this hard point, but the counter punch is just that little heavier from Thieves. Every single time that Gentlemates get themselves an opportunity, 100 Thieves fight back and just offer them a little bit more.
40 seconds to fight for. Numbers start to develop for Gentlemates, but 100 Thieves under pressure. See how they're calming as we go to a Bravia Listen with 100 Thieves.
Their side. Outer. Watch out, Dan. Nice. Gonna be their side now. Two of them quick. I have a trophy. We're good. Yeah, we've got her.
To the side. One shot.
Nothing outer. One more. Right.
Nice.
Last guy there, Diamond Con. Last guy.
Top of the crate.
I still got her. Make them chill. They're spawning close, by the way.
No, I think I saw
They spawned orange. They spawned orange.
Blue, and one's gonna be mid door.
I have a cross. Ernie, I have a shot. Yeah, I have a push.
Ernie, they can't pinch out. In blue,
dead.
All right, one more.
Pulse single.
One more book right now, close. And then one already ran down mid street.
Mid. Johnny and looters.
Nice. Maybe P3.
No, book laying down. One bullet. Nice. Just so. Yo, I spawned burger. Already book.
Yeah, book.
Book, and then they're gonna be behind you.
Blue, last and all behind you. Blue, that's all behind you. All behind you, Ernie. All there, Ernie.
Yeah, all there.
Could be to your right, Taco. Could be to your right.
Yeah, give me mid.
I'm moving to the right, Ernie. I'm moving to the right.
Go. I have your bedtime. Watch your limit.
Well, you hear it. It's fiery. It's locked in, and it's doing the job. 100 points up. Our 100 Thieves betting towards P1 and really zoning out Gentlemates nicely.
It's just been a wonderful transition. You can hear the comms are so clear. It's a little bit better from Gentlemates, though, to try and find a way through. They had some good look over towards P1 when we did kick things off here on map number 4, and the transition was great, but the hold was not. They get this 20, they can find a rotation and find a 60, all of a sudden, well back into it, but it's a lot of things that have to happen just to still be behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, you take a look at just the scoreboard across both sides, 23 and 13, 19 and 12. That's the big news for 100 Thieves, whereas 9 and 16, 9 and 15, 10 and 20, and I'm sure the chat right now is saying, someone help Kismet. Another stellar performance from him, trying to do what he can to effort this team to keep this game close. Envoy, though, in the corner, dancing with it. DiamondCon follows up for the trade. Hydra knows a couple of weak health pools, but again, Thieves just playing good team Call of Duty right now. Break down Gentlemates and get back into the hill.
Staggering all the utility, keeping them at bay as long as they can. Hydra from the side, not going to be able to find a great deal. So for a moment, Thieves are on their own. It does not really matter, though, when Envoy's finding two like that. Scrap gets another. It's a 4 dead. With 30 seconds to play here, over towards P2. The writing is very much on the wall here for Gentlemates.
Yeah.
They need to do something about this right now, or they are crashing out of EWC.
Indeed the case. Over 200 points will go Thieves. Ghosty still getting the job done from the front, and this just feels like Gentlemates have lost composure. Just a late challenge because, well, honestly, you kind of have to challenge everything at this point in time, but it's not winning gunfights. I mean, we got double negative pretty much across the board for Gentlemates except for Kismet, who's holding even, but it's just an out slay fest. And it's another one you look over towards what you're getting out of the ARs for 100 Thieves. They're just having the time of their lives.
Just finding themselves skating around the map, pretty much uncontested. Charles are coming and just not finding a great deal here for Gentlemates whatsoever. It's another easy transition for Thieves. Gentlemates in the moment are unfortunately getting slammed.
Hydra working on just kind of playing by himself. That does get the stick. It's awkward self-trade, but it works. 100 Thieves still on the hard point. Scrap getting a bit of a workout here through driveway. But, well, that's not going to make life any easier. Able to avoid getting concussed by it. Right back into the battle. Still finds one somehow. Ghosty playing towards hedges. Really cannot contest this, but gets a good read. Good snap. And eventually Lunars for the trade to keep Gentlemates out of the 100-point club and alive on rotation to new.
15 seconds to go on P3 here. If they can find a way through. I was about to say Scrap. Is he going to be the one to slam that door shut? Kismet, as ever, is the one trying to answer back. Finds two of his own, but they need to continue to force their way through. Lunas and Co, you need to make the move quickly, whilst 100 Thieves are actually down in numbers, but it does not matter. Scrap and Envoy hold it down. They are 15 seconds away from seeing them tomorrow.
Should be the ball game. And try as much as Kismet was. Just not enough in the tank here for Gentlemates to get by their Los Angeles counterparts. One more chance to touch, not going to happen. 100 Thieves comfortably take down Gentlemates as they had all year long this calendar year. And with that, Gentlemates will be eliminated, their key crushed, and 100 Thieves will cruise into tomorrow.
Better from Thieves. I think they will be very disappointed, of course, with the control. They were in a commanding position. They'd have loved to 3-0, but I'm really still happy with the performance if I'm a Thieves fan. If I'm on the Thieves roster, very calm and composed. A very solid outing, to say the least. But for Gentlemates, not really a great to the right hand about it. Look, they started the tournament in a relatively decent position. We've seen the game up against Thieves and a close 3-0 loss. You would have thought, okay, a couple of plays here and there, that could have been ours.
Yep.
You come into the second iteration of these two playing up against each other here in Riyadh, and it could not have been any different.
No. And the better news, I think, for Gentlemates fans is that you're able to get past the Challengers team inside your group and also still have that little bit of a caveat that we had a chance to take down Thieves in our first matchup, just didn't quite have the right pieces in the right places. And that now, I think, looks at the conversation afar of saying, what do you do with the Lunars? Does he have a chance to have a spot in the league again next year? What about a Diamond Con? What happens to Kismet? Lots of questions in terms of what this Gentlemates team will do. I think especially looking at Lunars, hey, you put him in the right role, he plays better. So something to be told about that. But on the other side, it is a power team after all, and Thieves showing exactly why they are labeled as such, as Fancy's down on the main floor with Envoy for our post-game reaction.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We're back on stage after a 3-1 from 100 Thieves, and they're head on to the quarterfinals. I have Envoy with me for our Amazon winner interview. First, I want to ask, all eyes were on you guys, and yesterday's loss to Vancouver Surge kind of raised some eyebrows, and now you're looking solid more than ever. Do you think that this is the run where you guys just take it to the trophy?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me personally, I'm just trying to step up my game throughout the rest of the tournament, and I think we'll be solid otherwise, and just playing our game.
Well, you guys got the dream team, you, Crab, also Hydra, and honestly, there's a lot of talks that you guys should be winning the tournament, but in the next match, you're heading against Optic. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, Optic are the reigning world champs, so it's going to be a tough matchup, but, you know, I trust my teammates, I trust myself, and I hope we can put on a show.
Absolutely. Well, you're about to crush a key because you just won an elimination match. I don't know if you know how this works, but are you excited?
Yeah, I'm excited. I didn't get to crush any keys last year, so I'm happy to get one this year.
All right, let's go to it. The key crusher is going to be turned on right now for their key to be crushed by Envoy. And this marks our third crushing of the day on Stream A. There's so many keys are being crushed, so many teams are being eliminated. But we'll let Envoy enjoy this moment. You crushed that thing in half, and there's a possibility that Optic's key is going to be next here. Is there anything that you want to say to them?
I'm looking forward to the good matchup, and yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, best of luck. Back to you guys for the loser interview.
All right, everybody, I'm here with Kismet himself. Kismet, you know, you guys are exiting the tournament. We just heard the key get cracked in the background. You know, sorry for the loss. You know, what you feel like could have went different in that series for you?
I mean, that's a hard team to beat, right? They were playing good. I guess, like, I wish we would have came out with the same fire that we did the first series, like when we played them yesterday. But at the end of the day, I mean, we showed a lot of fight in that control. We were down 0-2. A lot of teams would just crumble right there. So, I mean, props to us for trying to push it this series. It just wasn't our day.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. You guys fought hard. You put on a show all weekend, and it's been a season for you. Coming to a close, you know, just kind of reflecting on all. What do you want to say, you know, about your season? And after that, what do you want to say to the Gentlemates fans out there that's been supporting you throughout this season, rocking them?
I mean, this season's been rough, man. I've been trying to keep my head straight, and I think I've done a good job doing that with, what happened. It's been a hard one. Hopefully next year's a better one. But to the fans, man, I really do love you guys. You guys have been nothing but supportive from day one, so I appreciate you guys.
It's been a great season for the Bulldog and the Gentlemates. Show them a round of applause, everybody, as they now exit the tournament.
Thank you, Blaze. As we take a look at some of the highlights, a 4-game series as Gentlemates survive the control, but it is the same score at the end of the day. 100 Thieves moving on. We will say goodbye to the French fans and the Gentlemates in this tournament, Allie.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did see a couple moments of life out of them, but there is obviously a pretty large skill gap right now between Gentlemates and it feels like the rest of the league. I mean, you talk about those hard points, it was just gunny. It doesn't matter if they tried to get there early, it doesn't matter if they got a good hold, it felt like they were broken apart fairly early and fairly easy from the side of 100 Thieves. And it's not easy. I mean, you're talking about one of the favorites coming into the weekend. It's an unfortunate pull.
And I'm looking at the numbers here. This is a slaying job done by 100 Thieves. You got embarrassed if you're Gentlemates looking at the numbers. Diamond Con was looking at single digits the whole first hard point. The second hard point, Lunars is on single digits.
Yeah.
Diamond Con, same situation. 3 players all struggling. Why did Thieves have so much control in that game type in particular?
I mean, phenomenal question, Chris. And this is the reason why. When you watch them and you get into the nitty gritty on how they're playing the game, Kismet is the only one that understands how to get out of bad situations.
Okay.
There's so many hills where it's like 100 Thieves have early control. Like you think about generators, they push out both sides. Kismet spawns up, he's waiting for them to give him an opportunity, and that is your opportunity to set up a play. Once Kismet finds a kill, we're pinching, we pounce on it, get the break. Nobody else on the team understands that. It's novice mentality, it's amateur approach towards hardpoint, and there's a skill gap, as Ali mentioned, but also a knowledge gap. And that is what hurts you so bad when you play against a team like this. Like yesterday, the guns on Gentlemates were extremely hot, and that's why the maps were close.
Right.
Today, the guns weren't hot, and you see the gap that happens when you can't shoot straight.
Bit of a difference with the team setup. As we take a look at some of the numbers here, who shined from 100 Thieves in your eyes, Allie?
I'd say it'd have to be Hydra. This felt like the Paco that we have seen that comes up every once in a while this past year that we've been waiting for. He definitely had a little bit of a takeover in this series, even when they were in tough spots, like them at #1. Envoy, another kind of slow start out of him, and it was Hydra that kind of led through the way. And then you go into the search and destroy. It was Hydra and Ghosty that were keeping them in it. It seems that Scrap and Envoy, again, a little bit of slower map too, but thankfully for 100 Thieves, that hallway control was just devastating for the side of Gentlemates.
Yeah, just a relatively easy series for these guys. You know, it's a 100 Thieves team. They had a tough loss last night to the Surge, and now they got a date with Optic, so that's going to be an absolute banger. We have a single elimination bracket now, and 100 Thieves, I mean, it hasn't been easy, but they found themselves in a good situation finally.
We've had a lot of fun watching these matches, but unfortunately, this could be the final time we see a number of these rosters. Diamond Con coming in particular for this event. I don't think he's going to be back in a Gentlemates uniform. You look at the rest of the players that were cycled in throughout 2025. I think if I am Gentlemates, I'm looking at Kismet's performance and I'm saying I'm keeping the Bulldog.
Yeah.
But it's time to hit the reset button. And with teams like Minnesota out, I'm thinking Kenny's probably a free agent. I'm going to go pick up my AR. And after watching the Omit boys, I want Craze and Mamba. Can you think how strong that squad would be in a game as fast as Black Ops?
Yeah, it's like all that's going through my head right now is the opportunity, right? Because Kismet can be paired with so many different players. He's so versatile. He can run an AR. We learned that this year, right? So you look at a couple of those guys and you think you pair him with them and they could do some absolute damage. Speaking of doing damage, we got the damage dealer himself. What's up, brother?
It's not Scrap, ladies and gentlemen. It's the one from France. We welcome him to the stage. It's the one and only Hydra. Hydra, the French phenom, doing what he does. You built the super team, but the super team stumbled yesterday. What happened?
What happened? We haven't played our game since Major 4, I would say. The best game, at least. We've been practicing a lot. We've made progress, but it didn't show like yesterday, obviously.
Is it kind of like scrims not translating into matches? Like, have you guys pinpointed at all what it could possibly be of why it seems you send a stumble and against teams that we all are like, you should steamroll?
I think it's more having energy during the day. I think we are on and off most of the time. All scrims has been going well, so.
Is pressure a factor at all? Because people have talked a lot about you guys, obviously. You know, earlier in the year, it seemed like you guys had a slower start, weren't the super team people thought. You guys broke through that. And then seeing champs and now seeing your early performance here, it feels like pressure is actually getting to you guys a little bit. Talk to me about that.
I don't think it's pressure. I think it's just, like I said, it's an on and off day. And I feel like it's just like unlucky that's like in the matches days that's happening, because most of the time in scrims we don't really have off days. What I mean by off days is just having like poor rotations, now rotating, now playing the game like we do.
And then one follow-up to that, and then we'll get back to the positive train, the control. You guys were the best control team that I had ever seen in CDL history. Yeah. And lately it's just sort of taken a dip. What's the case with that?
Well, control changed. Since all the spawns are new. For example, the Gentlemates have been practicing on it way more than us since we had champs and we played on the old patch. So that's one thing. But what happened at champs on control? I mean, to be honest, I have no idea. I think our flow was off. And like I said, I think we just had like 2 off days.
Can we put a period on the negativity, because Blur Thieves are moving on to our playoff bracket.
I'm cool with it.
Let's start spitting the positivity because
Listen, I have it. Look, Paco, you are kind of like one of the shining lights in SMGs. You are the most consistent. You constantly put up the numbers. You constantly put up the KD. If I want to play like Paco, if I want to play like Hydra, what is it like being you? How do you warm up? How do you get better at the game? What is it like for you?
How to play like me? I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm just like I just adapt to situations a lot. I feel like I'm really smart when it comes to adapting. I'm not saying I'm smart at the game, but
you are.
Adapting in situations. How I warm up? I mean, I just like shoot bots. Nothing too crazy. I don't do anything crazy. I just wake up in the morning and
He's just talented. That's all it is.
Just do my own thing.
More like that.
No, I put a lot of work. I do a private match. Obviously, people don't see because I don't stream and I don't really talk about it. But I put hours in private match by myself. Run around for 2 hours, 45 minutes sometimes when I'm lazy.
Do you have fake names when you do that?
Sorry, what?
Do you have fake names when you hop into matchmaking or any of your private matches? Or are you always Hydra when you load into the game?
When you're playing ranked and things like that?
Oh, no, I don't play ranked. I don't play ranked. Too many hackers.
8s, right?
Now, 8s, I will play 8s if I had to shoot my gun better. But I think I shoot pretty good most of the time.
Fair enough.
Now, Hydra, what I find amazing here at EWC is just how many titles we have. We were talking about it in the green room. Call of Duty has featured some incredible gamers who have found success in multiple titles. But Ant says you may be the most talented gamer of anyone in the Call of Duty space. What is that? Is that just something you were born with, or do games give you like a special challenge that you love to achieve when you accomplish it? What drives you to be as good as you are across every title you play?
Honestly, I just want to win more than anybody. I'm being honest. Nobody wants to win more than me, and I'm trying as much as I can every single day for 9 months straight, and go back to the off season, relax, and go back again for 9 months.
That's right, chat.
And
he is the French Kobe. Let's take a look here at the bracket. Shout out to our graphics team that have this ready for us. We have a number of teams already secured into the top 8. And Hydra, I got to get your thoughts. How do we feel about Optic here in the top half? And knowing it's single elimination, you're probably playing Heretics or the winner of that second match in round 2.
Honestly, I feel good. I mean, playing Optic first match is the best case possible.
Do you prefer the challenge going against like other top favorite teams in tournaments like this?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Do you prefer the challenge going against?
Oh yeah, no, I want to play. If you could give me Optic, FaZe, and Toronto, or like the top 3, Heretics too, it's perfect.
Here, let's do some reverse juju here. Listen, you've been watching Optic. You saw their champs run, obviously. They have been ridiculous, Paco, truly. Talk to me about what they do incredibly well, because they're going to be a tough team to beat.
I think it's the pressure of the map. I think Shotzi, sorry. Just put and Kyler and Nuke. Just put a lot of pressure on the map and just makes Dashi and Mercury's just plays like slow kind of, but obviously with the flow it's like perfect. I think they just play good.
So
they just have a good flow.
Is it safe to say the key is going to be you and Envoy's performance in that series?
No, it's all of us, for all of us.
Fair enough.
25%.
Final question before we let you rejoin the team. You've been playing Call of Duty for a while. You've been a pro and one of the superstars of the league of the last 3-4 years. What is your favorite Call of Duty of all time? Because we have a new title dropping at the end of the year.
Black Ops 3. The one I played. I'm really young. I didn't play the ones before.
That's my number 2. That game was a banger.
What's your number 1?
Black Ops 2, number 1.
Black Ops 2, yeah.
Black Ops 2. But you were probably like...
I was like 7.
Yes.
Me and Paco about to make you guys feel really old.
Man needs to meet the B-23Rs, put a foul in his hand, let him feel the power of Black Ops 2. For now, though, we know we have more Black Ops coming our way. We have plenty of Black Ops 6 coming at you from Riyadh with one final fight tonight. We find out, is Omit or FaZe Clan moving into that playoff bracket?
This land is calling.
What's up, everybody? I'm back over at the secondary stages, and I'm hanging out with my main man, Seymour. Seymour, crazy matches over here happening today. Some upsets. Can you break it down for me?
Yeah, I mean, Gentlemates versus Orchid kicked us off today, and I think Orchid, we had a lot of respect for this team coming from EU. Fortunately, it's not the tournament for them. 3-1 loss to the Gentlemates, now playing 100 Thieves, and you're hoping that Gentlemates could carry that momentum. It doesn't seem like they're doing it right now, but I was hoping for a little bit more.
Yeah, same, but they out there, they're fighting, and, we probably got another retirement coming out on the other side of Orchid. Nothing officially confirmed yet, but that'll be 2 in 1 day. Some greats going by. But when I speak about greats, G2, some great players on that roster. What happened to them?
G2, it's been a rough year. And into EWC, we had a lot of respect for these players, a lot of hopes for these players to fix some of those issues. And it looked a little bit better this game rather than their previous versus C9, but 5 Fears with nothing to lose, not even supposed to be here right now. This is a team that beat them before champs, and now going into this tournament, they do it again in a Game 5 fashion. I think 5 Fears are going to ride this momentum, and they should be looked at to be a little dangerous.
Now, moving forward, what do we have to come? I see Boston Breach and Falcons getting prepared on the main stage.
Yeah, I think that for Boston Breach, they had a great performance in their previous tournaments. They need to repeat that again if they want to create that narrative that they are a top team in the tournaments. But for Falcons, with the roster change to TJ, if they can fix those respawns, I think I'm really excited to see this team try to take a win and push deeper into the bracket. It'd be good to see some fans back in the crowd cheering for them. That was sexy, and the drums out there, but it's going to be a tough one for Falcons. Breach are still a good team.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get their whole crowd up in this venue, so we'll see if that nerfs them or not, but nonetheless, great matches coming up forward, and we even got C9 and 5 Fears, but we'll get into that one a bit later.
FaZe Clan taking the stage next, and you can see they are all about their business. The physical, mental coach leading the way. You got Coach Crowder, and then, of course, some of the greatest Call of Duty players of all time. They haven't lived up to the hype, though, yet here in Riyadh, and they got to fix the mistakes from yesterday if they want to advance to the round of 8, Allie.
And it's been from their fourth member, Andraza. He had to clutch a lot of those matches the last time they went up against Omit Gaming. And for FaZe, it's so uncharacteristic out of them. Like, you even look at this and you still go in thinking they're the favorites. Obviously, they did beat them once, even though it was close. But because it's FaZe, because we know what they're capable of when they're playing on all 10s, and they haven't been recently.
Yeah, to me, I look at this match, and, we're talking about favorites or underdog, both of them minus 100. I mean, both these teams yesterday put on a performance. FaZe had to clutch up, and in order to clutch, a team has to choke, and we saw Omit choke, but they learned from that match, man. I mean, you've seen the confidence in their play style. They were tested in their last series, immediately bounced back, and here is the difference. Mac and Vivid today were frying. Like, the confidence is there for them, so you know what you're getting out of Mamba and Craze. I think Omit have a great chance in the series.
It's a four-man effort in their earlier win for Omit to stay alive in this tournament. FaZe, though, has been waiting all day because they fell in their final match of last night, trying to bounce back. This is a position they're not comfortable with. They're not used to being here, and we talked to Abeezy about it. Here's what Abe had to say.
What's up, y'all? I'm here with Mr. Too Easy. It's Abeezy as he gets ready to play Omit. Now, Abeezy, you guys didn't even want to play today, but you lost to Miami yesterday. What happened in that series?
I mean, I think we just didn't play good COD yesterday. We were not taking enough space on the map when we needed to with our kills, and I feel like it showed, especially in the hard point, like both hard points, I would say, and the last one specifically, like we went down like 160 points, almost made an insane comeback, but I feel like the only reason we started making that comeback is we started being aggressive with our kills.
Okay, got you. And, even when it comes down to comebacks, you had to do one against Omit, to make it to this point. What are you guys going to do to make sure you don't put yourselves in those situations again where you have to play perfect COD?
I mean, mainly I feel like against Omit, like our S&D was like looking a little iffy, and I feel like in the series against Miami, I feel like our S&D was looking pretty good. I feel like I was finding my flow, and I feel like in the series against Omit, I couldn't really find my flow in S&D, but thankfully we ended up clutching up in the end. So I feel like as long as we, like I said, keep that aggressive pace on the other team with our kills, especially in respawns, I feel like we'll come out on top.
Now, you guys have had a whole day with Coach Crowder standing up behind you. How has that dynamic been with him being on the mic and being that fifth man live?
Honestly, he helps a lot because I feel like he's so good and he's so smart. Like whenever he used to play, and I feel like he's like good at letting us know if we're missing somebody, whatever, like in the kill feed. And I feel like that's big for our team because I feel like sometimes we miss people and we don't get we kind of get flanked or whatever. And like he's good at giving us that info.
There you go.
Yep.
Now, anything you want to say to these FaZe fans as you get ready to play this big matchup against Omit?
Shout out to all the FaZe fans. You guys are amazing. Sorry for the rocky day yesterday. We're gonna turn it around today. And thank you guys.
All right, that does it for me and Abeezy.
Last night, that FaZe versus Heretics fight was over on Bravo. Super tight matchup. How close was it, Ant?
Yeah, it was a one round in the control and then 2 points in the hard point. FaZe had a comeback, alley. It came down to the wire, and Heretics were able to clutch up. So FaZe, I mean, you heard Abeezy. The takeaway there is he just had to perform a little bit better, and the search was easier. So in this series, it seems like the focus is on the search and destroy.
We talked with Vivid on the other side of things because Mamba and crew believe they're the better team entering the fight. Does Vivid agree?
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Vivid as he gets ready for his rematch up against FaZe. But Vivid, you guys just had a great matchup against P7. How are you and the boys feeling right now currently?
Yeah, we're feeling good. I mean, we've beaten them the last 2 tournaments, so we were expecting that again.
Yep.
First map, a couple things that after the map, we knew what the problem was and fixed it in 3 straight.
There you go, all right? And so your teammates in that series absolutely popping off, And, I've seen some big performances from you in the past, but, how nice is it to be able to have, other teammates to really step up in those big situations?
Yeah, I mean, they're gross. You'll be watching them in the league next year for sure. And if you're not, someone's doing their job wrong. And, yeah, I've just been chilling right now.
There you go. All right, so coming into this next matchup against FaZe, it's the rematch. Everyone was talking about it yesterday and how close it was. And you guys want to come out and get this victory. What are some things that you kind of want to change going to this series versus the way you played it yesterday? Because everything was great outside of that last round.
Yeah, I mean, I think after the series, we were just looking for the positives from it because there was a lot of positives and negative, obviously, the choke last map. So just same game plan, come out, do our shit.
All right, man. I ain't gonna let you get too in depth with it. You know, I know the ops are listening right now to us, but anything that you want to say to Omit fans that's been supporting you this far?
Yeah, Omit fans, best fans for the Challenger system. I've been saying 3 events in a row now, so they know how much we appreciate them.
There you go. All right, keep on cheering.
That's Vivid, the journeyman. He finds himself on Omit, the top challenger squad, and the one team that could make history at EWC by taking out one of our Juggernaut 3. We take a look at our maps and modes, and Allie, this time around, Red Card is not making it through. They're making sure that
Protocol.
Skyline is going to be the first hard point.
Yeah, and neither is that Protocol Control, and that I think was going to be the most important map in this series because that has been dominant for Omit, it seems, all weekend already. So FaZe is going to go ahead and try to battle them over on that vault, and I think this Skyline could get sketchy. I think Omit has an opportunity here. Their guns are warm, and if you can get Mama and Craze going early, Vivid and Mac are already seeming to have a good day.
One of the longest fights we saw on the opening night. You can see both teams sitting at 5 and 4 map count overall. Sorry, 4 and 5 if you're FaZe. They looked more impressive towards the end of their series.
Yeah.
Can they start off slow again against Omit? Can you afford that today on day 2?
I don't know if you can afford that if you're FaZe. You got to get the guns going off the rip here. And we've seen how dangerous Omit is even in Search and Destroy. Like Craze and Mamba, they're not going down without a fight in these rounds. So this is a tough series for FaZe. And when you look at the amateur teams we've had in EWC, this is the best opportunity a team's had to make it into our bracket. It could be the first AM team ever to do it. Omit got to deliver us a banger.
Final match on the main stage tonight. Make some noise, Riyadh. It's time to get this party started.
In COD, they say it's very hard to beat the same team in the same tournament twice. And we are closing out Play Day 2 with a banger rematch.
One more quarterfinal spot up for grabs. One more key to be crushed, and it's time for another knife-edge eliminating match.
You see it right here. This is what the teams want. But on top of that, there's Club Championship points on the line. And I don't know if I've mentioned it enough, but a $1.8 million prize pool. Fancy, right? If you come 8th, if you win here,
right?
How much is that worth?
Oh, it's just like $80,000.
80 grand, is that it?
Yeah.
80 grand. 80,000 pounds just for winning here. Let's bring out the teams.
Let's do it. They've spent more time on this stage, more than anyone else on this tournament, and leaving their doubters in the dust. Please welcome Omit.
Are last year's winners on the verge of an early exit, or are they about to put their foot firmly on the gas? It's FaZe Clan!
Let's solidify this bracket. Let's separate the best from the rest. Our final matchup begins.
Final match of the day, and what a treat this one will be. A rematch indeed from earlier in the competition. And Jay, the idea that the loser goes home, heartbreaking, but that's EWC.
Oh yeah, man. The idea of them losing and going home is not what you want to be thinking right now. Both squads are ready and rocking to spawn in for this rematch. We've been blessed to at least have 2 maps that were played in the previous series. We're gonna start off on the skyline. If I'm FaZe Clan, we need to find some success in an opening hard point. It's been all throughout this weekend where they're consistently starting down 0-1. They have to feel the pressure of trying to guarantee the search and destroys, and that has been their story all season. But with Omit on the opposite side, they understood yesterday was their opportunity. They let it slip. Today, they're feeling different.
Yeah, one good shot to bring down FaZe, and they let it slip within their fingers. FaZe, undeniable. Give them a chance, and they will run for it. But now they find themselves in a very, very tough spot. A squad like Omit with so much to prove. The Call of Duty world staring at them, hoping, wishing. All those FaZe haters dying to see them drop down now. But will they go for it? Will they take the drop? FaZe still undeniably one of the best teams in the world, one of the finest squads to ever grace the game. Have they got that special sauce in them today? We will find out. Skyline for map number 1.
Man, this is going to be a mixy one. Obviously, FaZe Clan yesterday were able to pull away with the majority of the money hills. Dominated at the P4. The fundamentals were not in play for Omit. If you're Omit, you've already been battle tested today by P7. You've already played this map today versus P7 and made the adjustments. Vivid and Mac took over on the map number 4. But you cannot afford to have a slow start for the veterans here. Because Mamba and Craze, their hands are definitely going to be full.
Oh yeah, FaZe are going to punish if you give them a chance. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our final match of the day to determine who makes it to tomorrow's play. We'll find out whose key gets crushed. Omit, take on FaZe Clan. Here we go to map number 1.
FaZe Clan spawning on the preferred side. Vivid already finding a big opening kill, and Craze sneaking his way right through bottom gem. Gonna put himself in position to potentially find a couple, but he's only able to take down 1, but at least his team is now soaking up time.
We're going for it. Vivid, we are going for it. FaZe are still spawning up on the left-hand side of the minimap. They will be in the blue trunks in this matchup of Omit in the orange, and Mamba doing everything he possibly can to keep those players at bay. FaZe now, oh, there was an opportunity to hold it, but it might be a spawn flip. We'll see where those next 2 players spawn up. And it is indeed. So FaZe have lost control of the left-hand side of the map, but Abizi wins a big one. Mama Lovely wall bang there. And P1 is going to come to a close. And Omit, what a lead they've gained.
Yeah, that's a perfect start there from Omit. They already have great plays coming in from Vivid. A perfect start at 4 and 2. Mamba on 3 in a row. Been able to slay your way out, potentially still contesting for these spawns here at New. It's going to turn into a one-on-one. But what is it going to do to the spawns? Mamba just needs to finesse.
Finesse, he does not. Abizi slides right up, takes care of business. Craze now trying to stay alive, over by time. Hyper-aggressive work there out of Tyler Farris. Abizi getting in the mix. Mac. Oh! No way did he get all 3! What a moment from Mac. Mr. Triple today.
That's a big play from Mac because he gets all 3, and every single one of those players already spawned across the map. So Omit wastes no time of at least putting himself in the objective. But you still have a battle. FaZe Clan are not going to give this up. Simp, Abizi, they're all flying in, playing super aggressive today, and the break is clean. Spawns all the way across the map.
Oh yeah, still popping over here by the 2nd point. Looking towards 3rd as well, though that is on the menu right now. And Mac, he has eaten 3 members of FaZe in the previous point, and now set up towards New. Simp making his way over now by P1. This is a great angle to have. Not necessarily the weapon he wants, but this is Chris Laird. This is the master at work, finding his avenue on towards New time. Can he make anything of this life? Mac, lovely work on the read, takes care of business.
And Mac is able to find another one as well, so it's already 3 dead. Abizi, last man standing. Can he take care of this player who's already weak? But a team kill is going to get that one done. Draza effective on the trade. Neither team is currently fighting for the hill time. They're fighting for the map control. Draza was the player who I had highlighted going into this because he had a very, very slow start, but he's already turning around, sitting at 8 and 8. It's basically a tie game still.
FaZe on the approach towards Kitchen once again. This is Sellian from Grass. He will be the entry man. Great work at range. 3 dead for FaZe. Draza last man up, trying to play for the new hard point alone, and he is currently surrounded by Omit. Still swinging though. A dangerous man. Holds his life for as long as he possibly can, puts Mac on a 3 spree.
And this is where FaZe can get aggressive because they know they have the advantage. And a close spawn also comes in for Draza. So Craze is going to have his hands full. Already finds a double. The stun is able to connect. He has the indication that someone else is there. But Abizi with the finesse guarantees his team the close spawns towards the back. They win the rotation again towards P4.
Amazing stabilization there from FaZe. managing to hold onto this position. That is Draza just cooling off in the shower there, soaking up as much of this time as possible. Here comes Vivid on the pie from bedroom. Nobody home there, so he knows where to check. Tries to bait the play, doesn't get anything for his trouble, but another death in the pile. Abizi now pressing forward, keeping Mamba now out of the play for as long as he can. Great time from FaZe here on bed.
Vivid had a good start. He was sitting at 4-2, but that's now 9 deaths in a row for Vivid. The veteran needs to show his presence here. So when he was shooting, the game felt a whole lot easier. FaZe Clan have been able to dominate this P4 hardpoint matchup, but there goes Mamba, the rookie, coming alive with 3 for the final 15. Just keeping yourself in the mix.
Big man tings out a Mamba, and we are looking towards, another P1, folks. Well, a wonderful first set of hardpoint. Simply 10 points now separating our teams. FaZe are going to make their way back over towards Nu. Going to see an early hold here from the Omit boys. Craze trying to do what he can to keep the top side of AC safe, and no hope though. Draza and Simp find their kills, get a break.
Break is good. Now you already have players like Abizi who's trying to potentially flip these spawns, but he is going to get picked off. So you have the numbers, you just got to fly on in. Mamba again lighting up the kill feed, pops a double, but he's the only player on this side of the map. He's so aware, he understands what is getting thrown at him, and him just getting that one-on-one gunfight keeps his team on the right side.
Wow, gets in time. Again, just keeping the players of FaZe out of it, but they do crack over the 100 point mark. 25 seconds remaining here on P1. P2 all good though for the boys of Omit. So again, lovely job balancing the map right now. And wow, Vivid. We asked for a turnaround moment, and that might have been it. A lovely 2. His teammates are all over the place now. We're seeing a low route being taken from FaZe. They're looking towards that P2 break. We'll see where that goes though. That is Abizi on the low route. Craze taking the fight upstairs.
Yeah, you already have Mamba in that position, watching the zip. Not going to allow them to potentially break them down with a good route out of Abizi, but Simp finds a double. Now, you're not fully pushed up the way that you were previously, but it does not matter. ARs are hitting. That's 3 dead. The first push is already shut down.
20-12 for Mamba. Can we retain the lead? Here come FaZe. Rolling thunder across Skyline. Mac gets 2. Selim now keeping that play alive on the right-hand side of the map. Oh, now through the middle comes Draz. Over to Piano. Striking a chord right on through the setup. But Vivid knows the score. Beautiful stuff as Omit now still holding it together. Let's go for a Bravia listen in.
Two. Wait for two. Could be like doors up on me. Bar 1 HP. Yeah, watch your zip. I'm in the back. Two right right now. Here, setting up for now. Yeah, cells and you. You one's and you. Fire. Worked up. Yeah, I'm gonna go underground. Front hurt. Yeah, watch your coastline fire. Wait. Watch your coastline fire.
Nice, dude. They're showing.
Nice.
I'm going. These two are both by me probably.
He's our close fire. Our close fire in P1. Our close fire in P1. You weak. Busy.
P1 draws. P1 dead.
In you weak. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm going mid with you.
I'm working the hallway. Bottom mid. You in time.
I heard you. I'm watch your rugs. I'm gonna wait for the stone ramp.
Yeah.
Push up front.
I'm down front with you.
Stone weak, Jaza.
On the bar. On the bar. Rugs down on the bar.
Take it time. Sell P1 right now. I flipped.
I'm
gonna drop weight.
P1 so weak.
You, busy.
P1 also.
Go.
On the bar. P1 top. P1 T. He repeat your zone.
You right now.
Jaws repeat your zone, I think.
Heard you. Look at my naded. You and Rugs. Stone, Jaws. Lights, outer.
I'm repeating mid.
You 1 HP.
I'm repeating you.
Wait for your mid.
Dude, bail the bar, watch that sim. Watch on the bar sim. He's you.
We're hitting front.
He's our side you. You again, busy. Weak.
Nice. Could be outer.
Calm comms from Omit. I mean, even in a moment like this, the boys stand in control.
100%, man. You've already played this team, so you know what's going to be thrown at you. So all you have to do is just be level-headed. Make sure we're taking our time on these approaches, on how we're going to set up these plays. It still does not matter. FaZe Clan have the raw talent to battle their way back in for that final 15 seconds. You're going to be down by 10, but again, for the fifth time, they win the rotation towards the money hill at P4.
Oh, the 1v1 gets won by Craze. Takes care of Selim. That's going to be a little bit of time going his way. Waiting for the reinforcements and somehow holding the backline together. On board with Mac now. Makes the top stairs safe. And that is an unbelievable turn from Omit.
And how much time can they secure here? Because this can basically lock the game up. What a play out of the SMGs and Mac and Craze. Craze through the front door, Mac on the pinch, in sync to get all 4 kills and spawn them all the way across the map. Still 30 seconds here. FaZe Clan trying to break from the top, but they are losing a majority of the fights. MC and Draza combined for 3 though, and they're still gonna consistently always find the rest of that junk time.
You went wrong though, that was a very strong hold. Late break from FaZe and a solid 20 seconds they will happily take going back into now our 3rd set of hard points here on Skyline. Not disappointed whatsoever by the pace and the skill that we've seen in map 1 already.
Look at Abizi, like, trying to go on that route, but Mamba is just so aware. It's been way too quiet. No one's approaching through the middle of the map. Someone's got to be going on a pinch. He's able to catch the timing to secure that one-on-one. Now a little bit of gun game. SMG in hand, but the knife even better. Celium wins that gunfight or the knife fight and secures this side for his team. At least he's trying to.
He may be Mamba, but you're looking at King Cobra right here. That is a masterful moment. Well, 200 points crossed though for Omit. Opportunity for the break here. Aggression there from Craze. Only managed to walk away one on the life. Can we get some more time out of this hard point for FaZe? They've been held back here by the might of Omit. Simp with a nice 2 in the feed. 3 dead right now for Omit. Craze in mid-map, somehow walking away with a trade.
Big double out of Craze, just doesn't allow them to be fully set up, potentially for this full 20 seconds they have. But it's a battle for the spawns, a big gunfight on the horizon. Mac is not going to get the better of MC. That's already 3 dead. Can Craze make a miracle happen? Absolutely not. 4 dead in the feed. FaZe Clan are in control of the map.
Woo, what a P1 this has been already. You got full control of P2. Eyes up at the ready for this one. And Celium is just ripping damage across the map. Abe with an aid. Doesn't get anything. And Omit flying through. Can Simp slow them down? What a big win. Damage dealt. And you've still got opportunity. Man down. Vivid springs to life. One shot at both of those players. He nearly killed the whole team. But now the battle's still going. You have a chance towards the back line. Mamba strikes, gets himself at least one. And now towards time. Simp from down low. And you've still got P2 to play for.
Finally, someone in the objective. Only 25 seconds still here at P2, but a majority of FaZe Clan trying to approach for the break. They are aware of it. Everyone is watching the proper angles. Another 3 dead in the feed. Omit just need to try to chain it a little bit towards P3. Vivid has hit the switch. He's turned up.
We're flipping. Tables, chairs, everything in between. If it's not nailed down, it's hitting the sky.
Hello.
Doesn't walk away with that one as Abe and Simp get theirs. 10 seconds for the win. Over to Kitchen. FaZe in position. Cell looking to hold it down right now. FaZe have been here before. We have seen some unbelievable comebacks in this tournament already. FaZe still hold.
That's 3 dead too, Mac. They were banking on him to potentially find an opening on the pinch, but we saw FaZe Clan almost have a miraculous comeback here yesterday. Still holding on to the P3. Right now, Omit are going 1 by 1, and FaZe Clan are picking them apart.
One from Jim, one from upstairs. Mamba v Cell again. Celium from behind bar. Unbelievable shots. They are fighting through every wave of Omit players.
Gotta try to think about the new one. You can no longer lose here, so we're gonna start to think about that rotation, but so is FaZe Clan. So you can start to bombard your way still for this old time.
On to old time we go, and this could be the win. Abe's gonna save it here. A massive moment. Last man in, the point, the dive! And the win from Abizi stays alive. But the spawns have flipped. The spawns have flipped. FaZe have got to go right now. They've got to get it towards time.
You got to stay alive. Just put yourself in the corner. Guarantee at least one gunfight.
Simp can't get one. Omit are in. Abizi down. FaZe fall in map number 1.
Omit show fight. They make their adjustments. They understood yesterday P4 was not our saving grace, but even with them not winning rotations, they found early breaks. They locked in every single time at the P2, and even though it was a good early start from Vivid and then a slow, deep drive, he turned up in the massive moments. Multi-kill after multi-kill. You can see it here. Mac popping 3 to secure this side of the map for his team. Omit are feeling themselves on a whole new level. And FaZe Clan again start a series down 0-1.
Down 0-1. Hey, you're not going to win the break towards P4. Don't worry. Just get the magic spawn. That is I need Wheeler on the telestrator. I need it. What a moment that was.
He just got too aggressive, man. When they were trying to just keep them away from P3, they still realized we can potentially still lose here if we don't have the numbers. But the fact that everyone pushes up and no one is committing on the blocking of the spawn allows all of Omit to be blessed with that opportunity and capitalize on it.
I have so many great plays. What a skyline, man. You know what? I'm going to miss Skyline in Black Ops 7. We might have to make some phone calls, Jay. We might have to get ourselves Skyline brought back. What a map. What a great start. But again, for Omit, you played your hearts out. Like, really, really fantastic work across the damage. FaZe, the comeback towards the end as well. It was just one of those kitchens. It was the signs of Omit just starting to trickle. trickling through, one man at a time, and it just hurts so much. 2 players there on FaZe, but Simp and Cell north of 4K damage. Unreal sign of things to come.
It's insane. When you talk about an amateur team, obviously there's 2 former pros that were just in the league a couple months ago. You put them together, and their teamwork is outstanding. But now going into the search and destroy, we saw what Craze was able to do all day yesterday and all day today. His KD consistently is improving. His opening duel win percentage is unbelievable. But on the opposite side for MC Celium, a 1.69, 100% opening duel win percentage. Do not chow that guy off the rip.
He's not losing fights off rip. That is ridiculous. Wow. Pressure now back on, folks. We're having a laugh here. We're certainly enjoying ourselves, playing our favorite game. But at the same time, this is legacies in the making. Oh, wow. Zuma catching straight.
Oh, my God. Worldwide.
Worldwide.
So sorry, Tom, that I had to do that to you back in the day.
Crazy. That's just wherever he may be. Slowly. Back in we go, though, to what will be, again, a very, very exciting game of Search and Destroy. Protocol Game 5 yesterday was an absolute treat. We're going to go back to it in this series. But right now, yeah, just as far as this one goes, Jay, plenty of time for the boys to get back in the lab, you know? Of course, we've seen Omit play a bit earlier today. I don't know what I was talking about. That Zuma thing completely threw me, but what a great, it's so fun.
This is going to be a good one, man.
Good search.
There's only 2 maps that are going to be repeated in the series that they played yesterday. There's map number 1 and a map number 5 if we happen to get there. This is Search and Destroy. This is FaZe Clan's playground. Just on Hacienda, usually always goes down to the wire. They have to understand who they are going up against. Craze is always trying to play for an opening. Mamba is always trying to play for the clutch. You need to be able to stabilize on those players because their strategy yesterday to just simply run at them and get gunfights was the turning point of that finals map.
Whew, Hacienda, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is map number 2 here in this elimination matchup. Group stages of the Esports World Cup. Simp and FaZe, they'll be on attack first, and he's got the bomb in his hand. There we are, teetering towards A.
Take a lot of mid-map control. Probably a delayed push over towards B. But you can hear the stuns and the nades getting invested on the side of Omit. Draza's able to open up with the first blood. Man advantage and the rotation to the B site. Oh, this is free.
Oh, how free. Craze makes it a 3v3. Bomb plant. Find a corner, any corner. This is a day 1. How will Omit take this back?
They have some tax because there's no trophy systems in play. Definitely be an opening to find someone camping on that rock corner. You can already see Vivid taking the long route around the back, but Mr. Lair is never going to get caught off guard. Man advantage, FaZe Clan.
And he killed him so fast. And Simp now, Simp, just give him all 3.
You can always count.
FaZe with
Mr. Chris Lair. Just turn up when he needs to. The perfect read to catch Vivid on the re-pinch on the long route through driveway. It was everything that you needed to get. Because if he catches this timing, your teammates are going to be ended up trapped on the rock side and overwhelmed by the sub pressure. But Mr. Simp always makes big time plays in the big moments.
He definitely said a lot there as well. Well, 3 sprees, a great way to get things going for him. We're definitely looking at an RCXD car soon. And not that we see too many successful RC plays on Hacienda, but hey, end of the year, show me the goods. Mid-map, full of players. Craze should get a freebie here. Nope, Celium gets away with it.
Got to read on sort of what the setup is looking like. And Crazy is going to clear out all of this B site, but your bomb carrier is going to be Mac, the most aggressive player on the map, trying to take some space in towards Office. Droz is going to climb again for another first blood, but still going to be a 3v3, and you got Craze hitting a water route.
Oh, he's way out there. We'll see how impactful this is going to be. If he times this right, he's going to catch the players coming out of Office.
Love this.
No plant yet. Timing. Pretty good, but Celium! Such a difficult contender to deal with. Tons of information gained, though. Eyes up, guns at the ready, bomb planted.
Trophy is going to be down. It's all about someone trying to make a big-time play. Get on a position from top office.
Oh, my.
Lost a defuse, but the timing for Mac might be great with Mamba finding one.
Oh, but look at this FaZe just keep going around and around. Mamba can't get the second man. And Mac gets back into a corner. FaZe are going to run this one together. Wait for their whole 3-gen. 3, 2, 1. The Terrors strike and find the kill with 20 seconds to go. Simp and Abizi in the 2v1. You could not ask for a better duo in a moment like that.
And that all goes back to just selling and winning that gunfight versus Craze, man. Craze puts himself in a very good position to spot at least 2 players approaching towards that B site. But MC always has his head on a swivel. Just peeks towards the back of the spawn. Secures the one-on-one. And then Tiny Terrace trading out effectively. We have said that for so many years now. FaZe Clan, 2-0.
I mean, Mac, kudos to him. When it comes to Skyline, somehow getting miraculous multi-kills, but a moment like that, yeah, FaZe never going to give it to him. Great stuff so far here on Hacienda. That's 2-0. And Sim having himself a game so far, 4-0.
Gotta try to slow that guy down. When he pops takeover, it's very difficult to beat this squad.
Oh, yeah.
He, again, is open for free.
Not easy. He was the bait this time round. Our first Blood Reaper, no problem. That's going to be Sim on the plant. So you give him the bomb, you give him the score line. We'll check in with him in a moment. We could be looking at a Hellstorm. Over halfway. Catch another here. A precarious moment, and he can't get any more out of it. What a wonderful retake right now from Omit. This should be it. Abizi somehow managed to sneak on the inside. Oh my! What a dive! And the dive was the last chance, and another 20-second defuse. Check, this is going the distance.
This is unreal, because that's 3 first bloods for FaZe Clan. But every single time they get a first blood, Mamba is on the opposite side responding to turn it into a 3v3. When it's a huge gunfight opening to Rock, and then the stuns and the nades are effective to shut down Sim. And no one in a position right there from FaZe Clan to even check the defuse. That's what forces them to be aggressive, forces them to push their way out of garage. You catch Draza slipping, Abizi already gets by you, but too many players alive. Omit, get on the board.
It's a lot more Omni movement dives this tournament than we have for a while. Players really pushing it. I'm loving it, man.
Yeah, I love it.
Highlight moments.
I remember in the beginning of the season when they weren't running a dive feature.
Oh, yeah.
It was just slide everything.
Yeah.
But then Hydra obviously changed it all.
The Hydra hybrid movement. We got behind that one. Well, opening break, quite quiet. Not quiet anymore. There's the RC. It gets shut down. And again, you've managed to get a first blood there. So selling him out of the equation, not a problem you have to deal with for now. Oh, and Craze, you got yourself a corner, mate. Mac there as the distraction. There's an opportunity for a trade, but... Oh, no! Draza cannot believe it. Nearly absolutely walked into that one, and Craze knows something's up as well.
And Vivid cannot afford to drop here, but Abizi's going to get the timing on him, but at the same time, Craze takes care of Draza. Now Abizi. Sometimes it's a little too easy for him in a 1v2.
On planet A, is he going to check this quick enough? He is! This is a 1v1! The bomb does not get planted either. So now Craze. Oh, he's going to check mid, nobody home. He's going to check bomb, and the guessing game is on now. Abizi. Is he going to catch the tail end of this run? Oh.
Give some info right there to Craze. 20 seconds to go. Knows that he's potentially still close by.
15. Back we go. Now over towards B. Abizi has done his due diligence. The bomb site is now clear. He now knows it is definitely a fight by B. Here we go.
45 seconds. And Craze spot him on the exit, is able to get the info and the ego down. That's something you're going to definitely go back and beat yourself up about. You could have put yourself in a position to head glitch the rock, give yourself a more advantageous position. But Abizi, like I said, sometimes a little too easy, clutches up into 1v2.
You called it, mate. Abizi, what a round he had.
That's an ace.
That's a full ace with a 1v2 clutch. Unbelievable. The timing on Mamba's kill was great. And the hit point advantage there, he does not miss. Oh, fuck. Indeed. 3-1.
FaZe back on the attack. Abizi is activated.
Connects on an 8 as well. And our Alaskan assassin. Oh, he's got through.
All you're trying to do is your FaZe Clan. Just wait for him to give you some information so you can develop on the play. He's not able to spot anyone on the hop up. He's thinking all of this is going to potentially be cleared out, but the rat back there from Mac gives the information to Mamba. Can he close out this kill?
He's in the boathouse. We saw the doors get burst wide open. He's still alive somehow, and the damage was fantastic. But now Abizi, oh, he somehow finds another. So 5. Sell! Oh, an uncharacteristic loss for the man. Now a 3v1. No way. Pulls it off again. I was gonna say, the 5 spree comes to an end. We got to feel a little bit better after that one.
That was all aware, with Omit just being on point. It's a little bit too silent around the map, and if that's the case, someone has to be developing on a water route. You wrap back at the right time if you're Mac, not being able to spot anyone through B side. Give the comm to your teammates. Mamba's able to secure it, but Vivid with a massive one-on-one gunfight there versus MC. Usually do not see Celium lose those engagements. But Omit add another one to the tally.
One away from the equalizer here we find ourselves. And not a huge amount of love towards the A-bomb site after Abizi's ace, but we'll see if that comes to play now. Lovely start here from Vivid under the cover of Craze. Mac up there in the corridor as well. Stun connects. Get that nade down. Simp gone. Fantastic nade.
Complete blind counter on the side of Omit. They were just ready for that aggressive push through top secret. Now in a 4v2. Let's not do anything fishy. Everyone rallied together. Droz is thinking he's going to catch the timing on the pinch, but he is going to fall. Now Celium in a 1v4.
Oh, this is an unbelievable bounce back round from Omit, though. Squeaky clean. 3 in a row now from Vivid. Max on 1. Craze on a 2 as well, alongside Mamba, who's got himself a single. And Celium down and out. Cruz with the final kill. Craze. Unfaded.
All tied up now. I swear, this team is technically an amateur squad, but they have some of the best teamwork I've seen throughout the weekend. Nades on point, stuns connecting through top secret, just the coordination to hit these gaps knowing that your teammate has your back. Omit are able to tie the game.
3-3. Now, what a run this has been from Omit. FaZe on the attack towards B we go this time, and what do you know, you're going to run into a couple of Omit players. And the stuns connect right through the middle, and Abizi starts things off. What a slide into the fight from Draza, and you have lost control of the bomb site entirely. That's going to be a free plant from Sim, and the counterattack from Vivid. This might be snuffed out as well.
FaZe Clan just switched up the tempo. They said, we want some gunfight, so let's just send it all through the B side with the Terras, and they both walk away with one-on-ones. You get the bomb planted in the 4v2 with all the power positions. That's just a very easy round right there from FaZe Clan to take the advantage.
Unbelievable. That was such a decisive round as well. Every single decision made, every lethal, every tactical, all of them hit. It all starts with that Abizi kill. The second follow-up from Sim. They waste no time. The most clear-cut plan they had. Bomb planted, nades up over the top, and the final work there from Draz. An immaculate round from FaZe.
Yeah, and that was the turning point yesterday in that game number 5. It's just switching up the tempo. Everyone running together and forcing gunfights on the opposite side. Allows FaZe Clan to walk away with that one. Now Omit looking for a response. Same exact aggressive play over towards B, and FaZe Clan are already getting a read on it.
FaZe are up, and they're showing some face. Nice nade to slow things down. Abizi's surrounded. And he's making a meal of this one, God. And it's 3v1. How have FaZe done that? Mamba now, how am I alone? What happened over there, boys? He's going to find himself a corner in Abizi. He snuck by.
They have the information. Mamba's also going to be down. He wins the first gunfight for Draza, but instantly going to get traded. And that round is all on Abizi. The fact that he's able to finesse the archway the way that he was, stalls enough time for his teammates to wrap back towards top office, give him a little bit of assistance. He only took 4 HP damage that entire time with 2 people shooting at him.
That's ridiculous.
He is unbelievable when he's on point.
That is ridiculous. A man of many nicknames. The Demon Barber of Ramaza is the one that always sticks with me. He used to go crazy on Ramaza hardpoint around the barbershop hardpoint.
He was him.
He was him.
He's always been.
It was so hard to take care of him, man. So hard to kill him. Map point for FaZe. And Abizi at 11-5 on a 4 spree. Again, sitting on the RCXD cart if he wants it. But, I mean, at this point in time, it ain't broke. Do not fix. Do not change. Keep rolling. Here we go.
Going right back to just trying to force some gunfights. You already take all of top open hallway away. Omit with the stun. Gain a lot of information there. You're set up on the pinch, but there's just too many players for Craze to shoot at. Celium gets the better of him for the first blood.
Oh, man, he could have done 400 damage there and not got a single kill. Incredibly unfortunate. Viv is going to get hit a little late on the bomb check, so that means it will go down. And Sim Wow. Brought down 3v3.
A lot of time here. Not a single player in a position for FaZe Clan to think that the defuse is going to come on in. So Vivid locks down well. Mac finds a double through bottom connector. Now selling him in a 1v3. He has to check sight.
He's got to check sight, and it's perfect coverage from Mac. A veteran play. There's only one spot you really want to be in that situation. And behind the guy trying to get the defuse is ideal. But there we go. Mac on bomb. 3 spree. Big points.
The play call right there for FaZe Clan was beautiful. It's just after the fact that they get the first blood, they get the bomb planted, every single player besides the bomb planter was all the way on the opposite side of the map, and Mac was super aggressive through mid connector. So you instantly force them to work their way back into the site without having the power positions. That is what allows Omit to set up all the angles, win the one-on-one gunfights, and Mackenzie mounts to find 3 to go deeper.
Not over yet. B-bomb hit for Omit. Simp's going to be watching something from way deep. Oh, it's the RC car. There we go. So he's got all of B covered. Oh, my man's got tech. We've crossed the map. We're now checking out the A-bomb. That RC car did a worldwide tour, saw it all.
One of easy strikes for the first blood, but Craze knows that.
Oh my.
Holding that RC car instantly off spawn. Going to put himself in a position again. He had a misplay early on in the game. Even in a man disadvantage, he has so much to work with.
He's definitely getting one here. Surely, 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 surely gets his first blood. Second man, hungry for it. No intel on the next view, though. Here come the rest of Omit pushing up.
Still trying to make a decision on what objective they want to work. Bomb carrier starting to work his way over towards A. Abizi gets the better of Craze. Man advantage, FaZe Clan.
Mamba's still in a sweet position here to try to make something happen, running out of time. There's the bomb plant. It will be checked, and Simp is there for it. 1v3 for Mamba to stay alive here on the map.
Has to try to force a gunfight. He is surrounded by all of FaZe Clan, and that is going to do it. An automatic response for FaZe in the search and destroy. The Terras take over here in map number 2 to tie the series.
What a map from Abizi as well, man. Statistically dominant ace as well. A crazy ace. A fantastic bounce back there from FaZe after losing the first. Unbelievable stuff here. Again, an elimination matchup here in the group stages of the Esports World Cup. FaZe Clan taking on Omit. Be right back after this. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Boston Breach have bested Team Falcons. Another team eliminated, another key to be crushed, and Boston will advance in play.
The hometown heroes unfortunately going to fall short here and not make it to the playoff bracket. Force it all the way to a Game 5. You finally found some success in this series in the opening hard point. Search and destroy can either be really good or really bad. TJ unfortunately drops a donut there. And Boston, send them packing.
Boston Breach, congratulations. You move further into the competition. A squad that found their first success, Jay, in the COD world at this tournament last year. Absolutely shocking the world once again. Defeating the Falcons. They will have access to a good bit of fun. In the rest of play. Back to business though. FaZe versus Omit, tied up 1-1. As this is only getting hotter.
This is a scary map, man. Because I know that obviously you wanted to get rid of Protocol with the way that turned out for you yesterday. But Omit are phenomenal, also at Vault. And if you think about FaZe Clan season all year, Vault Control has been their auto veto. You've only had a couple weeks to practice the new spawns. Hopefully all that practice can play a big part here because Omit have the advantage.
Massive advantage. We heard the way Hydra was talking about it in the previous matchups where, yeah, those players who haven't had to go to other tournaments, on different patches, they've got the reps here. They know how this plays out. FaZe, obviously an incredibly capable team, great coaching staff. They've done some homework. There's one thing to be able to be prepared and another to be extremely well-versed in it. Omit, this is your chance. What an opportunity they've got to make that map 4 a little softer, Jay, a little easier.
They're undefeated so far on the weekend in control. Pretty sure they also have 3 of the 4 players on the side of Omit leading the KD leaderboard in this mode as well. So this has been their bread and butter. Can they potentially put themselves up 2-1 in the series? Give them all the momentum, just in case it does go to that map number 5. But we can always count on FaZe Clan to be prepared when they need be.
Here we go. Red card after this. We're definitely seeing that. Will we make it all the way to 5? We will find out. Here we go into Vault Control. One more time in this series. One more time for these two teams. And off the rip, A is about to pop.
The battle for the mid-map control. Everyone is looking for the flawless break-off. If you can open up with the big kill, that's everything. But Craze is able to strike. Now when you clearing out all of mid-map, you pick up your pinch, and Mamba is going to line up 3 off the break.
Off the break. I mean, that is an outstanding opener. Draza from spawn, though, does manage to get himself back into it. But Mamba's still on a spree. And we're watching the slow, steady defense. Mac, wonderful work to stay alive. What a movement. As my guy manages to stay alive just that little bit longer. A zone being captured briefly there by FaZe. And now we're going to slow things right down.
Selim and the rest of FaZe Clan are already approaching over towards that B side, so they're forcing Omit to wrap back their way towards Arc. Crazy trying to get something done on the pinch, but he gets caught. You need to clutch up on some of these one-on-ones. Thankfully, everyone else on the side of Omit all win a one-on-one gunfight. Retake to the B Street and maintain mid-map control. Time is still ticking, and you don't have a tick of your FaZe.
Yeah, not at all. Life lead now for Omit as well. Holding the defense together. Here comes the counter. Draza fully stunned, waiting for his teammates to show up, and they're there. Craze unable to clean up that kill. Eyes on a few members of FaZe now making their way towards A. Sliding on in. Vivid doesn't have to worry about the first man. The second might be a problem, though, and that is a problem dealt with. Abizi up next. Vivid, no need. Wonderful teamwork from Omit. They hold.
Now Selim is just waiting for his teammates off the respawn to try to get to him at B, but with Omit pushed out towards ammo, you're forcing them to work that OE. Craze off the respawn is able to line up a double. Only 10 seconds left on the round. There's only 2 players from FaZe Clan who can hop the objective and pause the game clock.
And they can do so through hole there, but it looks like we're going towards B as well. An opportunity for a stack. Waiting for this. You've got to get this one very decisively, Mac. And look at the movement. Mackenzie Melt's trying to buy as much time as he possibly can. 4.2 seconds. You get them off B. They manage to secure a segment. I mean, this is doable. FaZe's got to get the kills. Abe on a big wrap. Brought down. And we're still going.
Still going, but that is going to do it. Only 1 segment to FaZe Clan's name. Beautiful defensive round right there from Omit. When things got a little bit scary, everyone clutched up on the one-on-one gunfights. Just a lot of pressure, a lot of map control, and value in their life just being nuisances called ways too many problems there for FaZe Clan in the opening round.
1 down, 2 to go for Omit. And Vivid, what a masterful moment he had at 6 spree. Not too far away from the Hellstorm there as well. Omit strike first there in the control. We're going to swap sides and see how they look on the attack. FaZe Clan will be defending. I wonder if it's going to be a defensive heavy or an offensive heavy kind of vault, Jay.
Well, we never know with Omit because they gave us literally 30-second rounds of the offense on protocol and already starting off great with an opening kill through B side. So you're going to flood your way knowing that all of it FaZe Clan are going to spawn towards P4. But the reinforcements, the SMG starting to hit, Celium finding effective trades, and they maintain mid-map for now.
Yeah, holding it together. The A zone still feeling very, very solid, but here comes Craze off the top rope right into the feed. Mac dodging, stuns, dodging all sorts of problems. And I love this. Opportunity to go towards B or attack both zones at the same time. Mac, what a play. And both zones now under pressure.
And Craze aware right off the respawn. I spawn towards ammo. Someone's got to be working the pinch. And now that's everyone coming off the respawn for FaZe Clan. Progression on both points. 2 ticks at A. The first one already done at B. You got to shut it down at this B point because A is already gone.
Unbelievable. What a hold and a fantastic gambit pays off for Omit. We're still watching Mac. He's having some tournament here, folks. 2 segments on B. Mamba makes the backline that bit safer. That's unreal. And now they've got an opportunity to get forward. They don't read the second man. And Draza, he's going to be that guy.
Oh, my God.
Mamba gets him as well somehow. Craze finds 2 alongside Vivid. And the B zone is in dire straits now.
The last player is Simp. He's the only one that can try to contest this. You need to pop a miraculous double. Only able to take down 1. The trophies are already down. It's a double stack. Can you get in if you're FaZe Clan? The pitch is good for Mr. Melts. Lines up another 3. He can still close it out.
Oh, what a nade! Simp buys his teammates a few more seconds. Craze on the dive. Can he get to cover? He can! A goal line up, a save. But what an unbelievable moment.
They're just so overwhelming in this game mode. They understand what they need to do. Playing it super patient. That big opening kill from Mac just gives it the advantage, but the second one is even better. At this point, FaZe Clan are coming off the respawn, panicking. Which point do we want to try to stop? You're spawning so far away from B, but you don't have opportunities to go back to A. And just the timings on these pinches is unreal from Mac. 2-0 for Omit.
2-0 for Omit. FaZe backs against the wall. Let's go for a quick Bravia listen in.
I have cat. He's probably out RB. I think he's out RB. We're stacking. I'm already front R. I'm already front R. Mama still. We're still missing Mama. Mama money. I have cat. In bottom R, 1 shot. Mac. Mac and bottom R going right side R. Higher. Higher. One's up. Mama's front fire car. Nice. Front fire car. He's still our front trophy. I'm 1 shot. Nice. I'm 1 shot. I ran to the line. I don't see trophy. Back. We traded. I'm going to ball. That's first guy. We can first one trophy now. He's on the car. I'm going to trophy. Give me time, yeah? He's in ball. I'm deep right car. I'm 1 shot. Deep right car. Ball by pitch mid. He might pitch mid. Trophy, Mac. I can't tell. Close on me. Shut down. Watch out. Close. I'm not pointing. I'm looking at your cross. I have cast up. Do you have cross? Yeah, look at the deep line. I'm trying to get your mid. I'm trying to get nice. One more front line. Front R. Yeah, front R.
Okay, well, FaZe clearly took the last round personally, as this one is about to end, Stud.
Yeah, this one's already over. Craze with the double team kill doesn't give his team another opportunity to get back to try to stop that B capture. But a very quick round there from FaZe Clan. Everyone winning their initial gunfights. You go 3 for none, you stack the 8 point, you extend time early on, and you take your sweet time to just clear out your ammo side and approach from the front with Celium taking all control of art. A very dominant attacking round there from FaZe Clan. But they need to figure it out here on defense.
Yeah, statistical anomalies for FaZe Clan, and in the listening as well, just a lot of it doesn't sound super coherent, not the finest work from them, but that round was something special. I mean, Abisi was, what, 5 and 12? He walks away with 3 straight kills in that round. That's all he needed to help get that on the board. Well, there we go. Omit still on the attack now. We've seen them do the attack, we've seen them defend, and they're still on map point.
They're already showing pressure in towards the middle of the map. Your FaZe Clan, you didn't want to get those gunfights to go the opposing way because then you instantly have to forfeit it, but that's already 3 dead. A double stack is good at A for 1 segment. You're also showing presence again at B, so FaZe Clan off the respawn are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Which one do we stop?
And what a spread now, Craze. He is the man on the left flank. This is a phalanx move. He's going to be all over them. Eyes on the next man, Draza. He's still a problem out there, and he's trying to force those spawns over towards the B side of the map, give A as much time as possible, and Craze is now the man behind enemy lines.
He's just going to try to clear him out. A little bit of assistance from top part, but it doesn't matter what gun he has in hand. He's still gunning. It's already 2 dead, and this is where it gets scary because you want Craze out of this position. You want to spawn them away from Art so you have more opportunities to just flood your way through the front door. But FaZe Clan take a lot of space through B Street. Mamba eventually is going to fall. Now you're in a power position to always be the safety net at ammo.
Oh, a couple more shots. Simp is so tagged up. Get the pressure on. And what a win from Sim. Keeps that side of the map safe. And now he can get on towards Vivid. You've still got pressure here. Looking to close the segment out. No, Contest is up. Selim on the back line. Mamba over the top. Can he get 2? No, he cannot. You haven't got Selim at the back line as well, so Craze, that's his job to deal with. Done. Now eyes forward.
Oh, good timing. Better shots. Lines up the double, and that's already 3 dead. You have as well Vivid working on the pitch, so that's a clean 4. Everyone spawning towards mid-statue. The only player out is going to be Draza. He has to get something done on the pinch.
Draza on the pinch. Now can he get it done? Can he get anything? No, he's been red. He's gone. And now Vivid on the turn gets a little bit of damage, and Mac, hold on. You've got to stay alive. The trophy systems are now gone. Anyone want to bring it? Yeah, Craze has one. Might not need it. Guns are up, and he's stunned. Trying to get anyone closer to the zone. You've got mans in now. Vivid is there, and control is over. Omit take the lead.
This is their game mode. Way too dominant. Too much map pressure. AR's value in their lives. They have been playing on the new updated spawns for a couple of months now. You best believe they're going to be sharp as hell at the biggest tournament of the year. Unbelievable performance from every single player on Omit. Everyone had their pop-off moments, but again, the teamwork is shining bright.
Unreal, man. There's moments like that as well. Craze spawns up, still knowing there's a player behind him. Has to deal with that. All the little things getting done right by Omit. And it's calm. They're in control. They're not feeling flustered. They are absolutely playing their game. Not the craziest stat screen we've ever seen at all, but you'll take it. 7 minutes and 26 seconds of clean control on Vault. Omit, take the lead here in the series.
This is insane, man. Potentially our previous EWC champions. Backs against the wall, now on the brink of elimination to the top amateur team that we've had all season long. People were not expecting this to look like this, but Omit with some vets and some shining rookies are getting the job done as of right now.
Well, the last time we saw FaZe Clan in trouble against an amateur team, it was at the last EWC, and it was against Team Falcons. Their first big splash into the Call of Duty world on the global stage. And sadly this year, it has not been the same. Their key will now be crushed.
So devastating, man. The hometown heroes are hoping they can potentially put themselves in a better position to at least make the playoff bracket. It's been a struggle for them to be consistent in every single mode. They get it done in hardpoint. They're lackluster in your search and destroys. And unfortunately for Falcons, their key is snapped.
Of course, that Club Champions medallion on top gave it a little bit of extra cushion, but they are down and they are out, fallen by Boston Breach in that search and destroy. We'll see them next season, of course, but until then, the end of the run for Team Falcons here at the Esports World Cup, the Black Ops 6. But back to the game, Jay. Whew. What a day. What a day of COD.
This has been an insane day of Call of Duty. The underdog story definitely prevailing. Earlier on today on the Bravo side, we have 5 Fears take down G2 and eliminate them from the tournament. Now we potentially have on the cards an amateur team sending our most recent champions of this one at EWC, home packing and not even in bracket play. But we always know that FaZe Clan are never out until the score says so. They are always going to show fight. They have players who have been around the block multiple times for multiple years. Some of the best to ever grace the sticks. You can never count these guys out. Just all the momentum on Omit's side. I can see them doing no wrong.
It's starting to feel like a little bit of destiny. Destiny has a funny way of letting you know how things are going. And this red card, we have seen FaZe do unspeakable things to incredible players on this map. FaZe never down and out until they are down and out. You know what I'm saying, Chad? This one though, oh boy. Red card has treated them right for a long time. We now get to see what Omit can bring here on the map and mode. Another hard point and match point for Omit.
A map like red card, you're definitely going to force one of your SMGs to switch off of that SMG and pick up an AR. With everything being long distance, make sure you're putting yourself in all the positions to hold down the map. Looks like Mac is going to be that player switching up the row here. FaZe Clan backs against the wall. Need to try to force this game 5.
You give them the opportunity to become dangerous, and they will. And so far, right in the time, a couple of kills going the way of the Omit lads, though. Happy to see that in the feed. And Mamba, great damage there across the board, but again, dominance in the middle of the map right now for FaZe. Mac just trying to cause problems now, and these kills certainly help. That's 3 dead. You blink and you'll miss it. Celium, last man up. Spawns, though, still good for FaZe going into P2.
Oh, but they don't really want those spawns towards the backside because right now, everything outside towards Hedges is in control of Omit. Ray's trying to set up this pinch. He's going to jump through the window. Freebie number 1 onto Celium. Still dominating that mid-map control. Simp is now trying to locate where the hell he went. You're not going to find him.
It's the Craze special. There he is. Now you know where he is. Can you deal with him? No need. Craze, what a distraction. See, Wheeler? Happens to even the best of us.
Now it's on Mamba, who's the player pushed out towards stage, wins a massive one-on-one gunfight there versus Celium. And look what it's going to do to the spawns. Everyone spawning in BS&D at the cafe. Omit are just consistently soaking up as much time as they can.
Oh, this is great. FaZe still really yet to get anything going here, let alone the kills department. Mamba might be gifted too. Oh, the discipline. Saw the second man go over the top of the stage as well. His teammates are all over it. The comms on point right now from Omit, and the kills are there as well.
What a valuable life right there from Mamba to just secure the powerful side of the map. Now you can allow your SMGs to free roam. Craze eventually does fall on 5 in a row, but don't worry, the other rookie is gonna pick it up. Mamba still streaking, keeping them off of the HP, and you're winning the rotation as well over towards P3.
That was Mamba's number 5. Spree, and a little bit of a Beezy is going to get him done. FaZe, though, doing what they can now to get the rotation. Craze in position. Now from behind. Oh, the opportunity there for the dagger in the back is now complete. And FaZe finally get themselves going here in the scoreboard.
Now FaZe know that all of them are spawning towards the back, but it's Mamba. Only clear out towards the front side. Mr. Lair starting to come alive, almost lines up 3, but the spawns now flip. So if you're FaZe Clan, you gotta be in a tight setup here. Play for one wave of kills and then work your way out.
Nice nades here, again over the top. Abizi now from the stairwell. Holding Mac down. There's the teamwork. Next man coming through the top door. Mamba there with a hit point advantage. Not going to lose that fight any day of the week. Nades once again. There's an absolute maelstrom on the inside of the point. And FaZe are battling to hold on.
Battling to hold on. They're also battling to try to get out of this position. They know that we need to get over towards stage because it is a money hill. You can hold it down for a full 60, but there's too much pressure on the map right now from Omit to give them any free breathing room to get their way across the map. So rotation gonna be won by Omit. Lead still in their favor. This is one you can lock down.
Great discipline moment there from Omit. Again, you back up, you go way past stage, you put Craze on the inside of P2, you guarantee the trap, and then Vivid drops one like that on your forehead. Can he get another? Reese Drost coming alive here in the match.
Oh, and the spawn for Simp. Gonna be free roam on this pinch, finds the opening kill, but it's still Vivid on the opposite side, keeping them away from this HP. Can Craze locate the double? He's only able to find one, selling him with the SMG. Puts down shots to set up the trade. No one in the time, but here comes Abizi.
Abizi finally able to cross no man's land and get towards time. And absolutely just praying from the hit there with his Strider over to Simp. Starting to warm up slightly, but again, it is Omit who are running this one. Another 3 from Mamba, 10 and 5. You better finish him when you get the chance. I'm glazing.
That's a beautiful hold there from Omit to give themselves a nice little 45-point lead. Because now we're going towards P5, where neither team so far in the entire season is going to dominate on the time here. You find the opening if you're crazed. You want to be able to secure these spawns towards BS&D, but Sip is able to locate a double. If you're crazed now, your life is so valuable, but you're surrounded.
On the Sim, on the inside of that B bomb site area, holding the bleachers down, Cellium in the feed. And this is a great hold from FaZe. A mixy hard point indeed, as aBeZy's going to hold together. Keep that time going. Watch out for the man on the flank, though. That's Mac. Oh, and he strikes. Mac strikes. 3 for Mac. Sim there on the trade. A 3 spree now for the Phenom.
Now he's trying to find an angle of approach. No idea where the player is playing on the objective, and now the ARs are here to assist him and keep him alive. Mamba already finds the opening. aBeZy cannot finish his food, but just still Draza with the AR just keeping them away from this time.
So, old aBeZy. Lovely work again now, trying to buy that little bit of space. Is the 1v1 taking place on old time? You're more worried about P1. First set complete. Omit with a solid lead, and we have seen some fantastic holds on 2 of the most important hard points. That P2 and the P4, we'll be revisiting those in a moment. Massive turns for Omit.
Now there's so much pressure from every single angle. Craze is able to spawn behind enemy lines, and that's already a clean 4 dead. And you can see on your minimap, Mamba is making sure that no one's gonna spawn behind them. Everyone is focused on the front side. Map whips out the extra AR as well. And Mamba almost gets the better of Draza there, but 2 kills for FaZe Clan is at least gonna get him off the point for now.
Mac on the dance. Couple of good battles here, but P1 relatively dry, not as productive, not a huge amount of profit gained by the team here on time. FaZe making a case for it, digging in with their nails, holding on. But throwing a man or 2 at that sort of play just to get them out of time, very much worth it. But look at the movement right now. Vivid has certainly sprung to life. Another great 2, and Craze now to steps. Can we get the back spawns? Can we get ourselves towards new? Wow. Craze is a ghost here on red card.
That is a beautiful play. Just completely disregards aBeZy. Allows his teammates to clean that up because you know there's still going to be pressure from behind. Now you got FaZe Clan trapped towards the back again. Craze creating extra layers. You got to be able to contest them at the P2 because FaZe Clan were only able to get 10 seconds last go around.
Unreadable right now. Unreadable. When was the last time Craze took damage in any fight? He is simply a phantom. No one on FaZe able to exercise him. The stick connects as well. A 6, nearly a 7. What a run. As Omit now doing what they can to maintain control on this mixy hardpoint.
And this is beautiful because this is in the final 20 seconds. The spawn's already flipped, so one more wave of kills. You're going to be blessed with the rotation again over towards P3, and you can blow this game wide open. Craze lights up the kill feed, finds another 2. Cellium at least able to get Mamba off for that time. But now you don't want to die off this rotation because a couple players are going to spawn all the way across the map.
They're still finding shots. Oh, man. Craze, come on. The pistol. Don't do it. I didn't mean it like that. I meant give it a shot, but he's turned, he's jumped, his teammates are everywhere. It doesn't matter. It's not a 1v1. You're fighting the entirety of the Omit squad. Stuns up, nades on through. Now we go back to the stairwell.
Oh, it's a big double right there from Simp and aBeZy. Gives you the advantage to work your way into this objective. So we need time. About to breach the 100-point mark, but you're still down by 60. Omit have the spawns that they want. If you're Mamba, you're just going to try to take the slow and steady approach, but he's the closest one there. He has to send it on in, and he falls, and FaZe still hold.
Holding it together still. Crazy gunfights. Mac nearly gets brought down by an incredibly weakened aBeZy there, but this has been a great hard point from FaZe. Slowly, Vivid gets in. The next man gone. 16 and 21, but the eye test has him looking like a prime formal.
Oh my God, and if they get this stage control again, they were able to soak at least 40 seconds last go around. No one from FaZe Clan in a position to win the rotation or put themselves in a power spot. We're finding that kill onto Vivid. He's going to be blessed with a free pinch, so you got to go quick if you're FaZe.
Whoa, Mac, hold on. So hold a minute, hold Mac, hold on. Hold on. It's another string of kills and perfect awareness of where the next players are coming from. 27 and 16, Mac on a 5.
All focus over towards the soccer side. Vivid is able to line up too. The ARs are in sync. Just finesse, stall out time. aBeZy just needs to get him off of the hard point. Only has ammo in the pistol, and eventually Mac is able to keep his teammates alive. Omit are going to be able to breach that 200-point mark. 50 seconds till they send our previous champions home.
Oh, we're fighting for this hard point though in a big way. Can FaZe get in? They cannot. Craze looking for the next one as well, and he's getting ambitious towards time. A fresh magazine in the aims is certainly going to help, and that is it. Another cleanup crew, over 200 points, and we are looking at Omit well and truly in the lead.
This is going to take a miracle for FaZe Clan to get a good chunk of time here at P5 and get themselves back into the game. Omit are going to have 220 seconds, only need 30 to close out this series. It's a slow approach. Mac finds the opening.
By Bleachers, once again, Selim now on the right flank. A BC through middle. Beautiful hold so far. FaZe did it like this the last time round. Simp opens the window for a moment, and we have Craze from above. What a win. The second man! Oh! Unbelievable! And a Hellstorm in the back pocket on spawn.
And now all you want to do is just play keep away. Just don't allow FaZe Clan to get this time. They have the spawns that they want, but they know they don't want to allow Omit to get any single seconds. You can still win it here at P5, and with a clean 4 dead, the split spawns need to work for FaZe Clan.
And what a moment here. The Esports World Cup. Craze pulling his team forward. It is not over yet. Vivid with another 2-piece. The hard point falls into the hands of FaZe for the next 15 seconds if they can hold it. Craze now from spawn. Pressure now on. Simp from atop the perch finds his kills and buys his boys a few seconds more.
It needs to be perfect. FaZe Clan need to chain P1 to P2. You cannot allow Omit to get any time on any of these hard points. All they need is 17 seconds.
17 seconds. It sounds so easy, so simple. FaZe back to P1. Craze now on the lap. His 30th kill, looking for 31. And there it is, with the butt of his gun. Finds it, and into time he goes. Vivid on his left flank. The shoulders are there. Open time again for Mac, as we are farming, but we need the hard point. And again, Omit are there.
Trophies are down. They know exactly where the spawns are coming in. FaZe Clan have one more opportunity.
Final seconds now. Omit, they can taste it. Destiny somehow finding a way. Vivid down, and more arrows of Omit upon the hard point. Max staying alive. Here come FaZe once again. A desperation attempt. 5 seconds for the win, and Mackenzie melts alongside Vivid in time. The game is done. History made here at the Esports World Cup. Omit have bested FaZe Clan.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It doesn't happen this time around. Omit make the adjustments. The amateur squad sent our previous champions home. It was a beautiful display of Call of Duty, beautiful display of teamwork, and even with some AMs on the opposite side, they look like unbelievable professionals on the main stage. Omit send FaZe Clan home.
Unbelievable. Not just FaZe Clan, 4 legends of the scene. And the beginning of a story for these young players, for Mamba, for Craze. Mac and Vivid have been there a few times before, but this moment for these 2 young players, what a year they have had. And their dreams of Esports World Cup glory are still alive. Mamba wanted to crush FaZe's key, and now the man gets to do it. My goodness, what a tournament this is.
It's so hard to beat a team in the same exact tournament, not once, but twice. The adjustments came in for the young guns. They make up for it on the skyline. The dominance and control was unbelievable. But Omit, they are one hell of a squad, and I'm excited to see what they can do forward.
Unbelievable. Well, on stage right now, the Chambers, the master of the multi-kill. It is Mackenzie Melts.
Yes, thank you very much, Miles and Stud. I'm standing by with a man like Mac, who's just playing out of his skin at this tournament. You have just knocked out last year's winners in FaZe Clan, which means we will, of course, crown brand new winners for 2025. The gameplay, the teamwork, it is all just clicking. What did you switch up from yesterday's result from FaZe?
We really didn't change too much. We realized that it was just a couple small mistakes that, made us lose the match. We kind of lost to ourselves in a sense. So we just maintained our confidence and kept it rolling.
You personally just played out of your skin, on fire. How much are you just loving being in the server?
Oh, I'm having a great time. It's my first time here. It's a dope event, dope crowd, and I'm loving it.
I can confirm as well that you are today's MVP for Playday 2. Do you feel you've got even more in the tank? Do you think you're just going to get even better and better as this tournament rolls on?
Oh, absolutely.
We saw a key crushed earlier on today. Mamba just took down a key a little bit earlier, and now you have the opportunity here to crush a key yourself. FaZe Clans, this is going to be sweet. Are you up for it?
Absolutely. I can't wait.
Let's get you down here, Mac. MVP Mac about to crush his first key at EWC 2025. And it's a huge one. I don't think many expected FaZe Clan to crush out inside of this stage of the tournament, but it's Omit who lock in that quarterfinal spot. Mac, you just jumped when that key crushed. How did that feel?
Unexpected. That shit was loud.
You said just before this tournament started, do not sleep on Omit. I think that everybody watching right now is wide awake. To anybody who wants you to win, can you win this whole tournament?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Thank you very much, Mac. I think we might be very shortly going through across to an exit interview with FaZe Clan. It's a tough one, and Blaze is standing by.
Yeah, it is a very tough one here for the defending champions, man. I got Simp with me, and, you know, Simp, these guys seem to have had your kryptonite here in this series throughout the weekend. What happened in this series? What went wrong, man?
This series, I mean, I think they were just the better team when it comes to teamwork, and especially in Control. I think Control, they kind of ran us this weekend. Besides that, I mean, I think we kind of just came out flat today.
Now, this has been one of the teams that you've been on for the longest. You know, any words for the, kind of like the season in which you guys had that you could talk about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was a bad season. We still caught dubs. I think we kind of ended it in a poor way. I think our practice didn't really replicate the matches, to be honest, especially this event. I think our practice was pretty solid, but I don't think it showed.
Yeah, and, tough loss there, but, you guys got fans in the crowd. You got fans all over the world who's been rooting for this FaZe squad for so long, and you guys have done so much for them, gave them so many amazing moments. What do you want to say to all these people who's been supporting FaZe Clan and Atlanta FaZe?
Yeah, I mean, all the FaZe fans, we appreciate you. All the Hype Squad members, everybody that always supports us. You guys are always legendary. Sorry we couldn't get it done this event. You guys obviously deserve better from us, but there's always next tournament. I mean, we'll always keep killing it.
Hey, you heard it here from Simp, man. He's going to always keep killing it. He's going to get it done. That's going to do it for us. Chris, take it away.
Thank you so much, Guy Blaze. And unfortunately, this is the end of the road for our EWC 2024 champions. FaZe Clan has been eliminated as history is made with a challengers team powering into the top 8 here at EWC.
We were hoping it was going to happen, and we said if it was any team, it was going to be this Omit roster with the two young guns and Mamba and Craze, who have now solidified themselves. Probably a spot when we talk about the league next year, but we're going to focus on this weekend right now. This is a terrifying squad for the rest of the league. They just took down one of the big dogs in FaZe Clan, and they did it confidently as well. And now we know what this team's capable of with Vivid and Mac on their A.
And I'm looking at these numbers. Craze at this point in the game is 36-23. Mamba's popping off.
Yeah.
They are outslaying one of the scariest squads to ever grace Call of Duty. FaZe were considered a dynasty.
Yeah,
and they have just been dismantled.
They've been dismantled by a couple of guys who were kicked off of their teams, and then two rookies who are trying to make a name for themselves. This team is absolutely disgusting. They play strategic COD. You heard the respect from Simp in the interview. Like, they just played Call of Duty better than us today. They have more team chemistry, and this is a team that, they've been in the gauntlet. They've been playing against challengers teams all year. They've been scrimming the pro teams.
Yeah.
This Omit team is something serious, and it is criminal. And I mean criminal that Craze and Mamba weren't picked up earlier in the year after the season that they've had.
Are you giving a nug to the coaches? Is this the GMs who are doing the homework? Is this just everyone being afraid to give a chance to the new guns?
It's the organizations. We've seen a ton of players get brought up, and we've seen some success stories this year. You like Neptune or you look at Heretics, but there's also been some names brought up that have played in the league before that haven't had success. These are two young rookies that have been dominating this year, and I just thought they should have got an opportunity earlier on. But it was a blessing in disguise because Mac and Vivid are the perfect two teammates to have around
Selfless
you.
bros.
They're selfless. They're going to fill gaps, and when you need a pop-off play, Mac is going to give you that. When you need good comms and leadership, Vivid's going to give you that. So they found themselves in a great spot.
Ali, when I came into this, Mac was on a team where he wasn't set up to have a lot of success. He had a bad hellstorm, and a lot of people held that against him for a year.
Yeah.
He's now able to really showcase what he can do when the whole team is playing equally. He had the biggest pop-off with 38 kills in that final game.
It's really difficult because where Mac found the most success, it was on a team that had Pred as kind of like the star SMG, and that kind of puts Mac in his shadow where he had to do a lot of the dirty work. And I think that's where people started to kind of overlook him, which I feel like we see happen to a lot of players. Vivid is another prime example for that. Easily, when he was on teams and they were struggling, he was the first name to be brought up. And I love this fact that when you drop Vivid, your team always gets worse. So I love that everything happens for a reason. This squad, I'm so happy this four are together.
Yeah, I mean, Vivid, he's had a chip on his shoulder his entire career. He's had to go get it out the mud and rebuild himself, and it's nice to see him surrounded by guys that believe in him and will enable his gameplay. And when you watch this series, and really both series versus FaZe, they outplayed them on nearly every level. The controls were dominant. 6-1 round count. The hard points, I mean, excellent. You don't see too many, red cards where a team beats the other squad by 100+ points. Like, this team knows what they're doing, and they have that gunny, Chris.
It was a clean sweep in the Challenger Final for Omit. They took home the lion's share of the cash in Challengers this season, and now they are guaranteed $80,000 with their win over FaZe Clan tonight. And back in your day, 10 grand was all we were dishing out for all the teams.
Yeah, I mean, I went to some tournaments that was literally like 10K, like you said, for the entire prize pool, sleeping on hotel floors. So, these guys coming up as a young Challengers player, this is something you can take home to your parents and be like, yo, this is a career. I'm going to pursue this. And, they've definitely solidified themselves, and they put the rest of the league on notice.
I wanted to give a shout out to Mamba. He was my MVP early, but with that final performance, Max steals the honors. All four of these members deserving some love, but Mackenzie Meltz was on top of his game today, Ali.
It's unbelievable. I think that's one of the best things about Mackenzie Meltz is that he is capable of doing this. He is capable of take over maps. And one of the most impressive things for me is that it was done in the respawns. And specifically, their control is unbelievable. And we talked about it all year long is like the best teams are all good at control. All the top four teams, Optic, Texas, even Atlanta at one point was disgusting at map number 3s. Omit going into this bracket, whoever they match up against, that's going to give them a good foot through the door.
A Koi pick here. How do we like that matchup in the first round for him?
I think it's an awesome matchup. I mean, you look at Koi playing this aggressive playstyle since bringing in Abe into the team. It's going to be a tough one in the respawns. And then the search and destroy, I think Omit have an edge from what we've seen. These guys have just been together for a little bit longer than the Koi team with Abe.
Want to give a big shout out to Boston Breach, able to edge out the Falcons. TJ was shut down in the final search and destroy, and Boston, after finishing top 3 at Champs, are staying alive into our single elimination bracket where they will draw the Heretics tomorrow. But it's just 8 teams remaining, Ali, as everyone else has been sent home to the joy on Xnit's face as the Falcons started the key crushing ceremony at the start of the day.
I think that's been my favorite thing is when we show the players' faces while this is happening. They all look so evil doing this. Other than Mamba, of course, he was like, I don't know how I feel about this one.
Yeah, crushing the key is a really nice element. Yeah, look at Envoy. Dude, that's
is that Lex Luthor?
He showed like the crushing and his face at the same time, and I was like, that's gotta be a new meme.
Also, major shout out to whoever designed this year's hydraulic press. Last year's damaged the keys. This year's press is shattering the keys, and it shocked this man.
Yeah, it sounds like an explosion, man, every single time. It's super loud, super fun, and a nice element knowing like, hey, at the end of this series, I get to absolutely crush their dreams, kick them out of the tournament, and take their keys.
Now, Ali, we should mention FaZe had a very special key as the returning champion. That one is definitely going into someone's trophy case. Sure. And with the Falcons being knocked out, somebody is going to get to celebrate tonight as you're going to see Boston Breach invited into the Heroes Room. Special honor that we have for normally tournament winners after taking out the club champions from last year. They get a bonus tomorrow, Leon.
Yeah, and well earned. That Boston series, I mean, they could have lost in 4. They ended up pushing it all the way to 5. And, it's hard to beat a team like that has a lot of support, a lot of people here where they're able to clutch up and get it done.
I do want to hit the topic because I know it's talked about in chat right now. Expectations, true or false, FaZe Clan breaks up after this tournament. The dynasty is over.
And I think it's so heartbreaking thinking, and you have to think it's true. You know, that core three was really searching for that fourth puzzle piece to create them and cement them as a dynasty. And unfortunately, it seems like Traza still wasn't the pick either. It doesn't seem like any of them were. So it'll be really weird next year if they end up breaking up and seeing any of them on different teams.
Rumors are contracts are sorted for a little bit, though. These guys might hang around. You believe in that?
I'm not sure about the contract stuff, but I will say, like, I have been against them breaking up for a long time. I just thought it was a dumb move, but now, after how they performed back-to-back champs, now this EWC performance, I think there are going to be opportunities, like, to just split it up and get a fresh look. This is going to be the craziest roster mania of 100%. All time. It's going to be absolutely insane, and a lot of it hinges on how some of these teams perform in the rest of EWC. So keep your eyes peeled and tune in these next 2 days.
All depends. Can the super team survive the remainder of the tournament? 100 Thieves and Optic face each other in the opening round of the playoff bracket tomorrow as things continue to heat up here in Riyadh. As we close out the show, we got to relive some of the best moments. These are your Qiddiya top plays of day 2 from Black Ops 6. Let's take a look at the best moments.